We stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, we are stronger. We're dedicated to raising the game. If you do witness it, challenge it, call it out. You can report any incidences of discrimination safely and in confidence at ecb.co.uk/reporting-discrimination. That's ecb.co.uk/reporting-discrimination. Thank you. Please welcome to the field our umpires, Neil Bennington and Julia Jarvis.
Happy to love us. Yeah. 8 is the women's back. It's the boundary closer. A little bit. When you watch it on telly, you think that's 10 yards post. Not.
They're followed by the South East Stars fielding side, led by captain Brian Smith. And Lancashire Thunder's opening batters, number 35, Alice Clark, and number 6, Emma Lamb. Taking first strike for Lancashire Thunder, number 6, Emma Lamb. Standing at the city end, umpire Julia Jarvis, and to open the bowling from the city end, number 10, Phoebe Franklin. A reminder that the first 10 overs of both innings are the power play, during which time no more than 2 fielders are permitted outside the fielding restriction circle.
to add to the total. Clark will be a little nervous, and you can't blame her at all. I commentated on her only other appearance for Thunder so far this season, where she made just one at New Road against the Sparks at Worcester. Flowing drive from Lamb out to Gregory at deep cover for one more. And that appearance from Alice Clark, who's now back onto strike, the left-hander, was her first appearance for Thunder in a women's regional competitive game since September 2020.
Wow.
It's a long, long run since she played against the Diamonds at Leeds and also made just one. Just drops her bat on that one. And that will be a well-judged quick single. Even if it was a direct hit, we were very much a long way from being in line, but we could see that there was good scamperage. 5 without loss after the first.
Yep, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay was set deep there in that position. It went to her weaker side, so always difficult to try and fashion a run out in that opportunity. If you set off quickly, you generally get value and you generally get that run. And early inroads will certainly be the hope and aim for Stars, especially when you would have wanted to have first use of the wicket as well. It is always, I say always, it's generally a bat first wicket here.
Yep. Stars have chosen to bowl first a few times in the T20s, but that's because in that format in particular, they know the ground dimensions, they know the way to bowl to it well. For those unfamiliar with Beckenham, big square boundaries. The straight boundaries are by no means short, but they provide a bit more value in that they are not overly long. And straight boundaries on a central wicket like today are in the region of being about 50 metres, whereas your square boundaries can extend up into the high 60s. Forgive me, the viewers, I've not been out there exactly to measure them. Here's Alexa Stonehouse, back of her length, just not quite getting her line and length right with her first ball, and it brings the first boundary of the contest. That's a nice little tuck away from Clark. That's exactly what you want when you're an opener playing in just your second game of the season at this level. And gets her first Thunder boundary of the campaign.
Yeah, far too straight into the pads, and not what Kalia Moore wanted to have to get the afterburners on and chase it down to the boundary's edge. The ball had the legs.
So Stonehouse has just got to adjust her line. She's had a very good RHFT so far. That's better from Stonehouse. That's the kind of area she's been occupying for large parts of this campaign.
Quicker delivery as well, wasn't it? Bent her back, made sure that it went past that 5th stump line. That's where you want to be, in and around that channel. And as you say, being able to group it and do it consistently well, that separates the very best from the best.
Stonehouse just drifting down leg. This is her 32nd over in the competition this season. She's gone at 6.25 an over. Only one Stars bowler has been more expensive, and that's Emma Jones. In terms of economy rate, that's an average of 32. Has picked up 6 wickets. It's Fuller, the first one that Stonehouse has tried to pitch up a little more, fielded by Schofield.
And you can see exactly what Bryony and the coaching staff are looking to try and do. It's a different angle, isn't it? That left arm variety. It does give that little bit of control, and what you want to try and see is consistency, making sure you keep doing the same thing again and again.
Particularly when you're bowling with 6-3 field as she is, and that's a ball that is more suited to such a field. It's got a deep backward square leg. It's got Gregory at deep third, and then the only others on the on side are a short mid wicket and a mid on.
Yeah, Alice Davidson-Richards is the slip fielder. Chloe Hill is at mid on.
Oh, that's found the inside edge. That's well bowled by Stonehouse. Just a little bit of movement there. We are at a position that, for where the bowling is now, is pretty much exactly that shot that you can see. It's from our commentary position at a long on. So forgive us if we're not exactly correct in terms of picking spin, swing and LBW appeals. We'll do our best. So that's a good bumper from Stonehouse. Pushed it through, and Clark played it well. Or indeed, to be precise, of course, made sure very much not to play it. 10 without loss after 2. Really important as well that we make sure to set the wider scene and context of this game. We're into what you might call Heyhoe 3.0. It's the third block of Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy fixtures. For those unfamiliar, 8 teams. You play everybody twice, so 14 games. We had a block of 6 games early in the summer, and a block of 4 more before the 100, and now we've got the last block of 4. The top 4 go through to the semi-finals. And coming into today, Stars are 3rd, Thunder are 6th. As Lam is just nerdling that one away for 1 more. So Stars are 3rd with 27 points, 6 wins and 4 losses. They are 5 points behind the Diamonds, who are 2nd. They are 7 points behind the Vipers, who are top. Stars will have an eye on the top 2, because if you can get in the top 2 you get a home semi-final. 1 faces 4 with 1 having home advantage, 2 plays 3 and 2 is on their own patch. It's Franklin again into the pads, but going to do well to get an LBW off that angle. But Stars do have to be aware of what's below them as well. They are by no means secured in the top 4 yet. They are 2 points clear of Sunrisers in 4th. They are 8 points ahead of Blaze, who are in 5th. And they are 11 points ahead of Lancashire Thunder, who are in 6th. Nice looking cover drive from Clark. Moves on to 6. Now you're probably thinking, what does that all mean? Well, luckily yours truly is a bit of a fiend for the numbers, so he's been crunching them. Thunder probably have to win all 4 of their remaining games to burst their way into the top 4. You would think they'd need at the very least 3, and results going their way. The equation is far better from a Stars point of view for qualification. So that's just pushed back by Lam. For Stars, 2 wins from 4 would almost certainly be enough. 1 win from 4 might be enough if other results go their way. And looking further upwards, to catch the Northern Diamonds or Southern Vipers and get into the top 2, Stars probably can't afford another defeat. That's how it all sits. Again, nice looking cover drive. It's been a theme of the early exchanges, but that deep cover is in place for both batters. So just 1 more. And then we get to semi-finals on Saturday the 14th of September, after we've had these last 4 rounds of pool matches. And then final is on the 21st. To the pads once more, and another scampered leg by. Good running between the wickets early doors from Lam and Clark. It all adds up at the end of the piece. 14 without loss after 3.
I think that's well put, Michael. Yeah, it's all very well trying to hit boundaries, and that's the hope and aim, that you want to get a real big score on the board, but keep ticking over. Make sure you keep rotating the strike, especially with the left-right hand combination, and I think that's been a very, very big thing and a part of what Thunder have looked to try and do early doors in this one. A big game for both, as you mentioned, and I would say probably more for Thunder. 9 points behind the team in 4th spot at the moment, and of course we saw that victory last time out against that side. Stars looking for the double after an 82 run success in the reverse fixture, so they'll very much be hoping that they can continue.
Straight at square leg from Clark. Stars, of course, also beat Thunder pretty comfortably when these sides met in the Charlotte Edwards Cup here. Thunder had a tough day with the bat, apart from Fee Morris, who starred at the top, and it was a pretty routine chase for Stars. Paige Schofield, one of the stars of it, pardon the pun, which was inadvertent, I promise you. Slight misfield in the covers, and Schofield, aforementioned, has to come chasing around. Keeps it to 2 in the end.
Just got big, didn't it, on Rihanna McDonald-Gay? You saw that it just jumped, maybe off of one of the discs, I'm not sure, but it certainly popped at the last moment. She's just inspecting the area.
Yeah, we had a decent enough view of that one from side on, and it was without doubt an awkward bounce. Just pushed straight to Franklin at mid-wicket. So after today, both sides have 3 more fixtures left in the pool part of the campaign. Western Storm visit here on Saturday. Stars will fancy their chances in that one because Storm have struggled this season. They're second bottom in this competition. And then a couple of away games to finish. Just off the toe end of the bat, down to deep third for 1. And then in September, Stars travel away to face the Central Sparks on Wednesday the 4th of September and finish off against the Northern Diamonds at Chesterley Street on Saturday the 7th. Of course, Chesterley Street will be the home of Durham next season, who've managed to get their spot as one of the 8 selected counties, with Yorkshire joining the season after, which I know has proved a talking point in that particular region. So there'll be 8 counties next season, 9 the season after when Yorkshire join, and then 10 the season after that when Glamorgan get involved in Tier 1 cricket. Stonehouse has changed to a 5-4. And that's a nice spot, well respected by Lamb.
Yeah, it just gives you that little bit of extra protection if you do go 5-4, just in case you stray in length, and Alexa has been guilty of that so far.
Well, it's also because Stonehouse's natural movement is into the pads of the right-handed batter. That's just played with a straight bat. That's a nice, technically correct cricket shot from Lamb. Conservative approach to the power play so far from Lancashire Thunder. 17 without loss from 4. It's not particularly controversial to say that they've had their challenges with the bat, and that more often than not in recent years it has been the batting that has let them down more than the bowling and fielding. Plenty of talented, capable batters in the group, but think as well of the side that got that run to Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day last season where they lost in the eliminator, and that T20 side was predominantly built off an excellent bowling and fielding unit. As Franklin continues, we'll have to re-bowl that one. Lamb in particular is a very classy top order bat who is very well suited to this format. We'll just look to set a stall out and bat long. It's interesting to see Smell not opening with Lamb. Smell's been Thunder's top scorer in this competition this season, most of those coming when opening. So that's straight at cover. But Smell has been moved to accommodate the presence of Clark. Thunder missing Katie Mack as well, who earlier in this competition was excellent for them, with 324 runs at an average over 40, the Aussie, including a ton. Just guided away to short mid-wicket. Relatively becalmed start here. It
really has been, and lucky to get away with that one. A full toss outside off stump. You might have expected it to be put away. As it is, it was just worked into the leg side, and I think Franklin will be pleased to be back at the top of her mark with a dot in the pocket.
That's well bowled by Franklin. It's interesting you said, because I think it dipped a little bit late. It initially looked like it was a proper hit-me ball, and it didn't quite turn out to be. We've moved on, so won't be able to jump back on the replay.
Those two were different. The delivery that we've just seen was a slower ball out the back of the hand. I don't think the previous one was. I think that was a genuine full toss.
Here's Franklin. That's down leg again. It's just struggling with rhythm and radar here a touch, which is quite atypical for Phoebe Franklin. It's generally known for being pretty dependable on both of those. And indeed, as if to illustrate my point, she's gone at 4.25 and over in this competition this season. That is the second best economy rate of any Stars bowler. So that's full and well fielded off her own bowling from the drive. Franklin is the second highest Stars wicket taker. She's picked up 10, and she's been the second tightest in terms of economy rate. has 10 wickets at 26 and has gone at 4.2, which is quite brilliant.
Yeah, excellent going. Rihanna's been amongst the wickets, hasn't she? The chief wicket taker so far.
A little shorter and almost guided into the gloves of Chatley. Yeah, McDonald Gay is a long way out in front in terms of that particular metric with 17.
Good chatter out in the middle, which is what you want to see. Brian, he always adopts that policy.
Oh, that's found the inside edge of the bat. It was a little change up from Franklin. I can't say I can exactly pick from the commentary box what it was, which doesn't speak a lot to yours truly's cricketing abilities, but also hopefully demonstrates to an extent what an impressive operator Franklin is. 19 without loss after 5, a steady building first 5 as opposed to a go after it in the power play sort of 5.
Well, Wasp at the moment is saying 285, and I mean, if they could get up to that region, it changes, it fluctuates, of course it does, as the game develops, and they've still got plenty of wickets in hand, all of the wickets in hand, in fact. So that's what they're looking to try and do, get a platform, build a platform to allow the batters that are in the shed at the moment, getting ready to watch and go out to the middle. They've then got something that they can really build on, and the crowd will get bigger and bigger. Should be a good day.
Stonehouse to continue with a little bit of cloud cover. Well bowled and well played. Yes, we have had our odd moment with Wasp this season at various days here with Jamie alongside me. My instinct would be looking at that if you offered Lancashire Thunder 285 right now, they would give you a big handshake and walk off before you had a chance to change your mind. That's a very good total. As that shorter, pulled away. It might be the second boundary of the contest. And it is. It will go to the rope. Lamb didn't quite time it, but she did enough. That's Emma Lamb's first boundary. Gives Thunder a boost. Banged into the surface, but it held up at a relatively comfortable height. She's pulled that off around her belly button, which is not the height to trouble a batter of Lamb's quality. Lamb this time is pushing into the covers. There was a hesitation, and had the throw been on target, there might have been trouble for Clark, who now gives a thumbs up and a nervous, awkward smile to Lamb. Well, it is funny in the game of cricket how long 22 yards can seem at times, and there was a significant miscommunication there and a significant hesitation from Clark. We don't have that side-on angle. Even from our end of the ground, it was clear that she might have been in a bit of trouble had Franklin managed to hit. No run there, straight at point.
Yeah, I always think you look at the fielder's reaction and certainly the reaction of the thrower, and we could see there that Franklin felt that she had the batter there and would have run her out. Unfortunately, not hitting the bells weren't dislodged, and we go on.
Full toss has got away with that. Clark can only guide it back towards Stonehouse.
It's been a good over, apart from the boundary. She's bowled nicely.
It's been settled into a little bit of a holding pattern here. Both teams won't necessarily mind this. So that's down the ground. Stars will be very happy that after 6 overs in the power play, they're only going at 4 and over. Thunder, given the difficulties they've sometimes had with the bat, won't mind the fact that they've built a relatively solid platform. It is that classic thing where someone who doesn't like cricket but has been invited along by a friend would say, well, they've been playing for 20 odd minutes, who's winning? You say, well, we don't really know, to be honest.
We've got another 94 overs to go.
Exactly. Yep. Extremely early on in the piece. But we are getting a change here, a little switcheroo, because Chatley is coming up to the stumps and he's getting a lid on. I think it's still going to be Franklin. They just want to trap Lamb in her crease. Give her something different to think about. Nice flowing drive out to deep cover. That's a bit of a signature shot of Lamb's. And the Lamb, who's had England appearances in all 3 formats, a very impressive operator, and has been a regular, particularly around England A squads. Has a ton this season as well against Sparks. Clark this time. Interesting to note there, so Chatley immediately has gone back for Clark. So it's clearly just something that they'd seen with Lamb and Lamb's footwork that they wanted to try. Just flicked away. It is straight at short fine leg, and Alice Davidson-Richards zinged the throw in, but that was a good call from Lamb, as the non-striker knew that she'd set off, knew that her end was the danger end, and made it with relative comfort, albeit had to get a little bit of a scamper on.
No wickets in the other games taking place. Western Storm up against Central Sparks. Sparks batting first, 39 for no wicket in the 6th. We'll carry on.
Nice looking straight drive from Lamb, but no reward for it.
Sunrisers playing Northern Diamonds. The Diamonds having first use of the wicket. They're 23 for no wicket in the 6th. Vipers up against the Blaze in the other game, and it's the Blaze batting first. They're in the 7th over of their batting play. 27 for no wicket.
Okay, nice spot from Franklin. Dot ball. Yeah, various games there, of course, of interest to the qualification picture, but you might say the one that most is Southern Vipers versus the Blaze. Vipers top. Like the Northern Diamonds, have 7 wins, 2 losses and a no result, but they have 2 points more. Again, Lamb with no reward for the straight drive. And you would sense, 26 for none at the end of the 7th, that South East Stars and Lancashire Thunder will both agree on the fact they probably wouldn't mind the Vipers winning that. It would do them a favour in stopping the charge of the Blaze for the top 4. Thunder find themselves 3 points behind Blaze. Blaze 5th, Thunder 6th. And Blaze 8 points behind Stars in 3rd. They're 6 points off Sunrisers, who are 4th and in that final qualification spot. You get 4 points for a win, and then you get a bonus point if your run rate is 1.25 times better than the opposition. Which, if you'd like a broad, simple guide in a non-rain affected game, if you chase it inside 40 overs, you're golden. It's Stonehouse, driven confidently into the covers, but deep cover has come up now, and deep third has gone out, so that ring on the offside for that cover drive is very well patrolled for Clark, who is going okay, but has been a little more tied down than Lamb. Full toss. Clark will be frustrated to have missed out on that. Has picked out Franklin at short mid-wicket. They've both scored the same number of runs, but Clark has faced 12 more dot balls. And there does come a point where that sense of pressure and that sense of an opportunity to score in the power play, it brings Stars the wicket, or indeed wickets, that they crave. Again, straight at Franklin, who again zings it in towards Clark, aiming for Chatley, of course, but it's always just something that's a little subtle way of letting the batter know that they're in a battle and there's 11 fielders out there against the 2 of them. Something you hear fielding teams talk a lot about, creating a dynamic of 11 versus 2 out there. Again, nicely bowled by Stonehouse. He's got 4 dots in this over and has got away with a full toss. And it is these kind of overs that bring wickets. A disproportionate number of wickets fall off the 5th and 6th balls of the over. And that is particularly prone to happen in an over like this. It's the power play. Clark is on 10 off 30 and has faced 4 dots. That time plays a nice looking square drive. No reward for it though.
No, little bit of width on offer, but straight to the fielder, and Stonehouse just needs to make sure that she completes this set, completes the over positively. 5 dots, join them up, get that maiden.
Does Clark do something different? I'm not sure this is runs in terms of off the bat, but regardless, they'll be pleased to pick up 2. Might have just taken a nick from inside edge onto pad. It appears so. It goes in the book as runs, so end of the over, it concedes just 2. 28 without loss after 8.
Yeah, I thought it was pad only, but the umpire has a much better view, and we should mention the umpires out there because we are inclusive. It's a game for everyone, and with the umpires and this left-right hand combination, Neil Bainton and Julia Jarvis have both had to work both sides of the wicket, making sure that they stand at square leg.
Chatley again standing up for Lamb. In the previous over of Franklin, she stood up for Lamb, but not Clark. Lamb is just threading that through the covers out to deep cover, like Gregory does the fielding. One more, and this time Chatley once again will go back for Clark. So it's a very specific individual plan there.
Well, you're happy to just let Lamb nudge one and get off strike. She looks the better of the 2 openers in terms of the way she's found things today.
Clark this time coming down the track, straight back to Franklin. The pressure is building particularly on Alice Clark here.
Yeah, you get the feeling that Bryony would have said, let's try and bowl at Clark.
Will be nerves as well. Only a second Thunder game this season. Into the pads, there was some slightly strangled appeals. Looked to have got a stride in, potentially pitching outside leg as well on that angle. It's need quite a bit going for you from that right arm over to a lefty to get an LBW. Just in the same way in reverse when it's a left arm over bowler to a right hander. Thinking of one there definitely wasn't one there. Moore was charging in from extra cover to make a good stop. There's an above average level of noise from the stars in the field, and you can understand why. It's a kind of scenario that every cricketer at any level can relate to. Dots are starting to pile up. That brings a slightly more extravagant drive from Clark, and then a just little throw of the head towards the heavens in frustration. She's timed that one well, but such is the way the game can be when you're struggling to score. Picks out more at extra cover again.
Yeah, either side, and the umpire's signalling it's a boundary, isn't it?
This time Clark tries to force it straight. Good tumbling stop at mid-on by Chloe Hill in a relatively unfamiliar position to her. Of course, more often seen with the gloves. It's another good over. So the 8th went for 2 from Stonehouse. That one from Franklin has conceded just 1. 29 without loss after 9. The dilemma for Captain Smith is how long do you keep these 2 openers going? It's been a good economical power play for the South East Stars.
Yeah, well, it's going to be 5 apiece after this. I think I'd possibly look to try and just keep them going because you've got plenty of bowling options. Maybe keep a couple back for the end of the innings. But all the time they're bowling well, I think you're loath to make changes.
Yeah, it is something that we've discussed. Is a ridiculously impressive array of bowling talent. Stonehouse once more. Stonehouse once more in all the right spots. It's been a theme of our commentary when covering the Stars this season, that this sort of the fact that it's almost comedic, the ridiculous amount of options that Bryony Smith has. She can essentially, if in doubt, just chuck the ball to anyone at any time and see what they'll do with it. Yorker well blocked. The only one in this lineup today, he doesn't regularly bowl for the Stars, is Ailish Cranston. He even once upon a time in county cricket for Surrey has bowled a fair bit of left arm wrist spin to good effect, but it's rarely, very rarely seen doing that in a Stars shirt.
And of course Chloe Hill as well, being
yes,
a batter, wicket-keeper, batter, specialist batter.
So they're struggling today, really. They've only got what?
Just the 9 options.
7. You've got the keeper and then those 2. So you'd say you've got 7 frontline options.
Yeah.
And then Cranstone with some part-time spin. Short, and Lamb doesn't really time the pull shot. It goes on the bounce into the hands of Schofield. Well, we are getting towards the point where you fear from a Thunder perspective that a well-built platform is starting to in fact become a little too static in the scoring rate. So that's blocked by Lamb. So 5 dots in a row in this over. You may remember that Stonehouse's previous over went for just 2. Franklin conceded 1 from the 9th. So we've now, in almost 3 overs, had just 3 runs scored.
And this is the problem with Wasp. If you remember a good while back we said 285. This shows that it's all wicket affected. It's showing 281 still, which is ridiculous.
So that's flicked away. Well, that could be the 3rd boundary of the contest. It is the 3rd boundary of the contest. It's desperately needed for Thunder. We'd mentioned their scoring struggles, so end of the power play. And the visitors are 33 without loss after 10. It's a good little tuck away, and a player of Emma Lamb's class just isn't going to miss out on a ball like that. And Stonehouse, the exciting youngster, will be a little bit frustrated that she's given Lamb an opportunity to score like that as we continue our love of Wasp.
Well, interesting, Alex is with us, Michael, and just pick up, because he's told us out of the 60 balls that have been bowled, how many do you think have been dot balls? It's very high.
Good question. Well, 3 balls have gone to the boundary and almost everything else has been a single. So off that basis, I'm going in the region of 40.
Very good, 44.
44. Yeah, there you go. There's been a few 2s as well. Which, I mean, so that dot ball percentage is 73%, which is very high. And makes another good point as well, which we'll come back to, as is Franklin once more. He used a bit of cloud cover, and now, interestingly, Chatley has stood up to Clark as well. Clark has faced 38 balls now and has hit 3 boundaries, but has not managed a scoring shot outside of that, which is quite highly unusual, even for an opener. You get openers tend to be a bit more dot and 4 because of the field being in. So that's sliced away, and that does go for 4. So 2 boundaries and 3 balls for Lancashire Thunder to try and get them going. Was it an element of risk in the shot? It was whipped away with decent timing, and then that bottom hand coming through to provide the power from Clark gives Franklin something to think about. Oh, well bowled by Franklin. Almost finds the edge of Clark's bat, who, I beg your pardon, slight error of my sums. I make that boundary that she hit to be her 2nd boundary, not her 4th. Hit 2 boundaries in her 16. Lamb has also hit a couple of boundaries.
Into the 11th over of the contest, and Franklin to continue bowling a full toss, which she's got away with. It's just been drilled to extra cover. You could see the batter really wanted to try and get full value for that, but again, Kaylia Moore was in behind it. Clark 16 from 41, the left-hander, and looking to, well, just look to try and score and get out of this rut that she's built herself into. This one's uppish, it just evades the 2 fielders and goes out to the sweeper at deep cover. And a single is picked up. Michael mentioned about the noise, and you can certainly hear that the Stars are all about it out there in the middle, and that's no real surprise because they're bowling very nicely. Franklin almost through 6 overs. At the other end, we've seen 5 so far from Stonehouse. I would certainly be looking to keep her on as Franklin gets ready to complete this latest one. It's slightly uppish. It might just evade the fielder. Good bit of diving down on the boundary's edge, and it's just going to run past Ailish Cranstone. You could see that she wanted to try and stop it going over the boundary cushion, and unfortunately on this occasion the ball was twirling around in the wind, and it's 4 runs. Good valiant effort as we see on the replay.
Well, for a second she had, and then it was one of those where it seemed to have palmed it in, and then as her body rolled over the ball, her body actually took it over the rope. So that's a good over for Thunder. It's actually their most productive over of the entire innings so far, in taking 9 off it. And that is the thing with the game of cat and mouse that we're in. Having been 33 without loss after 10, if they can have a stronger, more aggressive 10 here, Thunder, and after say 20 overs be in and around 90, pushing towards 100, then you have a base and a platform from which the home side in particular would be quite concerned, because you set up the opportunity for a batting order to go really hard through that latter part of the innings.
17 wickets so far for Rhiannon McDonald-Gay in this competition, and into the attack, so just the 5 for Alexa Stonehouse. Here she is bowling to the left-hander and just cramping up Clark, who was trying to work it leg side, and all that happened is that she was beaten for pace there by McDonald-Gay, who is quick, can send them through. Getting that England recognition, of course, a very talented cricketer, and I think for many, many years people have realised that there would be that clear pathway through to national honours. I think we're going to see someone who can do it for club and country as she continues and bowls outside off stump this time, and they're going to race through for a single. The fielder comes in from point, but they're through.
Yeah, McDonald-Gay only turned 20 in February, and as you say, has been rewarded for her good work by being in and around those England squads. Has come through the Kent setup, but will be part of Surrey side next summer.
Started nicely, just the 1 run conceded so far from the first 2 that she's bowled. What she got on this occasion, just pushing the batter back and across, and Lamb covers up, gets right in behind it. 19 from 25 for Lamb. Clark has certainly been the aggressor in terms of the balls faced. 1 run fewer though, only 18 from the 44, and Wasp now showing 290. You wait till the wicket falls and that will change dramatically as McDonald-Gay runs past umpire Neil Bainton, bangs one into the surface. It's cut away, and you can certainly see that that was painful and powerfully struck. The fielder just wringing the hand. Dot ball.
Yeah, that was a good classical cut shot from a very classical player in Emma Lamb. Fortunately for her, couldn't have picked out point much better.
Bryony Smith just making a small tweak and changing things up, as again right on the money is McDonald-Gay. You would think after being a little bit more expensive in the last one, Phoebe Franklin, there could be a change in bowling at that City end next up.
Good luck trying to guess who it might be though with Stars.
Well, yeah.
With the litany of options. Gregory tends to bowl from our end of the ground, the Beckenham end.
I would think Kaylia Moore maybe, if you look at a little bit of spin. McDonald-Gay to continue. Into the pads of Lamb, who was just backing away a wee bit, and that is the end of the over. McDonald-Gay takes her cap, and she'll be delighted with that contribution. Just the 1 run from her first over. That is the over complete. 43 for no wicket, 12 gone.
Yeah, there is a little conference happening right now between Smith, Schofield and Alice Davidson-Richards. Indeed, all 3 of them could decide to have a bowl in their own right. Smith has not bowled herself a lot this season, and it reminds me of a conversation I had with her briefly at T20 Finals Day when doing the ECB feed for that, as the Stars got past the Vipers in the semis and then fell short against Blaze in the final. I basically said to her, so why don't you bowl yourself more? And the response back was along the lines of very joking, well, I save myself only when it's Bunsen to protect my figures.
Very good.
And indeed, having barely bowled herself in the entirety of the T20 campaign, she actually, on finals day on a pitch that was noticeably good for spin, suddenly used herself a little bit more. But as predicted by Nostradamus to my left, it will be Kalia Moore, bowling from the end that she very much prefers and almost exclusively bowls from for the Stars here at Beckenham.
Yeah, they looked to try and get her on early. I think that was why I had that bit of thinking to get that spin into the attack for Moore, and hopefully she can find the conditions to her liking. One or two people more starting to find their way into this ground. As Michael mentioned early on, free entry, so please do come on down on this bank holiday if you're not at work. People, of course, will be working and might be joining us on the live stream. A little bit of bounce there for Moore, who's bowled 2 dots here so far. The run rate set just below 3.5 and over. Still plenty of time to go back to the regionals, and with this being a 50 over competition, you can of course have a look at the bowlers as Moore comes in once more, and driving to mid-off is Clark.
Yeah, she's a very traditional leg spinner, Kalia Moore, in almost every way in which Danny Gregory is not.
Yeah, Gregory and Moore are not similar at all. Again, another dot from Moore, and this is showing as a good bowling change once more. She's not got much wrong here, Bryony Smith. She's been very good as captain of the Stars, highly thought of, highly regarded. Very much a player's captain. Just making a bit of room here, Clark, working the ball out to the sweeper at deep cover, and they go through for 1.
And for those who are unfamiliar, we'll see Danny Gregory later on is almost a very traditional modern white ball leg spinner, in the way that she very rarely gets the ball above a batter's eye line, in the same way in which Moore rarely bowls flat and below a batter's eye line. And it sort of demonstrates that cricket statistics can often be very simple in the way players are categorised, say, with this is their record against leg spin.
1 to go, just 1 run so far. Can Moore finish strongly? She has. A little inside, almost a chop onto the stumps, which was a concern. It's going to be another dot, so just 1 from the over. And one thing that has really impressed me, Kira Chatley back behind the stumps, getting that opportunity, and she's been very vocal, moving fielders around. I'm sure that Bryony Smith will encourage that, and certainly the wicket-keeper sees that 360, so that makes it a wee bit easier. And when the captain can work with the wicket-keeper, that only aids the fielding side. 44 for no wicket, 13 done.
There'll certainly be some nerves for Chatley to have waited this long until deep into late August to get her first keeping opportunity with the Stars of the campaign. This is McDonald-Gay once more.
Continuing and bowling to the left-hander, just cramping Clark up for a bit of room, but they're going to squeeze through for a single. You could see that Cranston was trying to make it difficult, who is a specialist in that position at backward point, but they ran that first one hard, and they've been very good, Lamb and Clark, the 2 openers, at doing that, and that is important to try and rotate the strike, especially when there is a dearth of boundaries, and that's proven to be the case. The run rate testifies that. 45 for no wicket as McDonald-Gay continues. Bangs one into the surface. That's going to be another boundary. It just sat up invitingly, and it was put away with clinical ease by Lamb. Let's see it again.
Yeah, McDonald-Gay is a good, tricky, skiddy bowler, but you would say she doesn't quite have that extreme pace to trouble a batter like Emma Lamb with a short ball unless it's really pushed through, and it's a pitch with a lot of bounce.
Just sat up in the surface. This one much fuller, as you would expect, out to the sweeper at deep cover, and they'll come through for 1.
Lancashire Thunder's
particularly given that one of Lamb's signature scoring shots is
opening wicket.
a pull shot. And that is the 50 stand. It's been a solid foundation. It's not come at a run rate that would necessarily give the South East Stars any panic. Still going comfortably below 4s, but it is something to build on for the visitors.
McDonald-Gay has gone for 6 off the 3 that she's bowled so far, and this time she's bowling into the pads and picking up one, thinking about a single which isn't there. Just fizzed in by the fielder who came racing in from deep square leg. They take one and settle for it.
Of course, there is a big adjustment for these players today, because so many of them have come out of just playing in the 100. Bryony Smith was joking to me about the fact that it's nice to be back in the South East Stars top, but also needed to remember that overs of 5 rather than 6 rather than sets of 5.
Yeah.
And a much more extended, slightly slower burn of a contest of a 50 over game.
7 so far from McDonald Gay in this over. Still 1 to go. She only went for 1 off her first over, so much more expensive this time around. The boundary, of course, hasn't helped the cause. How can she get out of the over? Lamb facing up to McDonald Gay, who bowls full and on off stump. Good bit of fielding. Phoebe Franklin always good in that position. Getting that strong right hand behind it, and that is the end of the over. So 51 for no wicket, 14 gone.
So just to take you elsewhere, the Western Storm are facing the Central Sparks, the bottom 2 in battle there. There is a very outside chance for either of the 2 to qualify. They need 4 wins from 4 with bonus points most likely, and other results to go their way. Sparks so far 63 for 1 off 11. Izzy Wong has taken a wicket against the club she is on loan, well, the region I should say, she is on loan from. Wong bowling Amy Campbell for 10. Eve Jones top scoring so far though with 29 out there, alongside the young pretender Davina Perrin on what is normally a very good batting wicket at Taunton.
Well, we saw a good start from Kaylee Moore. What can she continue to do here? This one is just pushed back down the track by the batter. It's gone a little bit quiet out there in the middle. The Stars will be thinking to themselves that they want to try and pick up a wicket. They want to make a breakthrough. This partnership now set at more than a half century. 51 they've put on for this opening wicket. It's not been explosive, but you have to think to yourself, with those 50 overs in the tank, you want to try and bat time. You want to make sure that you use all of your overs, and that maybe is the thinking from Clark and Lamb. Runs here. They're going to pick up a couple as it's fizzed back in by Stonehouse, who is a good fielder out there, a good sweeper.
Yeah, Thunder have been guilty far more often than they would like in recent seasons of getting bowled out inside the 50 overs. But regardless of that, we are at the point in time where, as the Italian musicians might say, a little bit of a accelerando is needed to proceedings. This is a good batting wicket.
It is.
You're going at 3.66 and over, and I know it's really easy to say from the commentary box.
More to continue, and there is the wicket, just as Michael predicted. Maybe, just maybe, the pressure was building on Clark, and she's going to be sent back for 23. She faced 54 deliveries, and that is the end of her stay. The breakthrough comes about with the score on 53. Let's have another look at it.
It's classic Kalia Moore, really, and we know that this wicket at Beckenham will turn, and that ball certainly did turn, which will be exciting news for spinners on both sides. Noticeable spin. We are at that part of the summer where the twirlers particularly come into the game a little more in England than earlier on in the campaign. But one thing that South East Stars and Bryony Smiths will be all too aware of, and reiterating to her players, is that whilst that was a decent hand from Clark in what is just her second regional game of the season, out comes the pairing who have opened for Thunder successfully in the vast majority of their 50 over games, because it's reuniting the combination of Seren Smell and Emma Lamb. Now these two between them have been comfortably Thunder's highest run scorers across formats in this campaign when added together. If you look at just this format, Smell is the top run scorer for Thunder with 360 at an average of 40. Lamb with 313 at 45 before today's excellent knock. And speaking of excellent, that's the bowling figures. Nobody's let the Stars down, far from it. You look at those economy rates in particular, nobody's gone for more than 4 and over. And that on this pitch, this outfield, is excellent going.
Well, Moore's bowled quite beautifully here when you consider she's bowled 10 deliveries, picked up a wicket and only conceded the 3 runs. 2 good bowling changes, you would have to say, by the skipper Bryony Smith to continue, and just waiting here is Smale, but getting off the mark straight away as she works it out towards Danny Gregory at deep cover. Picking up one of these 2 early will certainly be the hopes and aims in this partnership. We know that Lamb is 24 from 33, ticking nicely, but as Michael mentioned, they do have that good partnership, and that will be of concern to the Stars as Moore continues, and this one just keeps very, very low. Runs past the outside edge of Lamb's bat.
Yeah, it's rare you see too much unusual bounce at Beckenham, but that was maybe such an example. 54 for 1 of 15. Smale has 3 50s in this competition this season. Lamb has 50 and 100 as well. Just jumping around elsewhere. Big game between the Diamonds and the Sunrisers. That's second against fourth. Diamonds are 59 for 1 of 13. Eva Gray picking up the only wicket to fall there. Emma Marlowe and the Armitage Diamond skipper out there in the middle. And Blaze versus Vipers, 5th versus 1st. Blaze are 55 for 2 of 15 at the beautiful picturesque outground of Oundle. Georgie Boyce, Sarah Bryce and Catherine Bryce all back in the hutch in one way or another. Georgie Boyce has actually retired hurt.
McDonald Gay to continue, pushing one in towards off stump, and picking up the single is Smale, who was staying leg side of the ball there to open up that offside.
And that is a big pair of scalps for the Southern Vipers to have both of the Bryces out. Marie Kelly and all the Prendergast trying to rebuild. Fred Davis and Georgia Elwes with a wicket each to their name.
If you are with us here on the ground and you're tuning in on the live stream, great to have you with us. A reminder, make sure you do keep slapping on the factor. Probably 30 in these conditions, 20 maybe, but keep putting on the sunscreen. And away to our left hand side we can see that one of the camera operators has been doing just that. Important to make sure that you do stay safe in these conditions. Plenty of blue sky up ahead. There are some nice fluffy clouds.
It's a genuinely nice day.
It is.
It's not that often you've been able to say that this summer.
No, we've been spoilt so far. 55 for 1 is the score. It's been good, if not slow here. There's another wicket for Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. 2 wickets in as many overs, and Lamb has been sent back after that profitable partnership of 53 for the first wicket. It's now 2 wickets in as many overs. Just 2 added to the score. 55 for 2. Lamb's stay is now at an end.
Well, that really is exactly what you don't want. 2 openers build slowly and steadily, and just as they're starting to press the acceleration button, they fall in consecutive overs. Just a slight misjudgment from Lamb, who is so often the player that Lancashire Thunder look to bat around, and that is hit right on the very top of middle stump. And that is a very good demonstration actually of what a skiddy bowler McDonald-Gay is. Not very tall, and the way she pushes through in that action means that you can see a delivery like that and think it's there to pull, and maybe it just wasn't quite. So, as she so often has so successfully since moving from the west up to the north ahead of the 2023 season, Fee Morris will have to come out with Thunder in a little bit of a pickle, having lost a wicket or 2 in relatively quick succession, and try and launch a middle order rebuild. She's so far in this competition this season has 178 runs with best of 89, an average of 22, and a strike rate of 79. She's Thunder's 4th highest run scorer in 50 over cricket in this campaign, with Smale top, Lamb second, Mac second in fact, Lamb third. Of course Mac not playing today.
And Fee is also a very, very good bat twirler, which is a skill that I enjoy watching. Just pushed back on this occasion as bowling up to the bat is McDonald-Gay. 1 for 9 into her 3rd over, and Slightly expensive last time out, but she's bowled nicely. 17 wickets coming into this. She's now got 18 for the competition. Hannah Jones, of course, has picked up 18 wickets. She is the leading wicket taker in the RHF so far. So McDonald-Gay is now equal on that number. A little bit of width outside off stump, but again, all Morris can do is pick out that specialist position, or specialist fielder in that position at point. Crowd starting to build up, which is good.
Had the pleasure of commentating with her as part of the team for the ECB feed on the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day, and there's a brilliant quote from her on Thunder's batting in terms of calling a spade, which we'll come back to.
McDonald-Gay to continue. Races past the outside edge. Let's hear the story.
Well, I 55 for 2 off 16. I, as you do as a lead commentator with a player alongside you in a competition where they'd have liked to have been in the finals day, but they didn't make it, you sort of find a way of saying that, you know, we're delighted to have Fee Morris with us, but unfortunately would have far rather, I'm sure, been out on the pitch. And got into just sort of briefly referencing the Thunder campaign, and in as many words she essentially turned to me on air and said, yep, we had 3 of the worst days at cricket with the bat that I can pretty much ever remember in my entire career, which you can't really ask for much more bluntness than that. And that goes back to a point I've made earlier in the piece today, which is frequently at times in the past it's particularly been batting that's been the trouble for Thunder as more continues. Yep,
a slip in place, as you would expect there to be. Alice Davidson-Richards, who might be bowling in the not too distant future. Having said that, would you want to make changes with the 2 of them bowling nicely, McDonald-Gay and Moore? Certainly Moore has been very effective picking up that wicket, not going for many runs. And here she is running up past Julia Jarvis, the umpire, once more. Out to deep cover it goes. Danny Gregory, another who will hope to have a lengthy bowl when she gets selected by Captain Bryony Smith.
You speak of changes, I think if I'm Moore, I'm charging up ready to bowl each over at the moment. The rhythm she's in looks brilliant.
And that is the one thing that I think Bryony Smith does well. She does give bowlers the licence to have a good go. The last thing you want is chopping and changing, especially when you've got all of those options. The need might be to chop and change occasionally. This one just tickled round the corner. Alice Davidson-Richards is on her bike.
Now that has happened before I even had the chance to get to it. From the very first ball that Fee Morris has faced against Moore, Morris has got plenty of the hockey player in her. She absolutely loves a paddle, a reverse, a scoop, all kinds of fancy tricks and flicks to manipulate the ball behind square on either side of the wicket, and immediately that's prompting a rethink from Stars, beg your pardon.
Here is Morris now off the mark, a little bit of width on the offside and just drilling the ball to Paige Schofield there at extra cover. They race through for 1.
Smart batting. So even just what she's done there with that paddle for 2, Alice Davidson-Richards comes in to short fine leg and is taken out of the covers, and that creates the space that Morris has just driven into, where she got 1 and nearly got 4.
Yep, the slip has come out. That's where ADR was fielding, as Moore continues and bowls a little bit of opportunity on that off stump. They race through again for a single, and these 2 will know each other's games as well. 60 for 2 is the score. We're almost into the 17th over. You can see Wasp with those 2 wickets has dropped just a shade over 250, 251 they're saying now. And again, not necessarily sure that Thunder would get there, but we await to see. They've certainly got the time, as Moore bowls one into the pads of Morris, who's driving to the deep set fielder at long on, and they take 1.
Good solid accumulation from that over by both batters. It's interesting to see Moore as a leg spinner who gives it plenty of flight, operating with a 5-4 onside field, relatively unconventional, but is bowling quite straight. So 6 accumulated from that. 61 for 2 off 17.
And you can see ADR just saying to Bryony Smith, I'm ready, should I be needed, should I be required, ready to go, warming up there in the field. And I would imagine there's quite a few who would love to have an opportunity on this wicket at the moment.
Yeah, she hasn't bowled a lot this season, ADR. No. She's had quite a lot of little injury niggles through a lot of the campaign.
61 4-2 at the start of the 18th.
Big smile on her face from
Huge
Fee Morris.
smile.
That is the sort of one that you find yourself joking about in club cricket of, I need a spade for that one, because just watch this. Even with McDonald Gay's natural skiddiness, this is kept a bit low off the surface as well, and Morris just comedically accentuates the point in the follow through.
You jam down and you hope there, yeah, last thing you want to do, oh dear, wrapping the pads, it's going down the leg side, so just waved away by the umpire, but again, you can see that McDonald Gay showing that she's got all the armoury, and suddenly some big smiles in the field there from the Stars. 2 dots to start the over.
Well, it looks to me as well like Morris is batting out of her crease against McDonald Gay, which is something that's often very much misunderstood at lower levels of club cricket. The ball's got a long way to travel.
Chatley, oh, that's uppish. It's just going to evade the 2 fielders. It's not going to run to the boundary's edge because Bryony Smith will just stop that from happening, but she's back for the second.
It's not an overly convincing pull shot.
Certainly wasn't a great deal of bat involved. That's because she caught it high up the bat, and when that happens, not so much wood there. And it does have the fielders interested, and both Paige Schofield and Bryony Smith wanted to try and see the back of the dangerous Fee Morris, who's back on strike after picking up 2 more. And this time she goes through the offside, and that's very good to the left hand of the specialist fielder Cranstone at point. It races away down to the 3rd boundary, wide 3rd, and they pick up 4 more.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot from Fee Morris. It is short, it is wide, but there is a deep 3rd in play, and she guided it in such a way that deep 3rd's only job was ever going to be to fetch it back. So Morris gets her first boundary.
And dare one suggest Morris does look in very good touch, 10 from 10. And you have to think to yourself, of all the batters that we've seen so far, she maybe looks the one who's most in the groove, as this time showing the bat maker's name and driving to mid-off where Davidson Richards does the fielding. Goes down onto her haunches, quickly back up on her feet.
Well, she's the kind of player that if she gets into a flow can be very dangerous, can score quickly, can take the game away from you.
1 to go in McDonald Gay's 4th over, 1 for 15 so far, and she's bowling one which just opens up that offside, and down to 3rd it goes, which means that Morris will keep the strike. Smale at the moment just watching on. That is the end of the over. 18 gone, 68 for 2.
She'll probably be grateful as well, Fee Morris, for the opportunity to play a long extended innings and get some time in the middle, because the nature of the 100 as a competition, with it being even more condensed than T20, is you rarely get the opportunity for that. In her 5 knocks for the Manchester Originals, the Old Trafford based side in the 100, she made 6, 1 not out, 0, 4 in 17, and then in 3 games she didn't bat. Now back in Thunder colours is certainly looking dangerous. Has been right in and around England squads over the years, and England under 19s once upon a time.
Here's Kaylia Moore to continue. Just a single off the first ball down to Chloe Hill, who has to come racing around to that fly slip position.
And that again is the kind of shot I was talking about with Morris behind square. It's a really nice clever touch shot. There is deep 3rd there, but it's actually a comfortable single. It's clever rotation.
Smale back onto strike and facing up to Moore, who's on her way, running up past the umpire. This one a quicker delivery that just hits a wicket end, but Schofield gets down into the long barrier. All of the coaches watching on will appreciate that. Make sure you get into those right positions, and Schofield, who is a very good fielder, had the opportunity to play in the 100, and she credited Darren Stevens and Johan Myberg for continuing to help her development, and that is impressive to see. She may not be as young as some of the other cricketers making their way, but you can still improve, you can still look to be the best version of you on every occasion, and Moore looking to do that as she dives away to her right hand side and stops any thought of a single. You could see that Fee Morris there at the non-striker's end just having a little laugh. She's got those spikes on and just saying, I'm nowhere near you, don't worry, those hands, those spinning fingers won't get damaged. 69 for 2 the score remains as Smale just creates a little bit of distance, and 4 runs is the sum outcome. It beat the fielder, Schofield. As soon as it went past the in-ring, we just get the opportunity to see it again, and as soon as it beat that in-ring, as soon as it pierced the field, it just raced away. Gregory, no real chance of being able to cut it off.
Well, it's shots like that is why Seren Smale is one of the most exciting young players around on the English women's circuit. Confident back foot punch off the spinner.
8 from 9. She's had to be a little bit watchful, and this time she's going to pick up another single because that has turned dramatically by Moore. Hands on head for the bowler. Little tap on the back for the batter because she knows how good that was. It was a good delivery. She's got away with it. That is the end of the over. 19 gone here at the county ground in Beckenham. Lancashire Thunder, a reminder, won the toss, had first use of the wicket. 74 for 2 is the score. Here comes Danny Gregory.
Yep, or the braided wonder, some have nicknamed her, in reference to Once Upon a Time Bill Frindle on TMS, the bearded wonder. She's a player that stands out in various ways, and various impressive cricketing ways, more so than just the quirk of those braids. Very different type of leg spinner, as mentioned earlier on, to Moore. Flat, skiddy, good variations, changes of pace. This will be a test for Smale.
Big aircraft on its way over us here at Beckenham, going to some sunny climes. It is very nice today, as the first one was just banged into the surface. Kind of got away with that. Smale looking to open up that leg side, but could only pick out Paige Schofield wearing the number 7 shirt and cap on, as all of the fielders have in this nice heat. Plenty of blue skies. Again, this is leg side, and it's going to go straight out to the fielder. It was hit with good ferocity out to Alexa Stonehouse, but they only pick up one by virtue of it going straight to the fielder, and Fee Morris comes back onto strike here. More and more people finding their way to join us at the county ground in Beckenham. It's always good to have you with us, whether you're near or far. Gregory, again, just work through the leg side, and this might run away to the boundary's edge. I'm not sure Moore's going to be able to cut that off. She can't stop it. And that is a boundary, a welcome boundary to Morris, who's been very impressive so far. We'll just get the chance to see it again. Here is Gregory. As soon as that leg side was opened up, you can see that Fee Morris has looked to be aggressive here. She's had the opportunity, and that's what happens if you are a middle order bat. You can see when the openers go out there what it's doing. That gives you a chance when you get your opportunity. Good fielding here as it stopped from going over the boundary edge. No is the answer. So 4 more runs here, back-to-back boundaries. Gregory has gone for 9 so far. She started with a dot and then 3 scoring shots. Neil Bainton signalling once more. And suddenly the score moves up to 83 for 2, and you can see that run rate has now gone north of 4 and over, 4.22, steadily increasing. Worked out to deep square leg. They take 1 and they'll settle for 1. Kalia Moore does the fielding. She, of course, has bowled very nicely at that City end. We're now watching at the Crystal Palace end. Gregory into her first over, and we're almost at the 20 over mark. 84 for 2 is the score as Gregory completes her first over, and the batter just has to cover up Paige Schofield in nice and close to the wicket, and that's a dot ball to end. So dots off ball number 1 and 2, but still 10 coming off Gregory's first over. And Thunder in the first 20 overs have lost those 2 wickets, both of the openers, Emma Lamb and Alice Clark. Clark the first to go, bowled by Moore for 23 with the score on 53. 2 runs later, Lamb was bowled by McDonald-Gay in the next over, 55 for 2 at that score. Since then, 29 runs have been added, of which Morris has scored 21. She's been the aggressor. She's got things going. 84 for 2. Here's Michael.
Moore once more. Driven down the ground. Was stopped by Leggy, who's wringing her hand. Nice to see Morris just checking on her as that goes down to long on for a single. So this pair have added 30 now in 28 deliveries. Whilst predominantly it's been Morris, Smell's starting to find her rhythm. Smell goes back and forces it just to the left of Smith. Knew that Smith's a right-handed thrower and at 5 or 6 yards to Smith's left, that's a comfortable single. That's a well-judged run. Thunder rebuilding well, having lost those 2 quick wickets. As that one will be a wide. A tough cookie white ball cricket sometimes for the bowlers. Everything down leg or wide, of course, unless certain exceptional circumstances. It's driven by Morris towards long on, such as, of course, if a batter were to go so far outside leg that the ball passes between them on its way through. Shorter, forced back by Smell. No run. You'd think from here, if Thunder could go at a run a ball for this last 30 overs or so, it would get them up in around 270. That'd certainly be a competitive score. Wouldn't be an easy chase. That's out to Gregory, who just misfielded for a second, but it doesn't cost her anything. Still just 1, which it was always going to be at least 1 there, of course. And Morris continues her battle with Moore, who's got this unconventional field for a leg spinner, for 5-4 onside, bowling very straight. Morris can only push that out to Cranstone, who makes a nice tumbling stop. End of the over, 5 off it. 89 for 2 off 21.
Yep, with that rate continuing to climb and getting first use of the wicket, Bryony just has a little word with Danny Gregory. Slightly expensive first time up. Moore has bowled with good control, going at 4 and over at the other end.
It is noteworthy to see, albeit very unsurprising, having watched plenty of Bryony Smith's captaincy of the Stars, that she's persisted with Gregory having gone for 10. Knows that she's a very experienced, impressive white ball spinner. Trusts her to pull those figures back round. So that's just calmly driven out to long on for 1 by Smell. It's Morris who's particularly injecting the energy and the purpose into this, and Smell's doing the absolute right thing by predominantly just being content to give Morris the strike.
Yep, you play to the other batter if they're in aggressive mood.
There's again rotation, the aim of the game out to deep square leg this time. Gregory also bowling with a 5-4 field and does tend to bowl very straight, bowls a lot of top spinners. 2. He's got a deep square leg, deep mid wicket and a long on, and then short fine leg and a close fielder as well in and around mid wicket. This time fielded by deep cover point from Stonehouse. Worth reiterating again, a key game in the top 4 hunt. Thunder are at the point where they probably can't really afford to lose it realistically. They're needing something along the lines of snookers or miracles were they to. Starts in a slightly more comfortable position in 3rd. It's just guided away, and Cranston's managed to get half a stop on it, but it may still go to the rope. It does. So it teases both fielders and just about gets there. Cranston was chasing after it. It is an absolute bowling green of an outfield here at Beckenham that's had plenty of sunshine on it. And Cranston eventually just decided she had to dive on it to try and get something behind it. And Stonehouse sliding in. Couldn't stop it either. Boundary for Morris, who looks in fine fettle. Nice flowing drive to the left of Smith at mid-on, and that's good running to get back for 2. So all of a sudden, Thunder are providing a fair bit of acceleration, and if they can get these last 2 to tick up to the 100 pretty soon, then I can tell you without even checking, the second 100 will have come a lot quicker than the first. They'll get at least 1 here, and they'll settle for 1. Tumbling stop, well executed by Cranston. Not a nice outfield necessarily to dive on in parts, I'd imagine. It is a little bit bare with the summer sunshine that's been on it recently, so that is another expensive over. Do wonder if for once we see a Danny Gregory spell curtailed a little early here. She's gone for 20 off 2, 99 for 2 off 22.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think the all-spin variety has necessarily worked, and certainly when you see that Moore's bowling so nicely at the other end, the change would be at this Crystal Palace end. And when you've got the bowling opportunities, she is always loyal to her bowlers, but you do want to try and break this partnership, especially with Morris quickly crunching through the gears like she is.
As we've discussed before, so many bowling options, 7 or 8 realistic, regularly used bowling options for the Stars in this side. So Smith doesn't necessarily have to overly pay too much attention to allocations to a point, because she's got so many bowlers to turn to. 100 for 2, 22 overs and a ball with that single, and this partnership has added 45. That's pulled away, will be another single, so partnership now approaching the half-century mark in exceedingly good time.
Good fielding there from Cranstone, because she got right in behind it. It then slipped out of her hands, but she got on the chase to restrict it to 1.
Full toss, and Morris misses out, which she'll be having a good chuckle about. She was telling me earlier on in the season she's got a bit of a theory, which Alex Hartley's also talked about on the No Balls Cricket podcast, that it's a very good wicket-taking ball. Swept comfortably for 1 more. Morris earlier on in the campaign at one point was joking with me that it felt like about 70% of her wickets had been taken with full tosses. Certainly in this game there's been a few bowled that Stars bowlers have got away with. Just pushed away that one. Nicely bowled from Moore.
Family have just turned up in front of us, and they've got the blanket out, which is always pleasing to see. 3 youngsters, all very much enjoying the cricket, along with their parents.
Short and cut away. It's a bit of a chase this for cover point. To go 20 yards around to her right, Gregory. Zings the throw in, but there was always 2 there. Good cricket all round. Well fielded, well bowled and well batted, and well ran.
Yep, Gregory is always very good in the deep, and interesting, probably the youngest of the 3 who's just applying sun cream has got on a Sri Lanka shirt, which is good to see.
104 for 2, 23, 5 off it. So now we have a look at if there might be a change. Stonehouse is, not Stonehouse, beg your pardon. Message has just been run out by the 12th.
It's Tilly Courtine Coleman.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. To Smith. And Gregory will continue, which I must say is a slight surprise. It's not just the fact that she's gone for 20 off 2, but you would have to say that thus far both batters have looked relatively comfortable against Danny Gregory. But a bowler of her excellence is extremely capable of picking up a few wickets and pulling this back and making me look a touch silly. That's well blocked by Morris. I'm just mentioning that before it inevitably happens.
Good start from Gregory. Yeah, so often we give our thoughts from here and a wicket gets picked up and things quickly change, but I fully agree with your viewpoint.
Gregory just trying to pull his spell back. He's driven confidently but straight to extra cover. So we'll feel a touch more confident after getting a couple of dots in early.
And of course we've seen 5 bowlers used so far. Not even at the halfway stage.
Cut away straight to point. So Gregory building the dots nicely. Down the ground from Morris. Smith was making ground away to her left, but was well covered by Franklin. So much better over this so far from Gregory. 4 dots. So that's out to deep cover point for 1. Morris continues her progress, and that is the 50 partnership off exactly 50 balls, which is significantly quicker than what came before it.
But look at that contribution from Morris. That's given the injection and the impetus.
Last ball blocked by Smale. 105 for 2 off 24. Much better over from Gregory. He'll feel all the better for it. Concedes just 1, having gone for 20 off the previous 2.
And that's why Bryony kept her on, a much more tighter over, and that's the captain understanding the thought process better than Michael and I here. Let's have a look around the grounds in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. Central Sparks 103 for 2 after 20 of their 50 batting first. Bryony's going to come on at the far end, which is kind of a surprise because Kaylia Moore has bowled nicely. Northern Diamonds 98 for 4. They've had 23 of their 50. And the Blaze in that big game against Southern Vipers 102 for 3 after 24 of their 50.
Well, it does look like a pitch that was turning a lot for Moore, and almost the ultimate proof is that Bryony Smith has put herself on. It's pushed away to short mid wicket. Very often is quite content to not bowl, but when a pitch is spinning enough, she decides, yep, I'll have a bowl too. And that is exactly what has happened here.
Captain's prerogative.
Absolutely. Short, and that one's got a little bit of extra bounce. Just guided away for 1 in the gap between cover point and short third. Smith, when she has bowled, has been excellent in this competition this season. She's the Stars' most economical bowler. She's conceded her runs at just 3.78. That's short, straight to mid-off. She's picked up 7 wickets at an average of 17.5. So she's Stars' 3rd best bowler when ranked on average, and their 3rd best bowler when ranked on strike rate too. They thought of one there, there definitely wasn't one there.
No, clever to send Fee Morris back. She wants to get onto strike and face as many balls as possible, but I think Smell has made the right call.
That's hit hard, and that has beaten short mid wicket. Big chase needed, and a big chase very well executed out there by Rhiannon McDonald-Gay to keep it to 2. Tumbling stop, and it's not just the stop, it's the clean gather of the ball in the hands which enables her to pick up and zing the ball in so quickly. That's the kind of work that gives a bowler and indeed an entire fielding team heart when a partnership is building. Short and mistimed, but Didn't hit it hard enough to peek out the sweeper on that deep square boundary. Smale gets 1, 4 off the over at the halfway point, 109 for 2. And Thunder will be pretty happy with this position from having lost those 2 quick wickets as we take drinks. The significant solace for the South East Stars is that the run rate is under control, but the visitors, who often have had their troubles with the bat, have set themselves up well to push on to a more than competitive total.
Indeed, 4.36 is the current run rate. We are at the halfway point, and Smith now into the attack. Just looking at the match summary there, 109 for 2 is the score, with Morris the top scorer so far, 35 not out from 33. In terms of the wickets that have been picked up, McDonald, Gay and Moore the only 2. McDonald, Gay 1 for 16 through her 4. Moore has bowled 6 with figures of 1 for 26 so far. Also Smith coming into the attack, going for 4 off her first, and Stonehouse, who opened up from the 5 that she's bowled, no wicket for 19. So the drinks are being carried out, and it is Emma Jones and also Tilly Courtine-Coleman who are acting as drinks carriers today, as 12th and 13th player, and 2 very good players to have on the bench. We're at the county ground in Beckenham. Lovely glorious day here, plenty of blue skies. Crystal Palace's training ground just over the road on Coper's Cope, which is the next road down from Worsley Bridge Road, which is where you find us. And if you are close to us, make sure you come and see us, because you will get that opportunity to watch regional cricket for free. You do get that opportunity to watch regional cricket for no charge, and when you're watching top class athletes and there is no charge involved, getting that opportunity to get up close and personal, especially a ground that's well served by stations, plenty of them. You've got Beckenham Hill, New Beckenham, Beckenham Junction, and of course you've got the tram facility, so plenty of options. We mentioned about some of those other matches taking place around the country. Let's drop in and see what's happening. We'll start in that big game between the Vipers and the Blaze. The Blaze batting first, are currently 105 for 3. Marie Kelly is 40 not out in that fixture, 40 from 34. And Boyce has retired hurt. Georgie Boyce, the opener, retiring hurt on 17. Both of the Bryces have been dismissed in that game. It is a big game, of course, for the Vipers, who are going well, and the Blaze, who are hoping to do well in the competition. 105 for 3 at the halfway point. In terms of those other matches, Central Sparks into the 22nd of their 50, 108 for 2. And Northern Diamonds are 108 for 4 after having first use of the wicket. 34 at the top of the innings for Emma Marlowe for the Diamonds. We are nearly ready to return here, and Danny Gregory is going to continue. She bowled a good last over. They certainly will be hoping that this partnership can be broken. The 2 wickets to fall so far. Alice Clark bowled by Moore for 23 with the score on 53, and then 2 runs later, Emma Lamb, the other opener, was out for 24. She was bowled by McDonald Gay. And here is Gregory to continue. Neil Bainton is our umpire standing at this Crystal Palace end. And here is Gregory bowling one on off stump, and they scamper through for a single. Good running. Smale happy where possible to try and get Fee Morris on 2 strike, and vice versa. You know, the 2 of these do bat nicely together. Smale just looking on as Fee Morris, who's just taken a fresh guard, works one out to deep cover. They go for 1 and look to try and turn 1 into 2, but there's no opportunity to do just that. And of course, it means that Danny Gregory just congratulates the fielder because they only pick up one. Nelson on the board, 111 for 2 is the score, as this time Smale just faces up to Gregory, as this one's worked out to the fielder at deep point, and they take one. More noise being made, more and more people starting to turn up here at Beckenham.
It's Gregory just guided away. Gregory just starting to re-find the kind of normal, economical rhythm that we're so used to seeing from her, having gone for 20 off her first 2. Fuller just pushed away. It's timed beautifully though, and this outfield is very good value. It needs a diving stop, a sort of 2-footed sliding tackle that you might think more of seeing on in a game of football, ringing a straight red card in the middle of the winter from Alice Davison-Richards, and that keeps it to just a couple. Ominous signs for the Stars in the way that Fee Morris is batting here. Morris that time covering up and just blocking away that good ball to end the over. 5 off the first after drinks. 114 for 2. Remember, if you want to keep in touch with all things South East Stars, you can on @SE Stars Cricket. At SE Stars Cricket. All things Thunder on @Thunder-Crick. Thunder exactly as you'd expect it to be spelt, and then Crick, C-R-I-C. With yours truly, Michael McCann, on @ThisIsMcCann. This is McCann, M-C-C-A-N-N. Jamie Reid alongside me on @JamieD.Reid. Bryony Smith to continue. Do get your tweets in. Lovely to hear where you're watching from, what you've made of the game so far. So that's short, and Smell pushes that away up to cover point for one more. Decent crowd in and building as well, particularly now weather's steadily warmed up through the morning. Plenty enjoying the bank holiday, and it's a mightily fine way to enjoy the occasion. Turned away out to Cranston at short mid-wicket. Gives that one plenty of flight. Smith trying to tease a big shot from Morris, who just guides the full toss out to long on. That is a fellow off-spinner who has got many a dismissal over her time herself by her own admission with such a delivery. There's a better length from Smith. He's guided by Smale, who has looked quietly very fluent and efficient for her 23 or 30, playing second fiddle to the Fee Morris show. But every actor needs a supporting actor. Smash down the ground. Good shot from Smale. It was over-pitched, and she's really got those fast hands through the ball at a good rate there. Over the head of Smith for 4. It's a classy shot, the kind of shot that is why a lot of people are very excited about the development of Seren Smale as one of the finest young bats in the English circuit.
Yeah, hit very straight, gun barrel straight, and also with that great pace and ferocity. No chance for the fielder. You just know it's going to race away to the boundary's edge.
Still only 19 years old, Smale. This time is getting 1 out to mid-on. So 7 off the over, 121 for 2. Smale, who turns 20 in December, born in December 2004, which for some of you listening at home, that might be a bit of an ouch in terms of being able to remember exactly where you were in December 2004. Seren Smale was born, and now here she is at 19 years old, having a heck of a season. She's in this innings moving towards 400 runs in the competition this season. She's just 12 short of that milestone right now, an average well into the 40s and a healthy strike rate. Right now, he's facing up to the proposition of Danny Gregory. Driven hard, but straight at Franklin and extra cover. Short, too short, and pulled away hard by Smale, who might have got it in between the two boundary sweepers, hasn't quite. That's a magnificent bit of fielding out there to keep it in play from Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, and then tag team work with Alice Davison-Richards, who gets the throw in, keeps it to 2. Looked like there was every chance of this very fast outfield that it might go to the boundary for 4. Opens the face, Smell. Guided in the gap at point for 1. Intelligent, clever strike rotation. This partnership is really changing the dynamic of this contest. Has to just block that one back. Gregory continuing with 5-4 offside field, 3 deep set boundary riders on the leg side. As Morris has just guided that away, that will go to the cover point boundary. Morris continues on her merry way. Gregory just for once a little short and wide outside the off stump. It's rare you can say that, but Morris was also clever. Got herself backed away a little bit, and that allowed her to relatively risk-free guide it through that backward point space for 4. So Morris is flying along here. Short again, and this time out to the deep set fielder Stonehouse at point for 1. So Morris keeps the strike and has 44. 129 for 2 then off 28. Partnership is 74 of 75. Featuring 7 boundaries. One real theme of it has been a consistently low risk, impressively efficient rotation of the star spinners. And well, I was genuinely just about to say that makes you wonder at what point Smith might decide to turn to something that's not spin, and that point is now. It will be Phoebe Franklin coming back on. She bowled a really nice tight first spell, conceded 21 from her opening 6 from that far in the city end. So now we'll come back on for more. First ball of a new spell blocked out by Morris. And he's faced a diet of pretty much exclusively spin in her knock thus far until this point. In terms of bowling options for the Stars, still haven't seen Alice Davison-Richards. More Gregory and Smith have been used in terms of the twirlers. Franklin, Stonehouse, Gray, McDonald. We'll come back to that. Franklin, Stonehouse and McDonald-Gay, I beg your pardon, the 3 quicker options to have been used. It's also the medium pace of Paige Schofield if Smith chooses to go there. Be one more out to long on. Morris approaching what would be a second 50 in this competition this season. And it's a really good example as well of how one batter can come out in good form with positive intent and can completely change the momentum of the contest. That's what Morris in particular has done here. Smell will get one this time. Out to deep cover. Elsewhere, Central Sparks and Western Storm in a battle of the bottom two. Central Sparks are 126 for 2 off 25 at the halfway point. Short, and not the best delivery. It gets the treatment it deserves. Morris escorts it to the wide mid-off boundary, and he's now just one short of what would be a thoroughly deserved and impressive 50. Franklin with a rare poor delivery. Short, wide, didn't have a lot going for it. Slow outside the off stump. May have been an attempted change up that didn't quite work. One is for short. And Morris needs just one more scoring shot to get to a half century. And she'll get it here with a minimum of fuss. It's been an excellent knock from Fee Morris. I think of 2, they don't take it. 50 off 47 balls for Morris. It is her second 50 in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy this season. 5 fours. But what has been impressive in particular is the rotation and manipulation of the field against the spinners. It's something that she is known for, and she's demonstrated it really well. A real lesson to any youngsters you've been watching on the live stream. 136 for 2 off 29. Will be a change of ends for Bryony Smith, who went for 11 off her 2 at the City end. She now comes on from the Beckenham end, so that's the end of Gregory, who conceded 34 off her 5, a touch expensive by her high standards. Her first 2 went for 20. So Smith has clearly decided she's going to bowl a few more overs. And as mentioned, we're still yet to see Schofield with the ball or ADR. So that's just guided away into that point region. That's been a theme of what both batters have looked to do to certain deliveries off the spinners. They know there's that deep point there. They know that means that there's a gap for a single. Very good partnership building here, and Smell's played her role in that too. Smell this time confidently whipping away out to deep mid-wicket. Smell has understood her role is predominantly strike rotation. Has had a lot less of the strike in the stand than Morris. Down the track, Morris. There's noticeable turn there for Smith, who will be encouraged by that.
Yeah, little leading edge. The longer these two bat, the greater the worry for Bryony Smith, because you just think to yourself, it could be a match-winning knock, this partnership.
This time Morris goes down the track. Does manage to get past bowler and Hill covering round. ADR does the fielding. And of course, the other irony is, as Morris dealt with that one, the ball before that had turned a lot, is no one will be quite as excited about that as her. Smith quicker and flatter, but shorter, and hit hard out to deep backward square for one more. Because of course, once this pitch has been baked in the sun across the day, and maybe some uneven bounce has started to set in, Fee Morris will very much fancy herself for her 10 overs of very dependable off spin when Thunder come to bowl. Morris blocks that one. End of the over, just 4 off it, tidy enough from Smith. 30 overs gone, 140 for 2.
Yeah, indeed, at the 30 over mark, the run rate north of 4.5, 4.67. It's an excellent platform. We just get the chance to have a look at it. Smale ticking nicely, 34 from 38. But look at that contribution from Fee Morris. She's faced the greater amount of deliveries and batting very nicely at more than a run a ball. In terms of the runs per over, you'll see there that Gregory's been expensive, the most expensive. We saw some good control from the 2 openers, and we are continuing with one of those openers, Franklin, who's back into the piece. We might see Stonehouse, or we will see Stonehouse slightly later on in the innings, but it is Franklin who's back now for the second over on her return. 141 for 2 is the score. She's on her way and bowling to Fee Morris, who's working the ball to straight mid-wicket. And again, the fielding is carried out by Cranstone, who always loves getting down in the dirt and diving around. Very good in that regard. Loves fielding. I think if you can enjoy the fielding element of it, everything else should be easier. This one's hit uppish. Goalkeeper fashion, she dived away to her left-hand side. Not the tallest of fielders, Cranstone, and it races down to the boundary's edge. They take 1.
I think particularly when it's someone like Ailish Cranston, it's a really important part of what helps you get in the playing 11, because it's a tough team to stay in, and life as a middle order batter.
Yep, there's plenty of variety. You've only got to look at somebody like Emma Jones, not in the side today. Tilly Courtine Coleman likewise. There is so many choices and so much talent available. Should probably mention that Darcy Carter has joined Thunder on loan from Stars, so it just goes to show that there are so many players wanting to put their hands up, get involved. One of those is Franklin. No wicket for 30. Into the 8th as driving down the ground is Smell. It just evades the dive of firstly the bowler and then the fielder. 4 more runs. Again, Smell has been very good hitting straight. Here's the chance to rerun the fun. Hit with great power. As soon as it beat the fielder, you thought it might run away, and it has. And Smale ticking nicely here, 11 away from a half century. These two coming together with the score on 55. They're closing in on that 100 partnership. Slower ball picked by the batter, and they take 1. And that is the end of the 31st over. Here is Neil Bainton on the march. He and Julia Jarvis are our 2 on-field umpires. Wayne Noon, the former Nottinghamshire wicket-keeper, is the match referee. And the 2 batters just having a little chat, walking down to the middle of the wicket, having a little chat with each other, knowing that they've put Thunder into a good position here. And the longer they can bat together, the more dangerous it is going to be for Stars, because they'll know they've got to get off to that explosive start, and lots of pressure will be on Bryony Smith because she is such a good run scorer at the top of the innings. She had that big partnership with ADR last time out in that win over the Sunrisers. And it is the captain bowling here, and bowling to her field, because this goes straight to Franklin. And Smale 10 away from that half century, facing up once more to Smith, the spin bowler, and again just playing perfect in defence to the same fielder. Another dot. This is what you want to see if you are part of the Stars fraternity. You want to see dot balls, especially when there haven't been quite so many, with the 2 batters finding their form. The team in red making their way down from Manchester. The South East Stars playing here at the county ground in Beckenham in the southeast of England. London Borough, of course, and that's a quicker delivery. Covering up is the batter, Fee Morris, because that just kept low. Bryony Smith showing that she does have variety in her armour. Just the 1 run so far. This has been much more like it from the skipper. 2 to go. Runs up past umpire Neil Bainton, and driving down the ground is Morris. Seeing it like a football out there. It's been a very good contribution, a very strong hand so far from the all-rounder. As Michael mentioned, Morris will want to take her full quota in the Stars run chase, and it should be a good run chase, and that's why you're with us on the live stream. It's a pleasure to have your company. This one hits slightly uppish to Schofield, and then it just hits a wicket end and makes it difficult. You can see as she just double teapots there, and there is the 150 coming up at the end of the 32nd over. Smell has 42, Fee Morris 55. that run rate on to 4.69 runs per over. And there is the partnership grid, 53, then just 2 put on, and now 95 between Smale and Fee Morris. It's been a very good hand.
Yeah, exactly, and it's also the pacing of that 95, near enough bang on a run of ball, and you can't argue with that when you've lost a couple of wickets early doors and are scoring in and around 4s. Just to take a quick glance elsewhere, in the battle of the bottom 2, Central Sparks are 140 for 2 off 28 as Kalia Moore comes back on. Eve Jones going well there, 67 not out, alongside Abby Freeborn. Northern Diamonds are in a bit of trouble, 136 for 5 after 30 overs against the Sunrisers. This is Moore, just pushed back by Smale. You've had a bit of a mini collapse there, the Northern Diamonds. Maddie Villiers in particular causing chaos, taking 4 for 36. They're Callis there, looking to rebuild. That's nudged away to short mid-wicket. You may remember that the Diamonds are second in the table as things stand, and Sunrisers are 4th. That's worked out to long on. And then finally at Arundel, the Blaze are rebuilding after, for once, losing both of the Bryces cheaply. Marie Kelly made a nice 40 in helping them do that, but she's out now. 131 for 4 off 31. Wickets shared around there. That is 5th versus top.
There we are, the big picture from Michael. That one's a full toss and it's a wicket as well. Would you believe it? It's just been chipped to Paige Schofield. And Michael's point just shown fully on trend there. You get that full toss, you think to yourself you can put it away, and all Fee Morris has been able to do is put it into the hands of Schofield. Moore celebrates. She's slightly embarrassed, I wonder, but the most important thing is that a big wicket has been picked up. We're going to get the chance just to see it again. There we are, driving Fee Morris straight to Paige Schofield. You can see what it means to these stars. That's a big, big wicket.
She will be absolutely fuming with herself, Fee Morris. It's her second 50 in this competition this season, but there was plenty of time for so much more, and she herself has joked about getting a decent number of wickets with full tosses when she's been bowling this season. Well, she has indeed succumbed to one herself. A low full toss, hit straight at cover, and so out comes Ellie Frelkeld to try and continue Thunder's building alongside Smell. It's the end of the partnership, which was worth 96. A very good stand that has put Thunder into a much better position than when those two came together. Frelkeld in this competition this season has 137 runs at just a tad under 20 and a modest strike rate of 58 per 100 balls, albeit quite a few of those innings have come in situations where the side have been losing wickets in clumps, which has been a pattern for Thunder with the bat at times.
Well, Frelkeld is the captain and wicket-keeper, trying to get off the mark off the first ball, tickling one round the corner. But other ideas there for Cranstone, who was right in behind it, fizzing it into the stumps to the wicket-keeper. A reminder, it is Kira Chatley behind the sticks today, and Moore's bowled so nicely. 2 for 27, just about to complete her 7th over, and that is a dot ball to Frelkeld, who just covers up, plays nicely into the fielder at short mid-wicket. But that is the end of the over, and a big, big wicket off Fee Morris. You can see what it means to Kalia Moore. Kalia Moore. She just clenches her fist to show just how much it means. 151 for 3, 33 gone.
And you know, cricket's a weird sport, part 6,232. Someone like Morris comes out and looks utterly glorious, and in truth plays a totally chanceless innings, where it's not even that it's chanceless, it's that she barely looks flustered. Stars seem to be struggling to find the answer with spin or seam, and then a low full toss is bowled and is hit straight to cover for the easiest catch Paige Schofield may take in her professional career. And that is the bizarrities of cricket right there. Now, It's going to be McDonald-Gay to come back. 1 for 16 off her 4 earlier on. That was a nice spell. McDonald-Gay up against Smell. It'll be fascinating to see how Smell's role has changed. It was very obvious that she was playing second fiddle in the orchestra when she was alongside Fee Morris. But that partnership dynamic is totally different with Frelkard having got out there.
Well, this tells me that you want another wicket. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay has got 18 in the competition so far, and this is an attack-minded change. That's a quick delivery, and it's raced past the stumps. You could see McDonald-Gay just smiling there.
I think that's an inside edge.
Does she get some inside edge? Maybe. Let's have a look.
Just the reactions of the fielders made me think, and the deviation.
Well,
yeah.
It might even carry through to the keeper in that case, and it was a very, very difficult chance for Kira Chatley.
Oh, yeah.
But it was an inside edge and it's gone down. Dear, dear, dear. Big, big opportunity. We said a wicket was wanted, and here is another quicker one from McDonald-Gay, who's just bending her back, wanting to try and get in the wickets column again. She's picked up Emma Lamb. Moore has taken the other 2.
Goes without saying that if Chatley catches that one-handed down the leg side, we're watching replays.
It's one of the very best.
We're watching replays of that right through the winter and into the 2025 season.
Yeah, that is incredibly difficult for Kira Chatley, who hasn't had much of a go so far this season. So never easy. This one just played with soft hands into the leg side, and it will be the wicket-keeper chasing after it. They take 1, and it brings Threlkeld back onto strike. Smale will just want to get to that half-century, and then she'll look to get going again. I'm not saying she'll slow down, but it is a milestone that she'll want to try and pass. The run rate is over 4.5 and over, and Threlkeld just surveys the scene. There is a 6-3 offside field, which tells you where McDonald-Gay is going to look to try and bowl it. And that is exactly it, as Threlkeld is perfect in defence, yet to get off the mark. She's faced 3 deliveries, 3 dots so far. We can see more and more people taking advantage of the free entry here at the county ground in Beckenham. Do come on down if you are local to us. McDonald-Gay to bowl the 5th ball of the over, and Threlkeld this time is off the mark. Just pushes the ball to Phoebe Franklin. It goes to her left hand, and that gives the captain the chance to get off the mark and bring Smale back onto strike. With that wicket, Wasp drops to 273. Of course, Fee Morris has looked the most aggressive so far, and it's been a great hand. 54. McDonald-Gay to complete the over. That one's just kept a bit low, and it's squirted out to deep square leg. They take 1, and it means that Smale does keep the strike. 16 to go in the innings. The Thunder, after winning the toss and electing to have first use of the wicket, 154 for 3.
So we're at that point where you start to think, what could Thunder post? They're going to run a ball that's going to get you 96, which is bang on 250. If they could go at 7 and over, that gets you 266. My hunch is from here, Thunder would be pretty happy with that, as it's going to be a change of ends for Alexa Stonehouse.
Replacing
Come
Callie
from
Moore
City
at
end.
the City end, number 12, Alexa Stonehouse.
I've got some capable hitters to come in Thunder lineup. Kate Cross, Tara Norris, and then Danny Collins, Naomi Datani, both impressive all-rounders.
Well, a lot depends, doesn't it, on the contribution of Smale.
Yeah.
45 from 54 so far. If she were to go, everything changes, but if she can really get amongst it and start hitting boundaries, then of course you're looking north of those figures that you've mentioned. Stonehouse, the left armour, back in, and you could see Smale was just looking to try and force it as that one got big on her. With the keeper set back, she could afford to get towards the ball and look to try and be aggressive. Struggled to get on top of it as it did get big. So 2 dots so far for Stonehouse, who's bowled nicely. No wicket for 19 into her 6th. That one's gone leg side and will be signalled wide by the umpire, Julia Jarvis, who is standing at that city end. Perfect day for cricket. You can of course go with the short sleeves, maybe shorts. There are people in shorts and t-shirt out there watching on. I've got trousers on, but I could quite easily be wearing a pair of shorts, just trying to keep the standards high, if I'm honest with you, which is exactly what Fred is doing from the ECB Reporters Network. He's got on his shirt and ties. In fact, he's in a dinner jacket, as he so often is. 156 for 3.
Worth saying in terms of on-field, so Smale has just gone past 400 runs in the competition this season.
What a contribution that is.
That is an average of 45.
Wow.
And a strike rate of 71. It's been a very solid, predominantly an opener, but today at 3.
You've watched a lot of her career, Michael. We'll just watch this ball, and she's looking to try and drive through extra cover. In fact, it's Threlkeld there who picks up another single, so Smale comes back onto strike. Just how good do you think she can be?
Well, there's a lot of people in and around the Lancashire setup that look at someone like her as a potential regular future England international, and you can absolutely see why. It's fair to say that whilst for a while her undoubted promise has been known, this has probably been something of a breakthrough season in terms of consistency at this level of women's regional cricket. She's now chasing down Armitage to be top scorer in the competition. She's 32 behind her as we speak.
There we are then. So there's a double incentive, wanting to try and be impressive in terms of helping your team win the game here, and a batting milestone.
Yeah, she's 32 behind Armitage, the Northern Diamonds captain, who's made just 11 at Chelmsford today. Fran Wilson, who will be batting later on for Western Storm, is in 3rd with 392 runs.
And here's Stonehouse getting ready to bowl the final one of the over. That just gets a little bit big on Smale, but she picks it as it's banged into the surface, works it leg side, keeps the strike, picks up a single. 158 for 3.
We're now moving towards a phase of the game where it's going to be all about the explosivity of Thunder, what total that can get them. Just to remind you of that big picture, Thunder in 6th, and 9 points off the Sunrisers, who are in that 4th final qualification spot going into today. Stars are 3rd with 27 points. As of yet, not assured of their space in the top 4. They're 8 points clear of Belays, who are the one side out of it. You get 4 points for the win, another point for winning with a run rate 1.25 times better than your opponents. Here's McDonald Gay.
Yep, RMG running up past the umpire, Neil Bainton, a native of Essex, who is standing here. He didn't enjoy a first-class career, but he's loved cricket over the years, and I think it's wonderful to see people getting the opportunity. You think back many, many years, and it used to be ex-players who all came in and tended to be the umpires, but he was a postman before becoming an umpire, Neil Bainton, so he's got a history of delivering. This one worked out to deep mid-wicket. And Smale moves on to 48, brings Threlkeld back onto strike. For a wicket-keeper, very tall in stature. Again, just looks around. 5-4 offside field for McDonald Gay, who's picked up 18 wickets in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy, and almost another. Just jamming down on it and racing through for the single. She's not looked the most convincing so far, Threlkeld. 3 from 6. Smale at the other end has looked $1 million. Played second fiddle, if you like, to Fee Morris a wee bit. But so impressive, this contribution. As McDonald Gay comes charging in and bowls a slower ball, and Smale is forced to wait for it. They race through for a single, so just one away now. Can she become the second half-centurion of the innings? 161 for 3.
She would have a 4th half-century in this competition this season, which is a mark of her consistency.
McDonald-Gay just making a slight movement in the in-ring as she comes in again to Threlkeld, who covers up, pushes out to extra cover.
But her high score is one that will make anyone, apart from someone who is the most cold-hearted of bowlers listening to our live stream, shudder. 99.
Yeah, I knew what you were going to say. It's never nice, is it, for anyone involved, as you say, apart from the bowler who sent her on her way back. 1 to go for McDonald-Gay in this over. 1 for 22 through the 5.5 that she's bowled. Again, Bryony Smith just calling 3rd up and dropping out the fielder so that there's 2 sweepers on that leg side. Threlkeld just faces up, wants to race through for the single, and she does come through for it, so she will keep the strike, and that is the end of the over. 36 gone. The run rate moves up to exactly 4.5 and over. 162 for 3.
Just a slight rebuilding and realignment phase for Thunder here, as you might have expected after the loss of Fee Morris. Elsewhere, Sparks are 160 for 2 off 33 against Western Storm. Eve Jones has scored almost more than half their runs. 82 not out. So often Sparks across years have been dependent on her. Always a good batting track at Taunton though, so Storm fancy their chances in a chase. Northern Diamonds are in some trouble. 142 for 7 after 35 overs against the Sunrisers at Chelmsford. Diamonds 2nd coming into that one, Sunrisers 4th, so that result does have potential implications for the Stars.
Emma Jones is on at 12th. Alice Davidson-Richards has just left the field of play as this one races past Threlkeld's outside edge.
4 wickets for Maddie Villiers, 2 for Sophie Munro, 1 for Eva Gray, 2, and the table-topping Southern Vipers are going pretty well at Arundel. They've got Blaze 147 for 5 off 36.
Here is Stonehouse to continue, and that's just hit the batter. It was a slower one. Threlkeld's struggling to adjust to the pace out there in the middle at the moment.
Well, Threlkeld just didn't pick this at all. Was through it extremely early and it's ended up hitting her, but not really noticeably winding her.
No, slower ball, wasn't it? And she was just through the shot. Not finding it easy at the moment, as 4 from 10 would show. This time just getting back and across, pushing forward, and again Stonehouse trying to join up these dots. I think she's bowled very, very nicely, maybe better than those figures show. No wicket for 23 into her 7th, so she's been very economical. Might have potentially picked up a wicket, and another, a little bit like Cranstone, very good in the field. That's good to have in your armoury from a fast bowler, as this one is driven to Paige Schofield. That's a brilliant bit of fielding, it really is. This was hit so hard, either side, and you know that it's going to the boundary's edge. You could see Bryony Smith just chuckling there. She knows that that's hit Paige Schofield, and that is very, very painful. But all that matters is that she stopped the run. She might well see the indentation of that seam in her skin a little bit later. That's wide from the umpire. It's drilled into the surface by Stonehouse. Running up past Julia Jarvis, the umpire, and drilling down the ground, and Bryony Smith's right in behind this. Stonehouse again having a little chat and a chortle with the captain. Bryony Smith is one of those who's fiercely determined, but does see light and shade, understands that you've got to have a little bit of fun out there. That encourages the next generation. And here is Stonehouse to complete her set. It's a full toss that's been put away, and it races straight past Danny Gregory. It was hit with such great power that Gregory, even diving away to her left, couldn't keep it and stop it from going away for another boundary. Just watch it again. Full toss picked by the batter.
I think the combination of it dipping a touch and Rachael batting out of her crease just want to save that being a no ball on height.
Bryony Smith to return. So we have seen chopping and changing from the skipper in the hopes of picking up wickets. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay came back for a couple. Now Bryony Smith is back into action.
Well, I might be wrong, but my hunch is that Moore will bowl out, and that given Gregory by her very high standards hasn't had her best day, we won't see any more of Gregory, and that's why Smith is continuing to bowl here.
Well, you've got ADR off the field as well, another bowling option, but Emma Jones is out there and into the action here, fielding at cover. And of course makes it slightly more difficult, and there is 50 for Seren Smell. 62 balls. Boundary wise, 3. Only 3 fours, so it shows that she's rotated the strike and looked to try and move the ball around. 50 from 62. It's been a very good hand. A reminder that Fee Morris made 54 earlier in the piece. 168 for 3 is the score as Smith continues. And just cutting to third.
It's not quite as quick as Morris's 47 ball 50, but no less valuable in terms of holding the innings together. It is her 4th half-century of the competition this season.
Well, of course, by her scoring runs, it's made it easier for Threlkeld, who's on strike here and picking up another single. Works the ball out to deep cover.
And, of course, easier for Morris, and that's the kind of nuances that one always has to understand about batting in a partnership, which is it would have been much more difficult for Fee Morris to play that innings if she were consistently falling around her. That piles the pressure on.
Bryony Smith to continue. Another single. Jones is set very deep there in the covers.
And to give you a mark of how consistent that excellence is, it Smells 4th 50-plus score in 10 innings.
Yep. That's exactly what you want to see, a level of consistency, a high level of consistency, and you don't necessarily see it in a player so young.
Absolutely. And again, going back to what we were saying, that's why so many are so excited about her progress. Still 19. It feels like she's already been around for a fair while.
Yeah, to be a teenager and doing what she's doing on a consistent basis takes some doing. Here's Bryony Smith bowling a quicker one. But again, Smale picks up a single and makes sure that she keeps the strike. 52 from 64. Well set to possibly go on here with 12 overs left. 172 for 3 the score.
So from here, runner ball is 244. I think Thunder were offered that right now on deal or no deal, they'd say no deal. My hunch is they'd be right to. With 7 wickets left, and some capable middle and lower order hitters to come. I fancy their chances at 8 and over would be another 96, 268. I've got a feeling that's about what they'll be aiming for.
Here's Captain McCann getting it right. Kalia Moore is back into the attack and driving down the ground, just beating Moore, who threw that right arm up. They pick up a single.
Great to see more than 1,000 of you watching right now on the South East Stars YouTube page, as well as plenty in the ground. It is free admission today, and there's still plenty of cricket to be played. And there is a bit of time in the mid-innings interval when we get there as well to give you more chance to get down here without missing too much more of the action.
Yep, lovely day. We're set fair for the rest of the day, so it's not as if you're going to come and think to yourself, will we get cricket? Are we going to be out there for the full quota? We most certainly are, as Moore continues driving down the ground is Threlkeld. It beats the bowler, but the fielder right in behind Bryony Smith. She's fielded nicely, so too have the rest of the Stars. And she's going to be needed, Bryony Smith, at the top. Last time out, it was Smith and ADR who helped the Stars to that 44-run success. That was over Sunrisers. For the Thunder, well, their last fixture was an abandoned game against Vipers. Kalia Moore has only conceded 1 run so far, and she runs up past Julia Jarvis, the umpire. This has been hit high up in the air. It's going to evade everybody because the fielder was up, and it's going to be 4 runs. In fact, it might well have carried for a 6. It has. So the first 6 of the innings going the way of the captain. The boundary rope is pulled in on that far side in front of the grandstand. The green seats that you will just see there. And you could see Emma Jones instantly signalling that it was 6. Good sporting levels shown there by Jones. And now trusty camera work just spotting and confirming that 6 was the outcome. 179 for 3 is the score. Threlkeld into double figures. And denting Moore's figures a wee bit. She's gone for 8 in this over. Still 2 for 35 with 1 to go before she reaches the 8 over mark. And she just needs to get out of this over positively, twirling the ball between her 2 hands and finishing with a dot, which means that it will be Threlkeld who will stay on strike. Smell hasn't picked up the single that she wanted. That is the end of the over. A perfect score in darts, 180 for 3.
Yeah, Threlkeld starting to find her rhythm, and you would say I would suggest the pendulum starting to tilt in favour of Thunder here, if they can get a big finish, because the other factor to remember is that this is a star side without Sophia Dunkley at the top of the order, which is a big loss.
That's a huge loss.
And the other almost double pivot in that regard to the passage of play we'll see at the start of the second innings is the presence of Kate Cross.
And of course you don't know if ADR is going to be involved, and that is a big worry. If she doesn't bat, I'm not saying that she won't, but she's not out there at the moment. Emma Jones is out there at 12th, and that's going to make things very tough because you're missing experience.
For those unfamiliar, Kate Cross, top-notch England international seam bowler.
Yep, we mustn't forget just how good she is. Alice Davidson Richards likewise an England international, and if she isn't there for the Stars, it will really make things difficult. Still more than 10 overs to go in the innings, and as Michael mentioned, if Smale can continue to contribute and go big, and she'll have eyes on a century. As Threlkeld picks up a single and brings her back onto strike here. The sun just dropping beneath a cloud, and we get a little bit of breeze, which is quite pleasant, it's got to be said. Smith continues halfway through this over, this one onto the pads of Smale, who picks up a single as it goes out to Moore at deep square leg. Nice to see a mixture of young and old watching on here. Yes indeed, in the press box we got some silver tops, of which I'm one. Smith continues and just pushes the batter back, but lots of children here, and that's what you want to see. And nice to see this, a star of the current and indeed the future, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, just signing a bat. Lovely to see that. 184 for 3 is the score. Just the 1 ball to go until we reach the 40 over mark, and it's a much quicker one into the pads, but picked by the batter. Can Kalia Moore stop it going out over the boundary's edge? The answer is yes, but it does just flick off her knee, and they're going to pick up a couple there. Bryony Smith just shakes her head. I don't think she's disappointed by the fielding, maybe disappointed by that over, because it was a little bit of a mixed bag, and that is the end of the 40 overs. So we've got 10 to go in the innings, and it's going to be an interesting final 10. 60 balls to go. How many runs can they contribute here, the Thunder? They're 186 for 3.
Well, it's go time. Or as Phoebe Graham, who is 12th for Thunder today, excellent seam bowling will not be seen on this particular occasion, once alluded to me in a commentary box last season when doing a Thunder game. It's party time. party time being specifically when you've got two set batters who've been going pretty well, and now it's time to party for Smell and Frelkeld. 10 overs left, 7 wickets in hand. More into bowl, and indeed in that spirit, Smell looks to be aggressive, picks out long on the bounce. 80 from this last 10 would take Thunder just short of 270, which would be, from my experience here at Beckenham, a pretty competitive score. It'll be a good effort from Stars to chase that, even on a track that doesn't look like it's got a lot of demons in it, in truth. So that's straight to extra cover, no run. Moore has got 5-4 onside field, as she's preferred to do for the vast majority of her spells. Slightly unconventional for a leg spinner, but she bowls very straight. Doesn't offer a lot of width. Hit hard back towards Moore there. Picks up another dot. Stars in the knowledge that a win today would be a big jump towards securing the top 4. Frelkeld just nibbles this away through square leg for 1. First place 4th and second place 3rd in the semi-finals on Saturday the 14th. The finals on Saturday the 21st. Semi-finals, teams that finish 1st and 2nd get hosting advantage. Final stage at Leicester. So, while Stars primarily will want to get that top 4 spot secured, they'll definitely have an eye on chasing the Diamonds down in 2nd. See if they can get a semi-final. You'd imagine most likely would end up being here, which is at a ground that Stars know very well. It's guided out to deep cover. One more. And at this stage of proceedings in particular, this is a great over thus far from Kalia Moore. As long as she can get out of this last ball without a boundary. Struck hard by Frelkeld. Straight too long on, who misfields on the bounce, but Jones makes up for it with a quick return and retrieval. So the misfield is of no cost. 4 singles off the over. 41 gone, 190 for 3. So Moore has got 1 left. You'd imagine she'll bowl out, which leaves 8 to be sorted out elsewhere. And there is plenty of options for Captain Bryony Smith.
ADR is back, which is good. Paige Schofield has gone off. A reminder that she did hurt her hand. So hopefully that's nothing to worry about. Positive that Alice is back, but you do worry, don't you, with Paige Schofield, a top order batter, going.
Yeah, Schofield's been in fine form in both formats this season, was particularly destructive in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Jamie next to me just unravelling the tinfoil. The well-earned sandwich is McDonald Gay. He starts with a wide down the leg side. McDonald Gay can, if Smith is indeed happy with it, bowl 4 of the 5 remaining from this end of the ground, our end of the ground. Beckenham end. Moore would bowl the next one from the City end, and that would leave 4 more to find from that side of things. Likes of Stonehouse and Franklin have got plenty in the tank. The inside edge of Frelkeld's bat, didn't know where it was for a second. He's thinking of hurrying back for a second, but won't get it. 2 overs left for Franklin, 3 left for Stonehouse. We're fascinated to see how Smith juggles things through the rest of the piece. Shorter, pulled away by Smale out to deep mid-wicket for 1. There was a visible bat swipe there of frustration from Seren Smell, and I would think that that is because of the feeling that while she's built a nice individual score, it's time to try and really kick on and push on, and isn't quite doing that as she might like. As Rachael jams one into her pads, and whilst this has been a good partnership in the last 15 minutes or so, Thunder have just managed to put the brakes on a touch. Or at least stop this Thunder innings becoming a runaway train. Good straight drive from Rachael. Shy from Smith, hits the stumps, but was in. And even from our position that is very much not square on, didn't look in too much danger. I was just digging down into Smell's innings and curious as to what might have caused that swipe of frustration after taking that single. And the last boundary that she hit was from the 5th ball of the 31st over, so almost exactly 10 overs ago. Since then has been working exclusively in dots and singles. Hasn't even hit it a 2. So feeling of a need to break the shackles. And this time it's guided away through cover point. We'll get 1. Smell has been somewhat becalmed. When she hit that boundary, she was on 39 off 41. So since then, she's scored 19 off 31. She's actually scored slower in the more recent part of her innings than the earlier part of the piece, which is slightly unusual. Oh, is there something on that? There was a small noise. Umpire's not interested, but also says no wide. Probably a flick off the pad. So end of the over, 5 off it. 195 for 3.
We are here for the cricket. A little bit of sad news from the world of football. The former England manager Sven-Göran Eriksson has died at the age of 76. He had, of course, been suffering with pancreatic cancer. All of our thoughts to Sven's family at this tough time, and may he rest in peace.
So 8 overs left. I'll echo that sentiment that, of course, yours truly would echo. 8 overs left. 8 and over from here gets another 64, so that would be 259. But right now, Thunder are not getting the boundaries they'd necessarily want. They're being denied the acceleration that they crave. Moore's going to try and continue that trend by bowling out here. Short Smell gets it out to the deep square boundary for 1 more. So that last over from McDonald-Gay went for 5. The previous one went for 4, which, when you think that we're in the last 10, is very tight.
Yep, and she's picked up the 2 wickets.
Hard down the ground from Rachael. This could be a boundary. There's been a little while in the wait for it for Lancashire Thunder. And that is the first boundary in 4 overs or so. Slightly over pitch from Moore, and it brings up the 200 in some style for Thunder. Rachael settling into a nice rhythm. There's 100 in this competition in the final game of last season against the Western Storm at Old Trafford. Guided away to short third. Nothing Hill can really do to stop the single, because Smell was hustling right from the moment Rachael hit it. And that brings up the 50 stand. It's been a good effort from this pair. They've put it on in almost exactly 10 overs, 59 balls. And when you consider the loss of Morris, who looked so impressive, it's a good way to kick the innings on in the absence of Fee Morris. Of course, made 54.
Well, Rachael took a while to get going, but she's really found her feet. 30 from 35, trying to play to Smale at the other end.
Always swapped to 5-4 offside field for most of the spell. It's been the other way round. It's got a long on, deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square leg with short fine legs. So almost any shot into the onside is automatically at least one. This time it's nudged out to square leg, and they are going to take two. It's well placed, so they scamper back for a couple. Those big square boundaries enabling the opportunity for a second. But it's almost a must not lose game really for Lancashire Thunder in their pursuit of the top four. And again they'll set off wanting two into the onside. That time fielding from Franklin, the intent on the chase is good and the ball was hit just a bit harder, so they get one. It's a good productive over for Thunder.
Overs, no maidens.
And the over's gone for 10, but even with that expensive over, it's been a great spell from Kalia Moore. She ends up with figures of 2 for 49 off her 10. It's picked up 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. We're back to McDonald Gay, who you would imagine will, if she keeps in her excellent rhythm that she's been in, bowl 3 more from this end. And that means that South East Stars have got to find 1 more from this end, the Beckenham end of the ground. And they've got to find 3 from the City end. Here's McDonald Gay, goes for the scoop, the ramp. Frelkel gets it all wrong, and once again the skinny pace of Rhiannon McDonald Gay does the trick. A second wicket for RMG. Thunder 205 of 4, and a nice fluent knock of 33 of 38 for the visiting captain Frelkel. He's brought to an end. Maybe just kept a little bit lower than Frelkel necessarily expected it to, and that just helps the Stars chip away.
Indeed, it looks like Naomi Ditani is going to be the new batter, and that's very, very good, making sure that you bowl gun barrel straight, allow the batter to move around in the crease, but just try and bowl at the stumps at this stage. Makes it so difficult, and that's a big wicket to pick up.
Yeah, it nipped back as well, taking middle. So a little bit of movement, touch of slight slope at Beckenham, doing for Frelkel. So in comes Naomi Ditani. Extremely experienced player, someone who has truly been round the block and round again, and then done it backwards as well. Tani for Thunder in this competition this season has 109 runs at 15.5 with a strike rate of 66, which for a player of her high standard and ability is numbers she might be a touch disappointed with. She's a left-hander as well, so that adds another element of challenge in for the bowlers, a left-hand right-hand combination. Full, and Ditani square drives out to Cranston, and it gets through for a single.
Just a little update on Paige Schofield. We mentioned that she did well to stop that one that was fizzed towards her.
Yep.
And may have hurt her batting hand. She's now iced up, fully iced up, and holding a bat. She's off with the 12th on, and the concern is, can she grip a bat? Can she hold on to a bat? You know, that is a concern. We certainly don't want that getting any worse for Paige Schofield.
Full slow ball, just nurdle away. Smell will get 1, and that is concerning news for Stars, particularly with the absence of Dunkley. That is a key top order batter. Probably you'd expect in this lineup would have batted at 4 in and around. They are very flexible with particularly that middle order, the Stars, but there's no doubt that Schofield is a huge cog in it. Torgay now going to come right around to the Ditani. He's driving nicely with a straight bat, but straight to Franklin had extra cover.
Yep, Datani, of course, played for Stars earlier in her career and captains Middlesex, so we know she's got all the experience in the world.
It's worked away, fielded by Jones, the 12th at short mid-wicket. Is someone who's stacked up an absolutely absurd amount of thousands of runs and hundreds of wickets in the various iterations that women's county and regional cricket has had over the years. He's still only 30 years old, so plenty more where that came from, you'd imagine, as well. Was playing for Southern Brave recently in the 100. So that's down the ground, mistimed from Smale, who's having a curious innings here, Smale. The first 39 came off 41, and she's actually been somewhat becalmed since then. She's struggled to quite accelerate like she might have liked. 208 for 4 off 44, and Stars are doing a very good job at the moment at containing potential acceleration. 6 overs left. 8 and over from here would get 256. That's coming on in place of Maurice Smith. So, as I suspected, it doesn't look like we're going to see Danny Gregory again after a 5 overs cost 34. And Smith is essentially, it seems like, making up those overs of spin herself. With Davidson, Richards and Schofield seemingly not options to bowl today. And then McDonald-Gay bowls out and Smith bowls through at this end. That will leave just 1 over to be found from the Beckenham end of the ground. Smith straying in line and length, and Datani can get her hands through that. Well fielded out there by McDonald-Gay. They want to come back for 2, and they do come back. That's good, aggressive, assertive running. Datani's a very good sweeper of the ball, so much so she'll often confidently sweep against the seamers, never mind the spinners. So Smith will do well to try and avoid erring towards those pads and that kind of length. This time Datani goes back. Dot ball. Smale thought of a run. Would have been a bad call. Plenty of teasing flight from Smith. Hit down the ground. Short of long on.
Yeah, uppish, wasn't it? But it just plugged. You mentioned about Paige Schofield potentially not bowling today. The greater concern is that she might not bat. That's the worry for me.
Yep. Worth saying as well that Moore's 2 wickets have taken her on to 11 in the competition this season. Stars second best behind McDonald-Gay.
She bowled really nicely. Those two have picked up the wickets and they have really tried to set the tone in terms of being aggressive.
And that time Smale goes on the reverse. And you can see from the body language, the head up to the heavens. This is a very intelligent and knowledgeable batter who has very good game awareness, will know of the need for her in particular to push on as the set batter, and it's not quite happening as she might have liked. That's a good looking shot. Big chase needed for mid-on. Smale will get 2. Moves on to 63 off 78.
You might pick up on our effects, Mike, that young chap who I mentioned in the Sri Lanka shirt is just batting at the moment. Trying to play a few straight drives.
Got plenty of brilliant role models in front of him. As here comes Smith. Smells making room, trying to be unconventional and only picking out short cover. End of the over, 5 off it. Again, it's not quite what Thunder have wanted, and you see there from Smale, just a little giveaway. That swish of the bat in frustration. 213 for 4 off 45. So if you take that block that we've just had from 40 to 45, where it was so well set up for a Thunder charge, you'd have to say it's not quite happened for the visitors as they might have wanted it to. When you think that they had 7 wickets in hand, very well placed to have a go.
At the Beckenham end, number 10.
5 overs we've just had have seen the dismissal of Frelkeld and 27 runs scored, which is comfortably under a run a ball. So 5 overs left now. Franklin's going to come on, so McDonald-Gay will not bowl out, well, not yet anyway. Square drive from Ditani for 1. Run a ball from here would get 240. You would have to say, if Thunder end up short of 250 given the platform they built for themselves, it would probably be the Stars walking off the happier.
Yep, I fully agree with you.
Franklin with a slow ball that's hit hard out through extra cover. At this stage of the innings, they've got to push for 2, and they'll get 2 pretty comfortably. Neatly done by Stonehouse. Charging around.
Kate Cross is padded up. She could potentially be in next.
Yeah, she's worked a heck of a lot on her batting across her career. By her own admission, has gone from being someone who was really, in so many ways, predominantly a bowler, to someone who really offers a lot with a bat too. Hit hard, only half stopped by Jones at extra cover. But that half stop's still important. It means that only concedes 1, otherwise it might have been 2, even 4 potentially.
Yeah, raced past her, and I think she's done well to stick out the left hand.
Very good dynamic fielder, Jones. It's burst through in the Stars T20 campaign and got a game because of primarily rotation, and did that while it was quite hard to take out the side. Down the ground this time. Again, they'll eye 2, but they'll take just 1. Fascinated to see what happens here with Smell. He's played a brilliant innings, but now he's trying to hit that extra gear of acceleration, and it's just not quite happening as she might have wanted. Shorter, down the ground from Smell. May get the pleasure of a boundary here, she will. Baseball style shot, made room, committed to it, hit it hard, and is rewarded with a 4 that takes her on to 70. A little bit short from Franklin. Smell made the most of it though, going deep in her crease. So this over's been a productive one for Thunder. They've already taken 9 off it, and there's still 1 ball to go.
Well, it wasn't pleasing on the eye maybe, but it was so effective.
A very modern shot. This time Smell works it away to deep mid-wicket. Eyeing off 2, and a misfield by Alice Davidson-Richards, who didn't pick it up cleanly. So they do get back for 2. The over concedes 11. That is the big over that Thunder really needed. Now puts them back in a situation where they really should get past 250 here. 224 for 4 then. 4 overs left. Smell, you would sense, the key protagonist in Thunder's quest for runs. Taking a glance elsewhere, because there's plenty of cricket that has ramifications on events here at Taunton, always a high scoring ground. Central Sparks are 225 for 2 in a battle of the bottom 2. Eve Jones has yet again carried the Sparks. She's 111 not out. Abby Freeborn has 53 not out. Big partnership from that pair. Albeit that game, you would sense, doesn't have a big bearing on the qualification picture. This is Smith. Tani's making room and finding the inside edge. Trusty part of the bat for most cricketers at a far lower standard. It's rare that someone of Tani's class ends up needing to use it. Northern Diamonds aren't having a good day with the bat at Chelmsford. They're 163 for 8 against the Sunrisers. Maddie Villiers with 4 wickets, Sophie Munro with 3. Top scorer Esther Callis with 36. Emma Marlowe with 34. Diamonds are second, Sunrisers are 5th. So that has a bearing on these two. Full toss, horrid ball from Smith, and she will get away with it, conceding just the 1. Sounded very good off the bat, but picked out the sweeper.
Yeah, almost hit straight to the fielder.
And then Blaze are in trouble. They're about to get bowled out. It looks like they're 193 for 9. We are off 47 overs against the Southern Vipers, fighting hard to use up all their resources. 4 wickets for Neva Lee with her off breaks. Tani is just clipping that down to mid-on for 1. Georgia Elwes has a wicket. Georgia Adams and Freya Davies have both taken 2. Marie Kelly top scoring with 40. You may remember that the Blaze are 5th. So they're trying to gate crash the top 4 to make the semi-finals. Vipers top. Smith is driven by Smell for 1. Stars come into this third, chasing Northern Diamonds in second in pursuit of a home semi-final, but still looking nervously over their shoulder to try and secure that top 4 spot. If Stars were able to win today and Blaze lost, of course Thunder would have lost because Stars would have beaten them. That would be a massive step forward. Datani gets it down the ground, didn't quite seem to fully time it, but it's muscled away over the head of Smith for 4. Datani committed to the shot really well, and by her very high standards didn't hit it absolutely cleanly, but got it cleanly enough. And suddenly, having been halted in their acceleration for a period of time, Thunder are charging towards 250, and maybe a fair bit more. Sounded good off the bat of Datani again. Sounded better in truth than the one before that went for 4, but this time she'll only get 1. Such is the vagaries of cricket.
Well, Datani, with all of her experience, has just gone out there to the middle and said to Smale, you know, maybe just take the shackles off a little bit. As much as we want you there at the end of the innings, let's just try and score as many as we can. If we get north of 250, it's going to be a real ask for the South East Stars.
So 9 off it. 233 for 4 off 47.
18 to go.
3 overs left. From here, you would imagine now Thunder should be looking at 260. McDonald Gay will come back, and McDonald Gay has got a couple left, so she'll bowl the last 2. I'd expect from this end, the Beckenham end, which leaves just 1 to find from the other end, which Smith might well do herself, although that last over was a bit more expensive than she might have liked. But that's gone. Again, that tricky, skiddy pace of McDonald Gay proving the trick for the South East Stars. And Datani's brief, impressive cameo comes to an end. Bowled by McDonald Gay for 14 off 13. McDonald Gay gets her 3rd wicket of the day.
Was bowled by Rihanna McDonald Gay for 14.
Yeah, picking up a wicket at a key time, because it means a new batter's got to come out now and look to almost play again to Seren Smale, who's been very, very good. Take nothing away from her contribution. Top scorer in the innings. But this is good from McDonald Gay.
For Lancashire Thunder,
just chopping the off stump. The bail came off.
Yeah, again you do see keeping a little bit lower than Datani might have expected. Maybe that's a little bit of the pitch, but I would speculate that is as much as anything as well about the skiddy nature of McDonald Gay's lack of height and also the rhythm of her action.
Danny Collins, I believe.
Yeah, they've got a few options from here. Tara Norris has worked very hard on her 6 hitting at the death and is very capable in particular in the V. There's Kate Cross, who over the years has really developed her power hitting. It will be Collins first and foremost to have a go. 57 runs in this competition this season at an average of 11 and a strike rate of 62. Best of 23. Well, if she could get anywhere near 23 now with the limited time left, Thunder would be very happy with that. For now, gets to have a look at one on the leg side from McDonald Gay.
Yep, down the leg side to the left-hander.
Just not quite adjusting that right arm around line. And I do wonder whether that's a little factor here as well. The tiny out, Collins in, 2 lefties exchanging, keeps that left-hand, right-hand combination going. Yorker dug out taken single. Franklin does the fielding. So there is just 16 balls of the contest left. You would say the first absolute priority is getting to that milestone of the 250 mark. Turned away for one more. Not quite finding that extra bit of acceleration that Thunder might have liked, albeit given the difficulties they've had at times with the bat. I think if they could get 250 plus, Thunder would be relatively content with that. Into the pads, they want what? Well, this is going to be a run out. I was going to say they want one. Collins wanted one. Smale was pretty emphatic that there wasn't one there, and there certainly wasn't one. And you can understand why Smale stood her ground, because Smale is the set batter on 74 not out. It has to be Collins who sacrifices herself in that situation, and Smale that remains in the hope of hitting more boundaries. So it's a simple routine run out to bring the end to Danny Collins' innings for an unfortunate duck. 234 for 6. That will be when the scoreboard ticks up. That brings to the wicket Universe Cross, as some have nicknamed her, in a joking reference, playing off Chris Gale being Universe Boss. We'll see what Universe Cross can do. Someone best known for her bowling has been doing excellent work on commentary duties on the men's test match between England and Sri Lanka at Old Trafford for Sky across recent days.
Yep, good insight.
Back in Thunder action. And of course, providing her knowledge, particularly on all things fast bowling, and then what to expect from that Old Trafford surface. But now down south, wielding the willow against McDonald Gate. Driving very fluently out to deep cover. That's a confident start from Cross.
Doing her job, getting Smale back onto strike. Hit boundary balls where you can. If not, just rotate the strike, get the batter in, back on.
Yeah, forgive us for that scoreboard. It will tick up in a second. We're at the back end of the 48th over here, which McDonald Gay is completing. Smale nibbles it away. I'll think of two. They are going to try and come back for two. And has Smale made it? She hasn't. It always looked a dicey call. And that's excellent fielding from the Stars, who are really choking the Lancashire Thunder at the back end of this innings. 3 wickets in the over. 2 of them run outs. 238 for 7. Smale has to go for a very well made 75 of 86 balls. I can understand why she took it on at this stage, but it always looked like she'd maybe hit the ball a bit too hard to give her the time to come back. Didn't dive as well, and it left her in such a position that even though we were really on the other side of the ground and nowhere near to being in line with it, you could see that she looked short of her ground. But it's an excellent hand from Seren Smale. It's her 4th half century in this competition this season. It is also an innings that has taken her into being the top run scorer in this competition this season, overtaking Holly Armitage. But it ends with her being run out. Out comes Tara Norris, who definitely can hit a long ball, the US international and impressive left arm seamer. Is particularly destructive, I wouldn't even say in the V, in the very straight V. He's a very good straight hitter, Norris.
I think we should just mention Phoebe Franklin there, a quite wonderful piece of fielding, throwing to the right end to send Seren Smell back. Great work.
Yeah, and she's known for it as well. Memories pop up in my mind of a fantastic direct hit run out on this ground for Phoebe Franklin earlier on this season. New batter Norris is just getting something adjusted with her helmet, and Bryony Smith is in there helping out. Just 2 overs left then. It's grab what you can time for Thunder. That sort of moment at the restaurant buffet where people are told that it's closing in 10 minutes, and you suddenly see
fill your plates.
A whole load of empty or even half full plates still charging up for one last bite.
You want to see John Batham at that stage of the night.
Cross, driving well, but driving straight at extra cover. Just 11 balls left.
No, he fills his plate and then does a dine and dash.
.250 the target in play here, you'd think. A mini milestone. I said it about 10 overs ago and I stick by it. If Stars can keep Thunder to under 250 here, that will feel like a real psychological boost. Remember where things were when Fee Morris in particular was doing her thing. There was every chance that Thunder were going to end up with well past that mark. Now they need a burst of boundaries. Stars will hope to keep the shackles right on.
Yep, 10 balls to go. It's going to be an interesting finish, this.
Smith finding the outside edge of Norris's bat. Runs away towards the third boundary, but not quite. Chloe Hill, in a marginally unfamiliar role for her in the outfield rather than behind the sticks. Does the fielding, couple more. Norris slightly unconvincingly off the mark. He's got an interesting backstory, Tara Norris. Is that it's a pad that will scamper through for one. I think it might have hit her front boot actually. Born in the States, grew up in Barcelona and half Italian as well, hence the middle name of Gabriella, and ended up getting a call up for the US international team. Said it was a moment where she was nervously hoping that she could find her passport. Thankfully managed to get everything sorted. Also said that she realised it was almost running out and had to go and very quickly get it renewed. So that's one more. Just 7 balls left. A runner ball would get Thunder to that 250. Got a very competitive, even game of cricket on our hands, it looks like. It's a score that I think we would say is in and around competitive, in and around par.
Yeah, I think anywhere, the 250 is the big barometer, isn't it? I think if you go north of 250, even by 5 or 10, it puts pressure on South East Stars, and if you can restrict it to the sort of 250 margin, it is going to be a great second innings.
It is pitched taking noticeable turn. That is one thing that will be of great comfort to Thunder. Think of the fact they've got Fee Morris in their lineup. She's by no means the only spinner, of course. It is the time of the summer to be a twirler. Hannah Jones as well. And then obviously not a spinner, but the excellence of Kate Cross. Handy player to have in your lineup. Last over then. McDonald Gate.
Bosh.
Hard, but straight to Jones at long on. They want to. There wasn't two there against Emma Jones's arm. One of the best arms, not only in this Stars team, but in women's cricket. Absolutely zinged in. Pretty handy player to have on as your 12th.
Yeah, that's why you put her in the key positions. She's just going across to long on with the left-right hand combination.
So Norris now 5 balls left and 6 needed for that 250 milestone. Oh, that's a horrid delivery. I think she was trying a slow ball because it came out at no great pace. And a full toss. Goes away for 2. Just about okay on height, it seems. I think McDonald-Gay will be running back to her mark to bowl the next ball as quickly as she can. And just looking to recompose herself. It's been an excellent spell. Moore has been the best spin bowling option for the Stars today. McDonald-Gay has been the best Seymour pace. Hard out to deep mid-wicket. Again they'll think of 2. Again they'll turn it down. So 3 deliveries left, 2, 4, 7 for 7.
Good in the field, the Stars, right the way through the innings, and they need to make sure they see it out here with the 3 to go.
Of course, have that home advantage. Know this ground very well. Its dimensions, how to bowl to it in terms of lines and lengths for those big square boundaries. Can cross find a boundary. Down the ground, but didn't really connect with it. Lollops up to Jones on the bounce for 1 more. When you think that with 10 overs to go, they were 186 for 3, Thunder. I think if at that point you'd have said to them they would score 62 off the last 10 with a couple of balls left, they would be emphatically, rightly in my view, saying no deal. Into the pads, very faint, strangled LBW appeals. When you've got 7 wickets in hand, to go at just a tickle over a run a ball from the last 10 is without any doubt a win to the fielding side. Particularly when you factor in that it's an outfield that's great value for shots. Reasonably quick outfield, a deck that does not look like it's got a lot of demons in it. Last ball of the innings. Thunder trying to get past 250, cross on strike. Not to extra cover. Well, they want to. They are eventually going to take it, and it will be a comfortable run out. Well, there was a slightly peculiar moment where for a second they seemed to hesitate over whether to come back, despite it being the final ball of the innings, and it brings a 3rd run out. It means that ultimately, after all of that, Lancashire Thunder will finish on 250 for 8, and it will be 251 to win for the South East Stars.
And it's going to be interesting to see how that second innings goes, because you would have to think to yourself, it wasn't easy in those closing stages. The pitch maybe not offering the pace that it did early on, and 251 is going to be the victory target. South East Stars will have to start well. There is the match summary. Smale top scoring 76 from 87, a half century for Fee Morris. Next best was the captain Threlkeld, who made 33 at a good clip. McDonald-Gay picked up the 3 wickets, 3 for 42 from the 10 she bowled. Moore also bowled out, 2 for 49 from her 10. And at the innings break, the Thunder, after winning the toss and electing to bat, have reached 250 for 8. And the likes of Bryony Smith, Paige Schofield, if she does get the opportunity to bat, and we hope that she will, Alice Davidson-Richards, Phoebe Franklin, you know, some of the top order batters are going to need to make sure that they do get going, and get going in positive fashion. But with no Sophia Dunkley, there will be a lot of pressure put on the captain, Bryony Smith, and this is a big game. A reminder that the Stars are 3rd with 27 points from the 10 games that they've had so far. Can they extend that sequence? Can they pick up the victory? Well, that's why you're going to be back with us for the second innings. We'll be back again very, very soon, with the Stars requiring 251 for victory.
umpires Neil Bainton and Julia Jarvis.
And a very warm welcome back to the county ground here in Beckenham. This is Jamie Reid, delighted to say that Michael McCann is alongside, and as you will see there on the graphic as we look at the wide angle, the second innings is about to start here with the target of 251. That is the victory target for South East Stars, and it's going to be intriguing and very, very interesting to see just how they do in pursuit of that victory target. Bryony Smith, the captain, a mainstay at the top of the order, will open the innings, and she's going to be joined out in the middle by Chloe Hill. Hill, of course, is playing as a specialist batter in this fixture, with Kira Chatley behind the wickets for this fixture. And let's see how they go. The run rate required just a shade over 5 and over. The ground is filling up, more and more people starting to come and join. And if you are joining us on the live stream, it's a pleasure to have your company. We very much hope that you'll enjoy this second innings and the South East Stars can run out as victors. It's going to be a fascinating run chase, and to guide you through the first 10 overs, a very good afternoon once again to Michael McCann.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Thank you very much to all of you for joining right across the world, supporting and following women's cricket. I know there's more than 1,000 of you on the live stream right now for what is a very even run chase. We've just been having a natter about it, Jamie and I, with a few different colleagues in the press box here, and we all pretty much agree that it's very difficult to pick a winner. If anything, there might be just the tiniest shade towards Thunder for having those runs on the board, but Stars will fancy their chances on a pitch that still looks very good. Here's Kate Cross, starting with one that's left outside the off stump by Smith. Now this really will be a key battle, even more so than the normal opening bowler versus opening batter. For the uninitiated, Kate Cross, with the new ball in her hand, is one of the best around, and is going to be a serious threat. Here comes the experienced England veteran, and we'll have to re-bowl that one. Cross is 32 years old, very much a trailblazer, first woman to play in the men's Lancashire League. 2006 was the first female cricketer accepted into the Lancashire Academy. Had to wait so long to make her England debut that she considered giving up cricket altogether. But it's fair to say that it's a heck of a good thing that she didn't. So that's straight to mid-off. As since then, I think had to wait a while to play for England, has represented England 91 times across all three formats, and has picked up 125 international wickets at a very respectable average, hovering around the 30s. Finds the outside edge of Smith's bat. There might not necessarily be many demons at all in this Beckenham pitch, but if there's anything in it whatsoever, combined with the swing of the new ball, you can bet your bottom dollar that Cross will find it. Clever accumulative shot from Smith. Just nibbled round the corner, knew that Cross had strayed in her line and tucked it away. The first boundary of the reply, and a nerve settler for the Stars skipper. Just using the pace of Cross against her. That's a clever shot. Cross adjusting to being back into a red Lancashire Thunder shirt after playing for the Northern Superchargers based at Headingley in the 100. There was quite a funny moment a couple of years ago where that switch initially happened, where she admitted it was pretty bizarre to be in the home dressing room at Headingley as someone who's proudly from the red side of the Pennines. Here's Cross once more, back of a length. Dot ball. She is a bowler of that capability and profile that if you told the South East Stars that her 10 overs would go wicketless but comfortably below the required run rate, that is a trade-off the South East Stars would be pretty happy with. It's got a slip in play. It's got a deep third. 6-3 field. Again, well negotiated by Smith. End of the over. Concedes 5, the boundary and the wide. Hill getting ready to face up from our end of the ground, the Beckenham end. First over from the City end complete, 5 without loss. Good time. Oh, pardon me.
No, you carry on.
I was just going to say, good time just to run you through what happened in the 3 other games that we last checked in on with 10 overs to go the first innings. Central Sparks have piled up the runs against Western Storm at the traditionally high-scoring Taunton. Abby Freeborn made 89 not out. Eve Jones made 130 off 163. Dominating the runs and also dominating the strike. Facing comfortably more than half the balls in the innings. Not a good day for the Storm bowlers, albeit Izzy Wong got a wicket against the side she's on loan from Ellie Anderson. Picked up a couple of wickets. So a tough chase there for Western Storm. A not so tough chase at Chelmsford, where Sunrisers need 189 to win. Sunrisers in 4th, up against the Diamonds in 2nd. Gardner of Scrivens have just gone out there to start that chase. Steph Callis top score for the Diamonds with 36. 3 wickets for Sophie Munro, 4 for Maddie Villiers. As Diamonds posted just 188 for 9. They would have hoped for better than that. And it's Tara Norris with her whippy left armers that will predominantly come back into the right-hander. Nice flowing drive from Hill. Straight at extra cover though. And at Arundel, Blaze didn't have the best of days batting first. They made just 208 all out with a ball to spare. Marie Kelly top scoring with 40. Ava Lee picked up 4 wickets. Georgia Adams and Freya Davies with 2 each. Ella McCacken and Rihanna Southbeat just gone out to start the reply. Vipers top, Blaze in 5th. And both of the sides you're watching here, Thunder and Stars, wouldn't mind it if Blaze were to lose, because that would help their top 4 ambitions. A bit of movement and a good spot from Norris. Blocked back. Thunder in 6th, Stars in 3rd. Stars look to consolidate their top 4 spot. Thunder, realistically, if they lose this are all but out of contention. It starts to get very improbable. Fascinating early battle here. 5-4 field with a deep third and a deep fine leg. Norris posing a very different threat to cross. Full. Nice area, just blocked out. Well, you sense, particularly with the absence of a certain Sophia Dunkley, this is an even more key passage of play than it normally would be.
It really is, and it puts pressure on Bryony Smith, I feel, at the other end, because she knows that Chloe Hill, as good a batter she is, isn't Sophia Dunkley and isn't a top order batter. A middle order batter looks at things slightly differently, and that makes it another thing to consider.
Straight at mid-on, fielded by Datani. Good start this from Norris.
Bryony's just got to play her own game out there, you feel. I mean, she's good enough, and we saw that last time out when she had that big partnership, that record partnership with Alice Davidson-Richards. She's got to spend time and make sure that she bats for a long period.
Well, our favourite thing, Wasp, has the batting team at 65%. That feels a touch confident to me.
Yep.
This is a very even contest. Back of a length, just pushed to that short, very short mid-wicket position. It's almost really a catching role. You can see. Just look at Morris there. She's just walked off your screen, but she's barely off it. She's literally 2 pitches across. It's not quite a short leg or a short mid-wicket, but there's clearly something they've seen just in the tuck round the corner of Norris that presents a catching chance. Just hanging one outside the off stump. Seemed to be a little slow one as well. Good over from Norris. It's a maiden, and I make it the first maiden of the match as well. 5 without for either side. 5 without loss after 2. Norris with 9 wickets in this competition this season. Only Hannah Jones, the baby-faced assassin as she's known, has more the Thunder. We'll see her twirlers later on. For now, cross to continue. And having cross is a luxury that Thunder have not had too often in this competition so far this season. Don't have the services of Sophie Eccleston today, or Magic Meeks as she's affectionately known by her teammates, Mahika Gore. They do have Kate Cross. Sliced away by Smith, who gets a bit lucky. Flashes at it with hard hands. Well, if you are going to swing, swing hard. But it was fortuitous in truth. Second boundary for Smith off cross, but an intriguing duel here. A slightly flashing drive, which goes away to the backward point fence.
Yeah, with the field up like that, you do have to take the occasional risk, and Bryony Smith knows that lots of the runs that need to be scored will hopefully come from her bat. A little bit of good fortune there, but as they say, fortune favours the brave.
No run there. So the 2 boundaries so far, no other scoring shots. Thunder know that it's near enough the equation that their season's on the line here. And the South East Stars will be desperate to not get sucked back into that chase for 4th. If I rather optimistically look up towards 2nd. South East Stars could win today and grab the bonus point, and Northern Diamonds lost, and they would be level on points with the Northern Diamonds, and it would be net run rate to decide who is 2nd in the table. Right now Stars are inferior on that net run rate. Nice looking shot from Smith. There's a lot of space out there at square leg. Cross for the 2nd time in this spell straying onto the pads, and for the 2nd time in her spell being put away with a maximum of efficiency and a minimum amount of fuss from Bryony Smith. 4 more.
Well, the quicker they come, the quicker they go, and you could see just went a little bit too straight. Smith very quick off her pads and putting it away with unerring accuracy.
Oh, he's gone! She's gone! Smith just trying a big drive. It's a similar kind of shot to the one she played earlier on in the over that she got away with, where she sliced it through point, and Bryony Smith, the Stars skipper, has picked out extra cover. It's a good catch and a big scout. The home captain has to go for 12, was pushing at the ball with her hard hands and not a lot of timing, you'd have to say, either. It's a good composed catch from Alice Clark. And suddenly, that is early trouble for the South East Stars. Kate Cross does the trick. 13 for 1.
We're just lacking a little bit of control there, and it's such a big wicket, a huge wicket. And you get somebody like Cross in, might go for a couple of boundaries, but still has that ability to bowl wicket-taking deliveries. And Bryony Smith's dismissal puts the Stars in a lot of trouble. I think it might well have just almost gripped in the surface, slowed up a wee bit on her, and she was almost through the shot. One hand came off the bat. Alice Davidson-Richards needs to play one of her specials here.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. You're absolutely spot on, because it took me a second to process that watching the replay, because of course you think of Cross, you think of pace, and she's bowling plenty of it, but something a few people mentioned mid-innings, and a couple of the players, when I managed to catch a brief chat with some of them, that it is just sticking and holding in the surface.
It's gripped, hasn't it? You could see it did.
Yeah, that one did as well. So Cross to Alice Davidson-Richards. Oh, gone! Kate Cross is on a hat-trick. 2 in 2. That is magnificent. Too good for Alice Davidson-Richards, who is gone for a golden duck. 13 for 2 at the end of the 3rd over. And when we get to the start of the 5th, Kate Cross will have a chance to complete the treble. Big inside edge from ADR onto the leg stump, which goes cartwheeling. And Cross, a champion bowler, in England great, is making a difference early on in this run chase.
Well, Kira Chatley is going to come out batting at 4, and you can't help thinking to yourself that this doesn't really look good
Kira Chatley
for Paige Schofield, because she would probably bat in the top 4. The fact that she hasn't batted yet is a worry.
Yep, for those uninitiated, Schofield made a brave and brilliant but bruising stop whilst fielding, and was getting ice, was getting extensive fitness tests that didn't look promising. And normally you would absolutely have her, you'd think, probably in her favoured number 4 spot. But indeed she's not there. And you wouldn't blame Kira Chatley for being a bit nervous. She's not played a game for the Stars all season, having put in various impressive performances with the bat and the gloves last season. And now, all of a sudden, she's out there in her first game of the season. It's 13 for 2. Kate Cross is on a hat-trick, but won't be a hat-trick ball anytime soon because it's Tara Norris at the other end. Right on the spot, blocked by Hill, who of course is still yet to score in amongst all the chaos. Chatley at the non-striker's end.
Keepers union, isn't it, out there? Chloe Hill is a wicket keeper, not keeping today. Kira Chatley has the gloves, and one of them really has to go big here, you feel?
Well, a lot of the chat mid-innings was about the presence of Kate Cross, the difference she could make. We've already seen that. Norris in the middle of Hill's bat. This is a Thunder team that, as they themselves would admit in recent seasons, have been much more reliant on being a tenacious bowling and fielding outfit for success than necessarily always being as they'd want to with the bat. So they'll be confident they've got that 250 on the board. Just nibbled away through square leg. That gets Hill off the mark. Will settle her nerves just a touch.
Yeah, nice to see that she went down to have a little word with Kira Chatley. Chatley just taking a guard. And we'll want to hopefully get up and running here pretty quickly. The last thing you want to do is hang around out there on naught, especially when you haven't had many opportunities and up against first-class bowling.
Chatley just nurdling that one away to get off the mark. Kira Chatley playing in her first game of women's professional cricket, either in the 100 or at regional level, since playing on this ground almost a year ago, on the 21st of September, when playing against the Blaze in the Eliminator when making a duck. She'd, in her last game before that, a few days before at Birmingham, made 61 against the Sparks. Has played significant innings in this format in the past for the Stars. Now playing in her first Stars game of the season, trying to lead a rebuild. Full. Drive straight at extra cover. Needs to have just got to try and consolidate for a bit, whilst making sure that the scoreboard is at least moving somewhat. It's easy to forget that while Thunder ended up with 250, was built off at a very slow and steady platform at the top. They were 33 without loss after 10.
I think the big difference there, Michael, that they didn't lose a wicket, did they, until they're past 50?
Yeah, correct. And Fee Morris came in and batted very impressively. It's Norris. Blocked once more. End of the over, 2 from it. So 15 for 2 off 4. Kate Cross's next delivery, which we highly assume is coming right now, is a hat-trick ball. Now, we've seen this plenty of times in cricket, where a bowler, having taken their 2 wickets, or maybe even their first, with the last ball or the 2 balls from their previous over, has forgotten that they're on a hat-trick. I wonder whether the Thunder players are aware of the situation.
I bet Kate Cross is.
Oh, well, you say that. There's been plenty of times where the bowler themselves has taken a hat-trick and completely forgotten about it. Stuart Broad is one such example that's come to mind. Here's Cross. Hat-trick ball. Wickets from the last 2 balls of her previous over. Looking to make it 3 and 3 against Kira Chatley. Back of a length, and Chatley plays it well with soft hands. Knows that there's a slip in play, but guides it well wide of her. Out to Norris at deep third for 1. Chatley doing exactly what one should do against a bowler of Cross's quality, which is look to play them as much as possible from the non-striker's end. Say over to you, Chloe Hill. You can try and deal with that. Cross with 5-4 field and a slip in play. Just stopping because Hill wasn't quite ready. Got a fine leg and a deep third in a 5-4. Hill just plays respectfully with a straight bat. Chloe Hill, 27 years old, born in Buckinghamshire. He's been a regular, is deposed Chatley really of the keeper batter role in this Stars side this season. That's a best of 21 not out. So that's slightly gone off the outside edge. I'm not sure it's quite where she meant it to go, but I'll get 1. They thought of 2, and they rightly felt better of it. Wasn't involved in terms of making an appearance in the 100 this season, Chloe Hill, but has been fairly present for Stars. Made 21 not out in their last game in this format against the Sunrisers in mid-July, which feels like a long time ago now. Leave from Chatley.
And if that 21 is the best, it kind of gives the inference, doesn't it, which is the case, that she's a finisher rather than a starter, not somebody who necessarily goes in up top, but they've had a chance to all work on things and try to find that magic formula. It's hard when you don't have somebody of Sophia Dunkley's class and quality. You do have to mix things up and look for a little solution.
Another leave by Chatley. What I would I mean, I totally agree. Hill's batted most of the season for Stars, floating in around 7 to 9. Chatley has, when she played regularly for the Stars last season, often opened. I remember commentating on her getting a very accomplished 46 in a big win for Stars early last season at Old Trafford against Thunder, on a day where Stars piled up more than 300. Schofield and Ice Davidson Richards also batted very well in a comprehensive win. I'd love a bit of that here from Chatley, but she's mistimed this. She could be gone. She's not. Datani can't take the catch. Charging in, it was floating up. It hung in the air for a long, long time, but Datani had to make a lot of ground to get there. But having got 2 hands underneath the ball, will be really disappointed to have not clung on to this. Let's have a look. That's it in slow motion. Remember, it does look that much easier. It may just be one of those where it's the classic elbows on contact have knocked the ball out.
Another delivery that's just gripped there, and you can see when that happens, you're through the shot, and very, very fortunate. That is a big, big life, and we all know what happens when people are given a little opportunity. Sometimes you can really go on to make the opposing side really find that difficult, that they weren't able to hold on.
So with the score on 17 for 2, Chatley is dropped by Datani off Cross.
And it would have been the last ball of the over again.
Yep, correct. Norris finds only the middle of Chatley's bat. Not necessarily an easy catch, but a catch by Naomi Datani's high standards that her reaction would tell you she was frustrated to not be taking. Middle of the bat from Chatley. Solid enough against Norris. She's getting some nice in shape to the right-hander, as she typically will, and then will shape the odd one across. Norris just worked away behind square on the offside. That's a clever shot. Big chase needed. And they get back for 2 more. That's a good, clever touch shot from Kira Chatley.
Very deft, yep, nice use of the guiding hand to make sure that she steered it into a safe position, picked up a couple more.
I'm sure we'll also have a little bit of motivation to just remind people of her quality, and this her first appearance for the Stars of the campaign. So had to wait a fair old while for it. This time we'll get 1, just to the right of square leg.
Well, of course, most teams only play the 1 wicket keeper. I know that's a bit of an oxymoron because Hill is playing here as a specialist batter. But there is only that 1 position up for grabs, and it's almost a battle, isn't it? Almost an audition for both of them.
Definitely is that aspect of it. Of course, we're mentioning not having Dunkley. They've clearly decided they'd rather change 1 player's role than multiple players.
Yep.
Norris hanging one outside the off stump. Hill was through it early and was unconvincing, but no edge on the way through to Frelkeld. Hill going up to the top of the order in a role that, you know, typically if she was available, Dunkley would inhabit. It's that classic thing of, would you rather take 1 player from a position lower down to that, or would you rather shift everybody around? But that can be disruptive on a wider level. Come off the pad and will be 1. I am tactically curious about this very short mid-wicket position that Fee Morris has inhabited for all of Tara Norris's spell, and is continuing to. Is clearly something, and it's been to all batters. Just feel like with Norris's in swing, there's that little instinctive flick round the corner that might present a catching chance. 22 for 2 off 6 then. Cross continuing and hunting more to go with the couple that she's already got.
Well, she's only bowled the 3 so far. You would think probably 5 maybe up front, and then that gives you the opportunity of mixing things up later in the game. You might keep her on for 1 more if she picks up a couple more between now and then.
I think it was one of those the bowler would say outside edge. Chatley would say she guided it. What's for sure is she just pushed it outside the off stump with soft hands, and he gets her 1 down to 3rd. Drops her bat on that one, Chatley, who's looked the more fluent of these 2 so far. A little more comfortable. Both of them finding life tough.
Well, they're finding it tough because 2 wickets have fallen, and the 2 wickets to fall, 2 key experienced players, the captain Bryony Smith and Alice Davidson Richards.
Just worked away by Chatley. Clever shot. Get her 1. Chatley moves on to 7. Hill facing up. Has found life tough for a 3 off 17 so far. Who has previous experience with the likes of Vipers, Southern Vipers and the Central Sparks. Short, nice looking cover drive, the kind of cover drive that can settle some nerves. It was half stopped, Chase needed by Jones to keep it to 2. This over has conceded 4 and there's still 1 ball left of it. You'd imagine that the first big job for Hill and Chatley would be trying to get to the end of Cross in particular's first spell. Driven straight at mid-off. End of the over, 26 for 2 off 7. Required run rate is still relatively modest at 5.2. It's the context of those 2 big early scouts, Bryony Smith and Alice Davison-Richards, both out to Kate Cross. Just to put that into some context, Smith in this competition this season is comfortably the South East Stars' top run scorer. Had 381 runs at an average a tickle above 40 before Cross got her out. And Davison-Richards has 300 at an average in the mid-30s. And they are the top 2 run scorers in 50 over cricket for the Stars this season. And they're both back in the pavilion. Here's Norris once more. Just working that with the angle and with the swing. That's a good accumulative shot from Chatley. So you're without those 2. You can guess who number 3 might be if you follow the Stars well.
Yep.
Certain person with the initials SD who happens to be fighting for a spot as the England opener, Sophia Dunkley, who has 293 runs at a Bradman-esque average of 97.6. And Tash Farrant is 4th, and she's of course not playing due to a hamstring injury, which caused her to miss the 100 as well. Cover drive to the left of mid-off. Cross is a good fielder though, has got an absolute rocket arm. It's taken a deflection off Chatley, who immediately puts her hands in the air. I think Ben Stokes 2019-esque, as if to say, sorry, I didn't mean it, I promise. And it went out to short, fine legs, so it didn't actually go anywhere near the boundary, in truth. Cross's rocket arm not inadvertently causing any buzzers. 1 more. Back of a length. Just guided away. So ultimately, what we're getting to is that all of the South East Stars' top 4 run scorers in this competition this season, who between them I make it have scored an aggregate of roughly 1,200 runs, are now not available to them for the rest of this run chase. It's going to need others to stand up and be counted. Back of a length, just guided into, you can see there, that was the position I was referring to, Morris in this very short mid-wicket position. It's almost halfway between a short mid-wicket and a short leg. Not quite far enough in that you would really want to get the protective gear on. The 5th highest run scorer for the Stars in 50 over cricket, with a very impressive strike rate that is more than a run a ball as well, is in the pavilion, which is a certain Ailish Cranstone, who is going to be key in this when her time comes. Overpitched and a little too wide. That can allow Chatley to get her hands for it. It might be a very rare welcome boundary. It is. Chatley finds the point rope. And that is Kira Chatley's first boundary, and the first boundary for the South East Stars since Bryony Smith hit 3 in her short innings.
Yep, that is the big concern, the dearth of boundaries, and nice that Chatley now has kind of changed that.
First boundary in almost exactly 5 overs, which when you think that this is power play time as well that's whittling away, is significant. Norris, with Frelkeld now up. Dot to finish the over. So 32 for 2, beg your pardon, at the end of the 8th. So you won't be winning a maths degree for working out the current run rate, if you know your 4 times tables. And Hill looking much the more uncertain of the 2 at the moment, a little bit more in survival mode than Chatley, but both of them doing their best to rebuild from the wreckage of 13 for 2.
Good from Chatley so far. She's played a good hand up against very, very good bowlers. You've mentioned about Kate Cross and the fact that she's been able to do it for club and country. Let's not forget she comes from very strong sporting pedigree. Her father won the FA Cup as a player. Her mother was a lawyer. Her brother heavily involved with Thunder and cricket in general. You can see why she's hugely competitive.
Yeah, fantastic trailblazer. Cross has got the ball in her hand once again. That's danger for Stars. And Frelkeld is up for Cross as well. There's very few keepers that would have the quality to do that convincingly, but Ellie Frelkeld certainly does. Widely agreed to be one of, if not the best keeper on the women's domestic circuit. Is extremely impressive behind the stumps. Again, nice spot from Cross. Just blocked by Hill, who is right now just trying to see her way through this difficult passage of play.
It's so difficult. You think to yourself, do you try and almost see off Cross and score runs at the other end? But where that rate keeps jumping, it's still set below 4, but there's such work to do.
Flicked away, straight to square leg.
Apologies, the required rate 5.5, so it's still set below 5.5. It's 5.28, but the difficulty is all the time it keeps rising. You're up at a run of ball, or you're going to be there soon, and then you're looking at a boundary and over.
We'll be fascinated to see as well if this pitch gets worse as we go on. If it gets a little slower and lower and it takes even more turn. It's gone in between square leg and mid wicket. Diving tumbling stopped by Fee Morris, but there's always one there. Nice shot, just a touch shorter from Cross, and Chatley picked up the length early. That is a classy, classy shot. A second boundary, didn't try and hit it at all, just leant on it, timed it, used the pace of Cross against her, deep in her crease and threaded it through the covers. That's a beautiful, pure cricket shot. You'd imagine it will bring a comeback of Cross going a touch fuller. Cross certainly does go fuller and is straight driven down the ground for 4 by Chatley. Wow. What a pair of cricket shots from Kira Chatley, making her mark in her first Stars appearance of the season. She's had to be very patient in waiting for the opportunity. Some good early signs that she might well be taking it. One of England's best, hit for back-to-back boundaries. And 2 of the best boundaries we've seen all day from anybody. 41 for 2 off 9. Chatley desperate to make them pay. To use a classic cricketing phrase, having been dropped by Naomi Ditani off Cross when on just 2. Chatley has 20, more than a run a ball. But at the other end, it's a different sort of game. Hill is still struggling to survive. He's facing up to Norris. So that's down leg. An absolute classic Ellie Frelkeld this. Not only takes it cleanly, down leg off Norris obstructed, but it's one of her favourite things to do, whip the bells off for the stumping, even if the batter's in, just to let them know that I'm here. And if you make a mistake, if you step out your crease, you're in trouble. Back of a length. Just played back with a straight bat by Hill. Of course, goes without saying that one down leg was wided. Wasp is saying pretty much bang at 50%. Still think at this point I'd just about rather be Thunder with what we discussed a few overs ago, all of the top 4 run scorers for Stars in this format this season are either not playing in this game or are out now. Another dot to Hill's name. You'd think it's going to need very likely need 2 50-plus contributions across the card to get there.
Which is exactly what we saw from Lancashire Thunder. One of these needs to go pretty big, up towards 100 for me, and Chatley certainly looks the most likely on what we've seen so far.
Norris charging in. And again, just pushed away by Hill, who is rightly being patient at the moment. That's one thing that Chatley's back-to-back boundaries in that previous over does as well. It just takes a bit of the pressure off Chloe Hill to feel like she has to score in the immediate future. Again, nice spot from Norris again. Well played by Hill. We've been spared yet from the rhyming tests that this Lancashire Thunder side are particularly capable of giving you with Norris and Morris. It's when they start bowling in tandem in particular or batting, it can get incredibly confusing very quickly. So that's back down the ground again, dot ball. And some of you who are particularly dedicated Thunder fans listening to our stream will be saying, well, Michael, which Morris? Of course you're right,
well,
there's Fee Morris, and today is less of a necessarily always a regular in the lineup, but Sophie Morris is playing as well, which means that there's plenty of spin threats for Thunder between Morris, Jones and the other Morris. Worked away with the natural angle swing from Norris. I'll go for 1, so the over concedes 2 at the end of the 10th. Stars have 10 more runs than Thunder did at this stage, but at the big expense of 2 significant top order wickets. The captain, Bryony Smith, their top run scorer in this format this season, and their star all-rounder, Alice Davidson-Richards. Smith gone for 12, Davidson-Richards gone for a golden duck. 43 for 2 off 10.
Well, you look at that victory target, 251, that looks a long way away, still a further 208. The power play has concluded the first 10 overs and the run rate is set at 4.3, the required rate 5.20. Chatley has certainly looked the happier of the two wickets to fall so far. Bryony Smith, the captain and opener, caught by Clark off the bowling of Cross for 12 with the score on 13, and then Alice Davidson-Richards followed off the very next ball, an inside edge, and she was bowled by the same bowler and sent back with the score on 13. So 13 for 2 at that stage. Since then 30 have been added, of which Chatley has scored 20 of those 30, and Hannah Jones is going to be on now. We are going to see some spin. She's picked up 18 wickets in this competition so far. You can see why Ellie Threlkeld, the captain, has decided to go to the spinner so soon. She's been impressed, of course she has, by Kate Cross picking up those 2 big wickets. But now is the opportunity for the left arm spinner, who gives it plenty of flight and bowls to Hill. It's not been the easiest of knocks so far for Hill, playing as a specialist batter, of course. The statistics show 8 from 32, taking a couple of quick steps to try and get to the flight of the ball and pushes it to mid-off, but again it's another dot. 1 or 2 people just making their way in, someone wearing a South East Stars shirt, the youngster also wearing a Surrey shirt, and plenty of fans in this part of the ground as we see a rare misfield here, and it's going to be 1, maybe 2 for Chloe Hill. Takes her into double figures. Certainly very willing runs being added by the Stars, number 33. Noise and chatter out there in the middle from the team in red, the Thunder. And they'll know at the moment they are in this dominant position as Hill tries to go down the ground again. Again, another slight misfield in fairness to the fielder at mid-off. She did get right in behind it, but they're able to get through for a single. And it brings Chatley back onto strike. Looking all around, just checking with the square leg umpire how many to come. The answer is just one. Jones has gone for 3 from the 5 that she's bowled so far, as Chatley just covers up, and that is the end of the over. So a good start from the spin bowler Hannah Jones. 11 gone, 46 for 2.
Well, Hannah Jones will be a big threat, no doubt about it. There's a reason why former Thunder coach Paul Shaw called her the quiet assassin. He's probably one in the group that you hear the least from in that camp, but all of the talking comes with ball in hand.
Beckenham end, replacing Tara Norris.
Extremely
number
lethal.
3, Sophie Morris.
Those 18 wickets at an average of 21 in 50 over cricket for Thunder this season, and the economy rate of 4.6. Mentioned that they've brought 3 spinners to Beckenham. It is a ground known for being one of the better for spin in the women's circuit, and so will be Sophie Morris.
Yeah, no real surprise. They've got a couple of left-armers as well who are bowling in tandem here, and the most important thing is to try and get in amongst the wickets column. They would have been delighted to pick up Smith and Davidson Richards. Now they'll want to try and break this partnership, and Hill on strike pushes down the ground to mid-on.
And I know that Sophie Eccleston has done a lot of mentoring, coaching and advice work when back from England duties with Sophie Morris and Hannah Jones as fellow left-armers. Might get a better role model than that.
No, that's where you're very, very lucky. Again, drilling down the ground, and that's very good fielding, diving away to her left-hand side. Tara Norris.
Morris so far in this competition this season has had a very good one. 7 wickets at 15.
Morris to continue after being thankful to Norris for the fielding. Worked into the leg side, and they come through for a single. It went to Datani's right hand, but they set off nice and quickly.
It gets better than that as well. Not just 7 wickets at 15, an economy rate of just 3.8. Second most economical bowler behind only Sophie Eccleston in this competition this season for Thunder.
Brilliant contribution, and that's what you need to do. Try and join up, bowl in spells, bowl in tandem, and the 2 spinners looking to do exactly what the 2 pace bowlers did. Kate Cross picked up the 2 wickets, but Tara Norris gave her good control. And nice to see she's fielding well as well. That's what you want to try and see as this one races past the outside edge. That is the end of the over. So Morris starting nicely. Just the one single coming from it. Still 3 away from the half century for the Stars. It's tough going out there in the middle. Chatley has 20. Hill undefeated on 12. 47 for 2.
The reason I was chuckling is off Sophie Morris's bowling, we got Tara Norris doing the fielding. Well, you just wait until we get a moment in the game that combines Fee Morris, Sophie Morris and Tara Norris.
It's going to happen.
Good luck. It's very much reminds you of the Wokes folks in Stokesing on the England men's side, where a lot of people were willing them to play together, and I'm not sure off the top of my head it necessarily ever happened. It might have happened in just 1 or 2 games.
Yeah, I think Wokes might have been out when Folks played, and then Wokes is back and Folks isn't there. Yeah, maybe you are right.
It was sort of one of those weird things of cricket social media that is waiting to happen. On a more serious note, you'd imagine it would be the spinners for a while for Thunder. Fee Morris will come in at some point.
Wasp still set at 49%, which does seem very adventurous, as Hill is adventurous herself on this occasion and picks up 4 welcome runs. A good rapturous round of applause, and there is the 50 coming up in the 13th over. Just a couple of quick steps. Pushed it wide of the fielder at mid-off, and it just raced away down to the boundary's edge. And that a real good pressure release for Hill, who can bat, very talented in that regard. Maybe not finding it easy here, but it's not for the want of trying. She's up against, well, she's witnessed 4 very good bowlers so far. Spin at both ends now as Jones, the joint top wicket taker in this competition with 18. Just 12's won a game, worked out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket, and they take 1. Brings Chatley back onto strike, who's running along at a runner ball, and Wasp goes up to 53%. I think both Michael and I are in agreement that that might be a bit of wishful thinking, but 4 more runs here. If it does come to the boundary's edge, the fielder might get there. Does get there. What a brilliant bit of work it really was from Emma Lamb. Chased it right down to the boundary's edge and then received a little bit of support from Sophie Morris. Very good from both of them.
Clever from Chatley. Nice inventive stuff.
Saving a couple of runs though. Chatley picking up 2 and staying on strike and facing up and driving down the ground, but only to the fielder at mid-off.
Stars will be cautiously encouraged by particularly how fluent Chatley has looked. At some point we'll definitely get the very dependable off spin of Fee Morris, and then you could say the 6th bowling option in this Thunder lineup is the left arm seam of Naomi Datani, which gives Lancashire Thunder something a bit different.
No need to make changes when things are going well here. Sophie Morris is going to continue. Morris just runs 1 past off stump, or onto off stump, where Sophie Morris, the batter Chloe Hill works it to backward point.
The only thing that surprised me a touch is, and I know they're not identical bowlers, but bowling the 2 left armers at the same time.
I think that's quite clever. You can get through the overs.
Yeah, totally agree on that. I suspected that what would be more likely is that where possible they'd try and break it up and have one on with a seam, one on with Fee Morris bowling her off spin. You bowl Morris's off spin at one end, gives you 2 different threats turning in 2 different directions.
Maybe you think that Fee Morris later in the piece might be more effective.
Yep.
And you give these 2 bowlers an opportunity to bowl here where there is maybe a little bit of pressure off, if you will. I mean, they're going to really be, or you would think they're going to be behind the 8 ball, getting up towards 5.5, the rate required. This time opening up the offside is Hill.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That might be one thought of it. I mean, Femo, as she's known to everyone around the Thunder setup, is a very good containing offie.
And with the pressure on, you've got to take risks against her. I'm not saying that is the thought process, but it's one that could be running through the minds of the captain, as this time Chatley pushes to mid-off and the fielding is carried out by Kate Cross, who made that big contribution picking up those 2 wickets in as many balls to dismiss Bryony Smith and Alice Davidson-Richards, the 2 prize scalps in the top order. 55 for 2 as Chatley goes out to the fielder at deep point and takes 1 and settles for it. Good return, very good return, because as Michael has mentioned, you get value for your shot straight here on this pitch. It takes quite a bit of force to work it out square of the wicket either side. There is the worm, still staying just to hide. 8th of March in the West Indies. The 3 of them played, Folkes, Wokes and Stokes.
If you like your rhyming cricket trivia, such as moments like this that remind me of what a strange sport it is that we play and love. But
Alex, who is working with us, spends a lot of time in darkened rooms. Doesn't have a wide spectrum of friends, but we class him as a friend and we like him. He's very, very good at helping us, which is important.
Back to the cricket.
Indeed, yes, all part of the cricketing family, which is what we are. 56 for 2. Thanks for joining us on the Stars live stream. Here is Jones to continue, who's been so good at picking up wickets. Rihanna McDonald Gate going ahead of Jones, courtesy of picking up a couple here, but Jones has picked up 18 and she'll be hopeful of extending that sequence and getting 1 or 2 here. Chatley thought about the single, it wasn't really there, and as the ball was thrown back into Threlkeld, I think they'll both realise that they made the right decision. The 2 batters walked to the middle just to have a little chat.
Required run rate just creeping up to 5.5.
Cause for concern. These two know exactly what they need, and that is the benefit of batting second. You know exactly what you need to do, and they'll have in their minds where they need to be at certain junctures. They would have been the chat with Johan Myberg, Darren Stevens. Darren Stevens, a very good finisher himself for Kent over the years. He could certainly blaze runs in limited overs cricket. Shy for the stumps. Had the fielder hit, that almost certainly would have been the end of Chatley. As it is, she picks up a single. Can understand why they decided to take it after having those 4 dots. You want to try and keep that scoreboard ticking. Now there's pressure on Hill here. 1 to come. Can she add a run? No is the answer. Just pushes it back to the bowler. And another good over from Jones. She's bowled 3. No wicket as yet for 11. Chatley has 24. Hill on 18. The rate is only 3.80. And as Michael mentioned, that run rate required now is over the 5.5 mark.
With us at 15 overs gone, let's have a little whiz around the grounds in the battle of the bottom 2. Western Storm are 50 for 1 in the 9th over. Emma Corney caught and bowled by Grace Potts. Sophia Smale and Sophie Luff out there building together, needing 298 to win. Tough chase that. Sunrisers going very well in pursuit of 189 to win at Chelmsford against the Northern Diamonds. They're 80 for 2. Grace Scrivens with 34 unbeaten.
And to continue the next over, Sophie Morris starts with a dot. Michael?
And Sunrisers, as a result of getting well ahead of the rate, they only need 3 and over from here on in, so they back themselves to chase that. Remember, the Sunrisers are 4th, beg your pardon. Diamonds are 2nd.
Morris to continue, again work to backward point, another dot.
And at Arundel, the Southern Vipers are well placed to continue their excellence at the top of the table.
As Morris looks to continue her good performance so far, she's into her 3rd over, and would you believe she's only gone for 3 runs. When you consider how good Jones has been in this competition, Morris showing that she can do the business as well. So it's been inspired from Ellie Threlkeld. They'll take 1 here.
In that game, Blaze against Vipers. Blaze all out for 208. Ava Lee, the star, with 4 wickets for the Vipers, who are 74 for 2 in the 17th. But going at above the required run rate. Rihanna Southby 31 not out. 2 wickets for all the Prendergast.
Morris in once more, a huge leading edge, high up into the air it goes and straight into the arms of the fielder. At cover, a comfortable catch for Clark, and that is more disappointment for the South East Stars. We just get the chance to see it again. It was a big leading edge, and it is going to be a first wicket for Sophie Morris in this contest. Comfortable again from Alice Clark. She's already picked up Bryony Smith by virtue of taking a catch off the bowling of Kate Cross. You don't get many more simple than that.
Well, Hill was not necessarily scoring quickly,
was caught by Alice
but
Clark off the bowling
that
of
is an
Sophie
innings
Morris
that, if
for 18.
Stars went on to win this game, would be seen to have had some value to the victory cause. She did help see off those
South East
tough
Stars
opening spells of
incoming
Norris
batter,
and
number
particularly
27,
Cross,
Callie Moore.
and albeit playing second violin behind Chatley, did help to put on a partnership worth 45 in reasonably good time to help get things moving in the right direction.
Callie Moore is going to be the new batter, which means that Paige Schofield isn't going to bat for a little while here, you would think, and it just puts so much pressure on her when she does get the opportunity to go out. The game could possibly be gone at that stage. As it is, there's still a lot of work required.
So I wouldn't claim to have got exactly when she went off and how long, but I also wonder if it might be one of those where being off for a certain period of time,
It could be time.
she then also needs to wait a certain period of time.
Yeah, we did see it with ADR. She could bat 7.
Here's more, just guiding to point.
That disappears at that stage, but yeah, you might be right.
Don't know whether it's batting at 7 or whether it's a certain amount of overs. Off the top of my head, it is often batting at 7. I'm sure someone, hopefully, will correct me, but that's just something that came to mind because Schofield was off the field for a long period of time. And then there is, of course, also the question, given the icing and the testing, whether if the chase were to be so emphatically not close, is it actually worth coming out to bat with a huge score needed?
Yeah, well, of course, after this it's Western Storm, which is a big game on Saturday, a winnable game, and then 2 away trips, Central Sparks and Northern Diamonds. We're at the start of the next over. 58 for 3 is the score. We're starting the 17th, and again, just carrying on with spin at both ends, and no real surprise in that regard. What is the chat in the dressing room when the new batter comes out? Kalia Moore's been promoted up the order. What are you thinking when you go out as a new batter, Michael?
I would say at this stage, primarily, it's about just working away into her innings, looking to be purposeful and trying to score without taking unnecessary risks. The required run rate is still 5.7. That's a good use of the sweep shot, sweeping on length and getting 1.
Well, I think the T20 competition shows you that any run chase is possible. The game has massively changed.
Yeah.
And you can certainly see why they've decided to think to themselves that they could still do it. Chatley off strike. Kalia Moore looking to try and get on them off the mark and facing up to Hannah Jones. Lots of people looking on and hoping and praying that we will be able to see South East Stars move into a good position. 3rd in the table at the start of this one, 27 points from 10 games. But of course, there is plenty of interest and plenty of development just slightly down the log. A lot of teams wanting to finish in that top 4. That's what the teams need to do, and as Michael has alluded to throughout this fixture, you want to try and get into the top 2 and have a home fixture in the knockout stages.
And it's funny though, it's the beauty of sport, isn't it? The unpredictability of how quickly it can all change. Stars would have come into this pair of 2 home games thinking, well, you win both of those 2, you go on the road for the last 2, and your top 4 spot is pretty much already secure, and you're just playing to secure that home semi-final. Were they to lose today, it closes the gap. It gives Thunder a sense of belief that they're right in the hunt, depending on, of course, what goes on with the Blaze in their match against Vipers. It could suddenly all be extremely tight again.
Yeah, it could be. And of course, with these spin overs, you just get through so quickly. Just 1 coming off that last one from Jones. Morris is now continuing and bowling this 18th over. And you look at Morris, 1 for 4 into her 4th over. They are rattling through these overs.
Yes, it is the classic grumble of various people, particularly, dare I suggest, people who can remember generations of 20 overs an hour. This one worked into the covers, and they're going to take 1-2 backward point in the end. That's where it ends up, and you are right, you make a good point. Now, before I get utterly slaughtered for that, I should say there's plenty of younger people like yours truly who would also love to see overs bowled at a reasonable rate. Yes, indeed. Well done. You're safely back on the fence. 61 for 3 is the score as Moore gets off the mark at the 5th time of asking. I mean, it reminds me of one point I've seen George Tabell and others make which is in a test match context, any overs not bowled should be automatically refunded to the card holder that bought the ticket, which I find feels quite sensible.
Yeah.
If in any other walk of life you didn't get 10% of something that you had paid for, you would not be
Yeah.
colleague next to us talks about a football match ending 10 minutes early, but exactly right. Certainly not going to have a worry with that today, though. Glorious day.
Yeah, beautiful day. No worries at all, with plenty of blue sky up ahead. And again, another over bowled there. Just the 3 singles from Morris, slightly denting her figures somewhat. 1 for 7 through the 4 that she's bowled. The victory target is 251. 62 for 3 after 18.
While we're doing what cricket commentators do in passages like this, which was go down a bit of a rabbit hole, this reminds me of a memory of reading on teletext as about a 12-year-old about a bizarre passage of play at the end of a 4-day county championship match where one team needed to hurry up their over rate, the other team for some reason had no problem with them doing it. As Chatley faces up.
Yeah, I always preferred CFAX to teletext.
And basically what happened is something like 8 overs were bowled in 15 minutes because the
Wow.
batting team had no problem padding everything back. I think they were just looking for a draw. And it was just bizarre.
Full toss, hit straight down the ground. 4 runs here to Chatley. Picked it nice and quickly and put it away with a great bit of power. Beating the fielder at mid-off rather, and then racing away.
Yeah, Chatley's looked comfortably in the best nick of any Stars batter. Brought a flying dive from cross. She is a quality fielder. I mean, the similarities between her and Jimmy Anderson extend far beyond just the bowling. I mean, she's a much better bat, but I was referring specifically there in the sense they're both dynamic fielders. Very, very good.
Yeah, that's another part of the game that's really changed.
Yes.
Fielders are very, very impressive.
But specifically fast bowlers.
Yeah,
fielders.
absolutely.
Gone is the day of grazing under a tree at third and fine leg and being hidden there all day. And Anderson was probably one of the pioneers of that, really, being a fast bowler who's comfortable being at mid-on and mid-off, being as good as anybody.
Jones to continue, conceding that boundary, then going for 1 off the next one. This time she's dropping her hand down to stop any thoughts of a single.
And Cross very much similar in that vein. I know they've got the Alex Hartley floodlight at Old Trafford, and they've got the Jimmy Anderson end as Chatley's driving again. This time will get one in front of Cross. He's keen to have a shy, hits the stumps. It looked to me like Moore had made it, and indeed she had. Didn't even need the dive, but excellent intent. And just as if to illustrate our point when we were waxing lyrical about Cross's brilliant fielding, she picks the ball up, charges in from mid-off and throws the stumps down with some intent. So whilst Moore might have made her ground, that I believe is what they call a warning shot.
Yep, she's got the earpiece in, listening to Michael McCann, who's been waxing lyrical. 68 for 3 is the score, 1 to go in the 19th. These chairs that we're sitting on, we're delighted to be watching cricket, of course we are, but they're not the most comfortable. Jones to complete her set, does it with a dot. That is the end of the over, 19 gone. 68 for 3 is the score. Chatley has 33 of those runs, almost half of them courtesy of her bat. Moore 2 from 8 at the other end.
The other thing is that this pitch is a little bit slow and low, and you sense that makes it all the more important that when you've got in to go big, it might not necessarily be the easiest track to start on, as it degenerates a bit across the day and takes more turn, which makes Chatley all the more important in the piece. Now, speaking of people who are important in the piece, it is Fee Morris with her very tidy right arm off breaks, the dictionary definition of a three-dimensional cricketer. She's surprisingly only taken 7 wickets in this competition at an average of 40, with an economy rate of 5.2, which for a player of her excellence is a touch surprisingly high to me, those numbers. She's a really impressive all-rounder who's been a big part of the Thunder story since joining last season. I had the pleasure of commentating with her for the ECB feed on the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day. He's a real thinker of the game.
Fee Morris then to start this 20th over. Onto the pads of Kalia Moore, who turns it away to square leg and takes one.
Nice thing about having Morris in action with a left armour at the other end is it gives you two very different threats. Tends to bowl quite quick and flat, doesn't get it above the eye line too often, and has some nice variations, including a seamer that sometimes batters find hard to pick.
Yep, when you've got a repertoire of different deliveries, you do have to be very thoughtful. Here is Chatley just facing up, eyeing that half century. We've seen two go past that mark so far. We saw the 76 for Seren Smale, top scoring, 54 for Fee Morris, who's bowling here, and Chatley has looked good this time, driving to extra cover. Good bit of fielding, that's a dot. Plenty of chat out there. Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps, making plenty of noise and making sure that the fielders are on the money, nice and close. This time a full toss worked out to deep cover. Naomi Datani does the fielding. They take one more.
Morris might feel like she's got away with that one a bit.
Either side of Datani, it's going to the boundary's edge as it is. Comfortable for the all-rounder. Again, perfect in defence this time is Moore. Maybe a surprise that Moore came out when the likes of Ailish Cranstone, Phoebe Franklin are there as well. 70 for 3, 1 to go until we reach the 20 over mark. There we are. Neil Bainton just signals that that is the end of the over. 20 gone. And the run rate required now has just moved up above 6. Chatley has 34 from 48. There is the scorecard. Moore 3 from 11. Those two big wickets at the top. Smith and Alice Davidson Richards going in consecutive balls. Cross 2 for 29 through the 5 that she's bowled. Norris was very effective at the top there, only going for 13 from her 5. Jones and then S. Morris and F. Morris both getting their opportunities. We've seen Norris, we've seen Morris, and we've seen more Morris. Here's Michael McCann.
Well put. That's just worked away for 1. We now have, mercifully, it is Jones and Fee Morris in combination at either end, as opposed to Fee and Sophie Morris.
Yeah.
Worked away through square leg for 1 more. Just a patient accumulative period here, I'd say, needed by Chatley and Moore. Almost see if you can, and it's not exactly the same, but see if you can set up a bit of a T20 bash at the end. To mid-off, they thought of one bad idea against Cross's arm, and Moore indeed sticks the big stop signal sign out.
I take your point, but we've had the power play and they're 3 wickets down.
That's on the bounce. They think of one. Well, yes, exactly. I mean, that's where I was going to go and say next. But I think a rebuild is needed for a little bit of time. But yes, and this is the other thing people miss when they talk about setting up a T20 in the last 30 overs of a 50 over game. Bowlers have got unlimited allocations, the power play's gone. It's not quite the same. Goes on the reverse. That's a clever shot. She's good at using the pace of the spinner's Chatley to manipulate it behind square either side the wicket. 1 more.
I guess this has been the huge positive so far, Chatley's contribution.
My thinking is if they can just bat for 10 overs and tick along reasonably well, they're still in the contest. I think if you're realistic, that's driven straight to mid-on. If they lose 2 or 3 wickets in the next 10 overs, you're getting into kind of Herculean miracle stuff. 3 off the over, 73 for 3 off 21. I think if right now you told the Stars, let's say in the next 9 overs, they would score 40 to 45 runs and not lose a wicket, yes, that might be well behind the 6.1 needed, but You're setting some kind of a platform. You go into the last 20 with possibly needing something like 6.5, if not a bit more, but you've got 2 set batters. It's Fee Morris starting her second over. Gives that one plenty of flight.
Brilliant fielding.
Yeah, she's a fantastic fielder, including off her own bowling. She's taken some outstanding caught and bowls over the years, Morris. Shorter, straight and extra cover. Has been in some England development games this summer, which again gives you an idea that she's very much on that England radar, as she should be. Rocks back, Chatley picks out deep cover. One more. Regardless of the result today, that is going to be a big plus for the Stars, which is they've got a positive selection headache going into the last 3 games of the season, because Hill has kept all season. Chatley's played her first game today. She's looked really accomplished with the bat and behind the gloves. Blocked back that time by Moore. Of course, has been a regular last season, but hasn't played in this campaign at all up until today's game. Again, Morris giving it plenty of flight, trying to tempt Moore into something. We'll get one there, well judged single. Moore with 85 runs at an average of 17 with a strike rate of 55 in the competition this season. Coming into this knock, moves on to 5, is still trying to find her rhythm early doors in her innings. 75 for 3 off 22.
Kira Chatley, the younger of the two, 25 years of age. Chloe Hill, 27.
Replacing Hannah
Both
Jones
of them
at the City end.
good cricketers.
Number 11, Naomi Datani.
Naomi Datani is going to get an opportunity, so moving away from spin. Datani, of course, dropped that chance and would have been a big opportunity to see the back of Chatley early on in her innings. She's gone on to make her pay, moving on to 37 so far. Some changes in the field here, as we see this change in bowling at the City end. You can see Datani wanting to make sure fielders are in the right position, including making sure exactly where she wants third to be positioned. Sophie Morris coming into that position, who of course bowled that spell.
Off the toe end of the bat, down to deep third for 1. Was trying to hit that a fair bit squarer than she actually did, it looks like more.
She almost had to chase it, didn't she?
Yeah.
She caught it so low down the bat.
Guided away. There is a particular pressure on Chatley here to sustain the scoring rate. He's got almost half the runs in the innings, which is very impressive given she walked out at 13 for 2. She'll get more here, just 1.
Wasps set at 32%, which basically means if we were to have 10 matches played over time, Stars would win 3 of those matches and the opposing side would win 7. At the moment,
I think I would put Thunder in marginally a better position.
yeah,
than
I
that,
think
to be
I would
honest.
maybe 25%, yeah.
Slightly over pitch, driven hard. Well stopped by Cross. A bit of regulation stop for a fielder of her high quality. Ditani offering something different to this Thunder bowling lineup with her experienced whippy left arm seamers. Has hundreds of wickets in women's professional, regional, county cricket, all the different shapes that it's taken across her career. She's bowled 30 overs in this competition this season. Has picked up 4 wickets. Oh, and now she's picked up 5. Magnificent from Naomi Ditani. That classic left arm angle, shaping back in. And Kalia Moore's vigil is over. Gone for 6 of 19. Never really found any fluency. And now he's out. 77 for 4. Ditani's first wicket of the day. Moore made room. And it just went straight between bat and pad. Top of middle and leg, absolutely splattered. And just as we were saying that Thunder were well in front in the contest, well, they're even further in front now.
Yep, the long walk back for Kalia Moore. You can see the frustration etched across her face as she makes her way back. Ailish Cranstone is going to be the new batter. Just a little bit of chat between the two as they walk past each other.
The new batter for South East Stars, number 28, Ailish Cranstone.
Well, if the South East Stars are to rescue this, Cranstone is probably going to have to channel her full main character energy for it. She is a really impressive player, bit of a pocket rocket is how I'd term her. Very good at manipulating the field, is a left-hander, which always tends to mess a little with bowlers' lines and lengths as well. And has had a very impressive Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. Has had various extensive troubles with wrist injuries in the past and has had to evolve her game as time has gone on. And the standards of women's cricket has improved across her time in the game. She has the highest strike rate of any South East Stars batter in this competition. She scores her runs at 108 per 100 balls. And a decent average as well. Needs a good start though, facing Ditani. Short. Cranstone immediately off the mark. Finds deep point for 1, keeps the strike. 78 for 4 with 23 overs gone. Cranstone has 237 runs in 50 over cricket this season at an average a tickle under 30. Has often come in the middle part of the innings as a finisher of sorts and has played some really impressive cameos, particularly here at Beckenham. And now comes in a little earlier than she often has done, with a lot of work needed.
I think the biggest compliment that we could play Ailish Cranstone is that she's always looking to try and make something happen.
Yeah, absolutely. She is the epitome of that player who, when you know that she's in bat, it's sort of like, this is absolutely not the time to gather the refreshments. This is as talk about those players that empty the bars, to use an old phrase. She truly is one of them. She's very dynamic. She will look to counterpunch naturally. That will be her instinctive response here. And quite frankly, with the scoreboard as it is, and that required run rate already up at 6.4, it is probably what is needed anyway. So it makes sense for her to go about playing a natural game as she faces Morris. He's just having a look at one. Flicked away. Well, that's exactly what I was talking about that Cranstone will do. She's barely touched that and it runs away for 4. Ailish Cranstone gets her first boundary with a really intelligent, smart cricket shot. Just places the bat on the ball, grazes it down to the short third boundary. It's a very good manipulator of the field. Ironically, just like the player who is bowling to her, Fee Morris, who will be putting all her experience to try and keep Cranston quiet. Cranston plays the same shot again and might well get the same reward again. Doesn't quite go. Tatani does the fielding. It's a comfortable trotted 2, didn't have to really sprint at all at any point. Pushed away through point. One more. Confident start from Cranston, and that's a good sign for Stars fans. Morris now bowling to Chatley. He does have some of the manipulative abilities of Cranston as well. Poses a different challenge as a right-hander. Gets her hands through that. Nice flowing drive for 1. Productive over this for South East Stars. Desperately needed. They've got 8, which is comfortably above the required rate, and this ball is a bonus ball in that regard.
Yeah, you look at that required rate, 6.5, and that shows you that it is possible without taking huge risks.
Straight back to Morris. He's looking to shy, thinking of it, thinking better of it eventually. 86 for 4 off 24, 8 from the over. Lots
expected of Chatley, 39 from 58, Cranstone 8 from 6 at the other end. We're only 1 over away from the drinks break, almost at the halfway point of this innings. And we do need a sizable partnership here, and this could be it. You just get the feeling that these two need to try and take it fairly deep. Chatley, of course, 11 away from that half century. Wanting to really contribute here on strike. It's been a good contribution so far, but there's still so much work to be done.
Pulled away. Sounded really good off the bat, but he's picked out the deep square leg sweeper almost perfectly. So it's only 1. Hope you're enjoying your bank holiday wherever you are. Plenty are here at Beckenham. I say this purely anecdotally, using the attendance counter that is my eyes, but I think it's comfortably the biggest crowd I've seen here for a Stars game this
Agreed.
season, which is great. Tatani once more, finding the middle of Cranstone's bat. It's just steadily swelled as the day's gone on as well. You can kind of understand why. 10:30 in the morning is, if you like your line on a bank holiday Monday. Not the earliest of starts, but not the latest either.
Nine balls bowled so far by Tatani. She's picked up that wicket. 1 for 4 through those 9 deliveries. Good contribution so far.
87 for 4 in the 25th then. It's Tatani, finds the outside edge of Cranstone's bat. That's not really where Cranstone wanted that to go. Cranstone was looking to hit, I think, inside out, more of a kind of mid-off area. Indeed, she's re-rehearsing the shot now, which confirms as such. That was an attempted off drive, which has ended up going through point, which is more like what happens when yours truly is playing 3s or 4s cricket.
And me.
Yes, indeed, the mere mortals, I think is what we're trying to say. Chatley, you look good for a 40. Swipes and misses. You can blame that on the commentator's curse. It's just been a little bit becalmed in the more recent part of her innings, Chatley, in terms of phases. She was very quickly out of the blocks. Just found scoring a little tougher in recent times. Blocked back that time by Chatley. End of the over. 25 gone. We're at the midway point. 88 for 4. 6.5 and over needed.
Gold Southeast Stars 88 for 4.
And indeed, just having a little look back confirmed. So as we get to drinks, Chatley's first 22 came at a run a ball, and her last 18 runs have came off 39 balls. So she has significantly slowed up in the more recent phase of her innings as we take a quick drink here.
Indeed, yep, a little break. Thank you to Michael McCann alongside. 88 for 4 is the score at the halfway stage. So you'll see the run rate is set just ahead of 3.5 and over, and the required rate 6.5. So work to do in that regard. There have been some slightly more expensive overs in terms of the runs that they've been able to take. Datani's been hard to get away. 1 for 5 from the 2 that she's bowled so far. Lots expected of this partnership between Chatley and Cranstone. Very much hoping that they will be able to get the Stars close to where they need to be. After this, it's Western Storm. That's here on Saturday, and then followed by those 2 away trips. The Stars go to Central Sparks and Northern Diamonds. Thank you for joining us on the live stream. This is Jamie Reid, Michael alongside, and we're very much enjoying and pleased to get this opportunity to be here. Enhanced coverage so far this season. Surrey have really looked after us, looked after the Stars. And of course things change next season, but in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy here today, we know what's happening in this fixture. Let's have a little look around the grounds, and we'll start in that one that matters most. Southern Vipers are very handily placed in their game against the Blaze. The Blaze batting first. They were bowled out for 208 in the final over. Vipers in reply 111 for 4 in the 27th of their 50, which means that they need a further 98 to win, and they've still got in excess of 23 overs and 6 wickets in which to chase down those victories. Viper have been very good so far. Western Storm against Central Sparks. Sparks batting first. 297 for 3 from their 50. Western Storm 102 for 3 after 18. They need a further 196 to win. They've got 32 overs in which to chase them down. And the other game is Sunrisers against Northern Diamonds. Diamonds batting first. 188 for 9 from their 50. Sunrisers very well placed. 129 for 3 in the 25th, which means that they only need a further 60 to win, and they've got just over 25 overs in which to chase them down. So that is the tale of the tape in terms of what's happening. The Stars, of course, were third in the table, 27 points from their 10 games coming into it. More work to be done by the opposing side. Thunder 16 from 10, 9 points behind the team in 4th spot with just 4 to play. So they need a victory here, and they probably need victories in all of their other matches if they are to gate crash the top 4. If you get through to the top 4, you finish in the top 4, you will go through to the knockout stages. If you finish in the top 2, you get the opportunity of a home semi-final. So top 2 is the principal aim, but making sure you're in the top 4 is certainly what all of the teams vying for honours at the end of the campaign will be hoping for. Cranstone is on strike. We're just about to come back from drinks. 88 for 4 at the halfway stage then. And it is going to be the opportunity for Fee Morris just to continue here. She's behind the umpire, Neil Bainton, who's got that right arm out, just saying to stop. The arm will be removed shortly when Cranstone, the left-hander, is ready. That point happens now, and here is Fee Morris, born in Berkshire. The twirler did very well with bat in hand, scoring 54, and that enabled that partnership between she and Seren Smale, who was eventually run out for 76. But that has changed the course of this game, and it's given the Stars lots of work to do. That rate continuing to climb as trapped in front. Up goes the index finger, the celebration for Fee Morris, just as she did it with bat. This time she's celebrating with ball. Cranstone doesn't want to go, but she's been trapped in front, and that really is a big, big wicket. Fee Morris continuing to show just how good she is in this game. And Cranstone is sent back on her way for 9. It's going to be interesting to see the next batter who comes out. You've got the likes of Phoebe Franklin. I would think it probably will be Phoebe Franklin. That's who it appears to be. And this tells the story that we're almost certainly not going to see Paige Schofield, because it could be a situation where it's not necessarily needed. You don't want to put too much pressure on her, especially with Western Storm coming up at the weekend. Another chance to pick up victory in that game. Confirmed. Phoebe Franklin is the new batter, coming out at 7. Very useful, the all-rounder. But Fee Morris again showing that she can do it in the field with bat in hand, and now with ball. Very, very useful. Looks like the fielder at mid-on is just going to get pushed back here for Phoebe Franklin. That is confirmed. Tara Norris is going to go to long on. But a big, big wicket in the contest of this game. Chatley's still there, 40 from 61 at the other end. And Franklin facing up to her first ball, just turns it round the corner to square leg and takes 1. But you can't keep Fee Morris out of this game, wanting to contribute any way possible. Little bit of chat. And again, Chatley now 10 away from a half century. For her own personal pride, she'll want to reach that landmark. Here she is, driving down the ground, taking a quick single. They race through, shying for the stumps towards the wicket-keeper's end. But Franklin did set off quickly. They take 1 and they settle for it. Good running.
I'll tell you what, Kate Cross is that cricketer that when she zings it in, you've got to be watching. And even just those little touches in the field, you see her class at an international level. It's the consistency of the intent to get to the ball, the rocket arm, the precision of it, the desire to affect a run out, even when there's only the most outside chance of it. Pushed back by Franklin. Just come to the crease, of course, after the loss of Cranston. End of the over. 26 gone. 90 for 5. And having found life tough when reassessing things at the drinks break, it's only got even harder straight afterwards, with Cranston being at LBW. From a Stars perspective to the bowling of Fee Morris. There is also net run rate to play for here. Could well make a big difference as a tiebreaker if you're level on points. In terms of chasing a top 4 spot, a defeat by, say, 50 runs is very different to a defeat by 100 in terms of affecting it all. Here's Ditani. Straight at extra cover from Chatley, who is increasingly looking like something of a lone hand in the operation. Was very fluent for her first 22. They came at a run a ball, but since then has slowed up significantly, albeit understandably so. Has had wickets falling around her. That's never easy. Bouncer from Ditani, but sort of a slow ball one. And Chatley's having a chuckle at it and throwing her head up to the heavens as if to have I missed out on that, but I don't think she picked it. Ditani didn't quite execute the ball as she might have liked. Nobody's left totally happy with it. Ditani's been impressive so far in her 2.5 overs or so. Well, fielders go up for it. Julia Jarvis signals are wide. You can add that one to the list of those who believe in the commentator's curse, just waxing lyrical about how excellent she'd been. If you want to keep in touch on social media, at SE Stars Cricket for all things South East Stars, at Thunder Crick, Thunder CRIC for all things Thunder. You can keep in touch with us via those channels. It's also now known as X. Here's Ditani. That's half stopped in the onside. One more. Do get your tweets in as well to yours truly, Michael McCann on at This Is McCann. This is McCann, MCCANN, and Jamie Reid alongside me, who's on at Jamie D Reid. Right now, you're watching Stars very much try and fight their way back in a very tough situation. Into the pads, so it's going to take a lot from that angle to be going right to get an LBW. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled by Ditani. Franklin fortunate to survive. Stars under real pressure here. Required run rate climbing towards 7. Ditani in her first Stars game of the season at one end. Franklin at the other has a best of 28 not out in this format in the campaign. That's a good shot from Franklin. Picks out deep cover all along the carpet. Franklin, who has 122 runs at a strike rate not far off a runner ball, an average of 17 in 50 over cricket this season, so has made some handy contributions out there alongside Chatley. 93 for 5 of 27 then. Very good day this is turning into for Lancashire Thunder. I imagine that the likes of Alison Byrne, a good friend of mine in the women's cricket community and former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, will be watching very happy indeed with what she's seen from Thunder. You would think as Morris starts her latest over with a full toss and Franklin gets caught in two minds, almost chipped back, caught and bowled. Thunder, who you'd think are one of the places best placed to settle into life from turning region to county because of their extremely close links with Lancashire already. Smashed down the ground, straight across at mid-off. 93 for 6. A second wicket for Fee Morris. Franklin out for just 2. A comfortable catch for a fielder of Crossie's calibre. There's no way that was being dropped. And it goes from bad to worse for the South East Stars, who are 93 for 6. And in real danger of collapsing rapidly in a heap here. They've lost 2 quick wickets now after drinks. Franklin out for only 2. Feeling like the situation demanded a big shot like that, and you can kind of understand why. That required run rate is approaching 7.
Stars, number 29, Rhianna McDonald-Gay.
So out comes Rhianna McDonald-Gay, and poor old Chatley, he's just seeking a consistent partner. Hasn't had a lot of support. Hill's still second top scorer with 18. Smith made 12, ADR 0, Moore 6, Cranstone 9, Franklin 2. Now here comes Donald-Gay, who has 93 runs off 97 balls in 6 innings across this competition and an average of 31. Certainly a very capable batter. More than handy number 8, the 20-year-old. Of course, is impressed with the bat plenty of times for the England under-19s as well as for the Stars. But she will be nervous. Didn't get much of a chance to bat in the 100 recently for the Oval Invincibles. Such is the nature of the 100. That's straight to cover, no run. In the 100, had just 3 innings, McDonald Gay. 0 at the Oval against Northern Superchargers, 3 against the London Spirit at Lords, and a duck in their last game at the Oval against Spirit. It was impressive regularly with the ball. Full toss. Gets the deserved treatment, whacked away through extra cover. Good chase coming round from Collins at deep cover, keeps it to 2. That last game I mentioned coming in the 100 final, where of course Spirit won by 8 wickets with 9 balls to spare. Georgia Redmayne the star. Redmayne, who had a spell with the South East Stars earlier on in this campaign. Came down the track, got herself in a slightly awkward position there, McDonald Gay. Came off the bottom edge for 1 more. Wide run rate up at 7. McDonald Gay had a good bat on her last time she was here for the Stars at Beckenham. Made 37 against the Sunrisers. Chatley is just blocking one to finish a successful over for Morris. 2 for 17 off her 5. 96 for 6 off 28. Stars in all sorts of a pickle, and I don't think it's too early just to start having a look at the table and visualising what it might look like were Stars to fall short here. Thunder would move on to 20 points, or 21 if they could get the bonus point. Stars would be on 27. Of course, there's Sunrisers and the Blaze in between the two of them. And things are starting to take shape elsewhere as well as games head towards their conclusion. So, just run you through what's going on around the grounds as Tiny gets ready to start her new over, bowling to McDonald Gay. Good Yorker, well dug out. Central Sparks had set Western Storm 298 to win, thanks to 130 from Amy Jones. And Storm are 117 for 4 in the 23rd. Always tough facing such a tricky total. Half century for Sophia Smell, but she's gone now for 53. Now it's up to the middle order. 2 wickets for George Davis. Straight back to Datani. Those two are the bottom 2, and it would seem very unlikely that either of those 2 are going to realistically fight their way into the semi-final picture. They're technically just about still in it. The Sunrisers are in the process of wrapping up victory, most likely.
That's the big worry, isn't it? Yeah.
And that will have ramifications. Sunrisers were 4th coming into today. Diamonds were 2nd. Straight drive again for McDonald Gay for no run. They were only chasing 189 to win. They're 162 for 4. They need 27 to win from 20 overs with 6 wickets in hand. That should, bar something quite stunning, be a win for the Sunrisers.
Good from Grace Scrivens again, wasn't it? A half century.
Yep, 56 for Scrivens, 40 for Grucock. Has put them in a commanding position. Mr. Tani will take a run that time, half stopped by Morris. Now that result would have big implications, because if the Sunrisers win, even without the bonus point, which they may well get looking at things, even without the bonus point they go on to 29, with the bonus point 30, so that would take them above the South East Stars. That would push the Stars down to 4th in the table, assuming they were to lose the contest that you're watching. Nicely struck through the covers. Big chase needed by deep cover point. He has to travel a long way round and is not able to keep it alive. A brave effort out there, but an unsuccessful one from Seren Smell. And belatedly the South East Stars 100 comes up. It comes up later than they'd have liked, and at far greater a loss in terms of wickets. 6 down already, of course. Here's Datani. Chatley hunting that half century. And Chatley will get there with a boundary. Thumped, clubbed through mid-wicket for 4. It has been a sole hand of defiance really from Kira Chatley. 50 coming off 68 balls with 6 fours. Has had limited support from the top order around her, but has managed to persist and make her mark after a very successful 2023 in Stars colours. Has been not part of things this summer in terms of a playing opportunity until today. Has made her mark in her first Stars appearance of the 2024 campaign competitively with a half century. So congratulations to Kira Chatley. A nice knock. McDonald Gay alongside her, facing up to Morris to take you to that final game, which also is a really important one for the qualification hunt. It's a very even contest.
And a change of Morris.
Yes, absolutely correct. The one thing they have the good grace to is that Fee bowls right arm offies and Sophie bowls left arm twirlers, turning away from the right hander. Here is Sophie. That's again right on the button. Southern Vipers, who are top, are in what looks like a real even contest with the Blaze. Blaze set them 209 to win at Arundel, and the serial finisher for the Southern Vipers, Emily Windsor, is in. She's on 33. The Vipers are 131 for 4 in the 33rd. So that's pretty nip and tuck in the third. Yes. So they need 76 to win from 18 with 6 wickets to spare on a ground that looks to be low scoring, it seems, for both sides. Short, too short, pulled away to deep mid wicket for 1. So we'll keep our eye on that one. If the Blaze were to win that really would be bad news for the South East Stars, because it would mean that were they to lose this game, which seems likely, and those wins for Sunrisers and the Blaze come in, off the outside edge, the trusty outside edge, charges around from point does Norris, and keeps to 2. They think of 3, they don't take it. That would actually end up meaning that not only have the South East Stars in 3rd lost to Thunder, who are 6th, but 4th and 5th have won as well. And that suddenly really changes the picture and puts even more pressure on the Stars game this Saturday at home against the struggling Western Storm, with 2 away games to follow afterwards. Forced away through the onside. One more for McDonald Gay. So you sense plenty of twists and turns left yet in the 3 rounds to come after today, that's for sure.
And that's what you want to see, don't you? You want to make sure that there are even contests. You don't want teams running away with it. That's certainly proving to be the case.
Flicked away. The game will be 1. They think of 2. They turn it down. And I'd say the fact as well that coming into today, every team had lost at least twice, also reflects the evenness across the 8. Vipers and Diamonds both with 1 no result, 1-7, and lost a couple. And even the Central Sparks at the bottom have lost 6 and 1-2, but off the top of my head, at least a couple of those are games that have gone to the final over, which tells you something. 111 for 6 off 30 then. Game just about alive here. Acquired run rate of 7 and over. McDonald Gate, obviously an extremely capable batter, and Chatley's going well, but it does feel like from here it would take something of a Herculean effort, and Frelkeld and Cross are having a chat. So
I think Cross is coming back on here.
I was just about to say, I wonder if this is the time where Cross might say, yep, I've had a little rest for 20 overs, had a graze in it. Well, I say a graze in the outfield. She's fielded magnificently, as we were discussing earlier. But now is the time to have her second spell. 2 for 29 from her first 5. And she'll be eyeing a few more wickets. An early coach trip back to Manchester tonight.
Indeed, the coach is set over on that far side, the city end of this ground. We're at the county ground in Beckenham. This one just outside off stump, and you could see Chatley looking to try and open up the offside. Lots more express pace offered by Cross, who did pick up the 2 prized wickets in as many balls. Bryony Smith sent back for 12, caught by Clark, and then ADR got back inside edge, the thick inside edge, and she was sent on her way back for a first ball duck. Momentarily Cross was on a hat-trick. She didn't complete it, this time trying to work it through the leg side and through the shot there, just holding it back there, Cross. She is very impressive at mixing up her speeds. You can see what it means to her a real thinker of the game and wanting to play a key part not only for England but also when she gets the opportunity to play in club colours. A little bit of width on offer here. Worked out towards the fielder at deep cover. They should come back for 2 and do comfortably. Good running from Chatley. She's certainly asking some questions of the South East Stars think tank. It's been Chloe Hill who's been keeping wicket this season, but when you come in and you make quite a contribution like this, 54 from 73, she kept well as well. 113 for 6. Here's Cross bowling to her once more. This one hit uppish. Could be the chance of a catch, and what a take that is. It needed something special to see the back of Chatley, and that is a wonderful piece of work. Diving away to her left down there in the deep. Good catch. It might well have been Norris. Either way, it doesn't really matter. All that does is that the catch has been picked up, and she's come back to good effect here. Cross caught low down the bat. And there is that catch. It's a brilliant catch. It's a brilliant wicket. And it's the end of a super knock here.
Well, we were talking earlier on about Cross's brilliant fielding, and this very much being an era where brilliant fast bowlers are also equally as brilliant in the field. And Tara Norris demonstrates that perfectly. Great credit to Kira Chatley. She's had to wait a long time to make her first Stars appearance of the season, and she's made her mark in what you would think almost certainly will end up being losing cause from here. 54 off 74 is a great hand when you think that she was dropped by Naomi Datani off Kate Cross when on just 2. She did her very best to make Thunder pay for that error, but it's always going to be extremely difficult when you've got wickets consistently falling at the other end.
Alexa Stonehouse is the new batter, joining McDonald Gay. We're in the 31st over of the innings, and Cross is on her way once more, bowling to Stonehouse. Stonehouse opening up the leg side, just works it backwards a square past the umpire it goes, and they take one off the mark, first time of asking.
Stonehouse with 73 runs at 14 in 50 over cricket this season at a strike rate of 60 with a best of 29. It's the 2 England under 19 once upon a time teammates.
Danny Gregory,
long-time Stars teammates, reunited.
Apologies, Danny Gregory is padded up there away to our right hand side, so you just get the feeling that Page won't get the opportunity to bat in this game. Driving down the ground very nicely is McDonald Gay. It's been a good hand from her so far. Facing one of the best in Cross. That is the end of the over. Cross has come back by picking up the key wicket. She went for 4 runs from there, but getting Kira Chatley has really put Thunder into a dominant position. Not that they weren't already in that position anyway, but you take my meaning. Big players make big telling contributions.
And of course the 3 wickets are important, but what you see every time I've commentating on Cross play with Thunder is the standards she sets in the field are exceptional. And of course there's that leadership she provides behind the scenes, talking to bowlers. She's constantly talking to Rachael, the skipper.
Sophie Morris to continue here. Scoreboard not making for good reading here as McDonald Gay works this 2 point, and the fielding is carried out by Tara Norris. They've been able to chop and change their bowling. This time it's Sophie Morris continuing, wearing the number 3 on her back, and that's been the real bonus for Ellie Threlkeld. The fact that every time she's turned to a bowler, they've put their hand up and said, yeah, I want to contribute, and I want to contribute in positive fashion. As McDonald Gay works it to extra, quickly thrown back into the bowler. They've bowled quickly, they've bowled effectively, and they look a good side on what we've seen so far. Here is the left arm spin of Morris to continue. This time there will be runs, but just the 1, as it's worked out in the deep to Danny Collins, who is the sweeper on that offside. 4 balls bowled in this over. Morris, who's been miserly, 1 for 14 with 2 to go until she's completed 6. Here is Morris running up past umpire Neil Bainton and giving a rare full toss. It's only going to be one, or will they turn it into two? Looking to try and get that second run, and Alexa Stonehouse, who is very quick, really had to get on the afterburners. McDonald-Gay felt that she was going to the danger end, but it went to the wicket-keeper's end, and Stonehouse was quickly back on strike. 2 more runs to her, takes her on to 3. And the score on to 118 for 7, as this is a much quicker delivery, and that is the end of the over. So just 3 coming off it from Morris. She's bowled very economically, very impressively. Another over complete, 118 for 7.
3 rounds left after this, of course. Next up for Thunder, they play Northern Diamonds in the closest thing women's cricket right now gets to a Roses rivalry. Play at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club on the 1st of September, and then Thunder host the Blaze 3 days later at Sale, before finishing off away at Western Storm at Taunton on the 7th of September, hoping, of course, like the Stars, that they'll have a semi-final to follow the following week on the 14th of September.
Here's Rhiannon McDonald-Gay facing up to Cross, who's on her way, charging in once more, wraps the pads. Half an appeal, a stifled appeal, I suppose you would say. McDonald-Gay just moves away. The umpire not even questioned there by the fielding side. All thoughts now on that game on Saturday, Michael, if this one is to end in defeat, which looks likely. That's a big, big game, isn't it, Western Storm, for the Stars. Another single here to McDonald-Gay.
Absolutely spot on, and of course those ongoing matches right now involving the Sunrisers and the Blaze also affect that picture. If they both win, it all really tightens up. You would end up with something like Thunder on 21, Blaze on 24, Stars on 27, Sunrisers on 30.
Cross on the way once more and bowling to Stonehouse, who works it to extra cover and picks up a single. News from the men's game: England have picked 5 uncapped players for the white ball series against Australia. Johnny Bairstow and Moeen Ali have been left out. Cross is back at the top of her marker. Father David, of course, won the FA Cup in 1980 with West Ham. Seems a lifetime ago, that. As McDonald-Gay works the ball out to straight mid-wicket, and they take 1 more. McDonald-Gay has batted nicely here.
Yeah, Cross very much the epitome of the women's professional cricketer who has been who's seen a generational change throughout her career in women's sport.
Charging in again, keep going, wanting to get more wickets. She'll fancy that there could potentially be 5 here if she could take 2 more. That's what bowlers strive for.
Oh, she will absolutely be thinking about that. Make no doubt about it. It'll be in the back of her mind, like any good fast bowler. It's that hunt for scalps.
A good crowd in place. The vast majority will leave disappointed. A lot of Stars fans, of course. Not that many have made their way down the various motorways, and it won't be the easiest of journeys back on this bank holiday Monday. That is the end of the over. The ball was fizzed back in towards Cross. 4 have come from her 7th over. 3 for 37 from the 7 that she's bowled. There's 17 to go in the innings. 122 for 7, the Stars.
You mentioned that Saturday game, South East Stars against Western Storm. It doesn't quite become must win or anything like that for the South East Stars, but it certainly has a degree of extra pressure on it that today's didn't, and it becomes one of those that, were they to lose that as well, then leaves them needing to get something from those last 2 away games to secure even the top 4, never mind a home semi.
Yep, you've mentioned about those 2 away trips, Central Sparks and Northern Diamonds, so they'll look at the Western Storm, especially when they're so good here. I know that seems kind of strange to say that they're going to lose this one in pretty convincing fashion, but they are very good here at Beckenham, and that's why they will be wanting to contribute and put in a performance.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I've covered Stars games here for a few seasons, and this is comfortably the biggest defeat they're going to get that I can recall. in either format, T20 or 50 over, as Stonehouse just pushes at that one outside the off stump. I do think, speaking to a couple of people, that mid-innings, the surface is a used pitch and it hasn't quite been the absolute batting paradise Beckenham sometimes is.
No, it really hasn't. It's gripped in the surface on occasion. It's made it difficult, and you do see that. Of course you do on these type of pitches.
And to that end, you look back and you think, for me, the key moment that changed the complexion of the match was, even though she wasn't the top scorer, was that Fee Morris innings, the 54 or 56. Smell also batted magnificently for her 75 off 86.
Yeah, the partnership between those two was arguably or is going to prove to be the difference here between these two.
Yeah.
Take no doubt about it. Kira Chatley's batted very, very nicely, but she needed a partner. She needed somebody to offer that little bit of yin and yang out there in the middle, and we didn't see it.
But even Chatley didn't score at the rate that
No,
Smell
true.
and Morris managed.
True. That is a fair point. 124 for 7 is the score. Another single here from Stonehouse. She's looking to try and contribute where possible. Might be able to turn 1 into 2 here. She has done that. Not too often we've been able to say a little bit lax in the field, but there on that occasion it proved to be the case.
So Smell and Morris added, Fee Morris of course, added 95 for the second wicket at almost exactly a runner ball. And when you see the wider context of the game, that is, I mean, the difference between the teams might be almost exactly the value of that partnership.
Yeah, when you look at the runs to win, 125 from 96, you think to yourself, you could have a dart at that, but you've only got the 3 wickets in hand, and there's just too much pressure on McDonald-Gay and Stonehouse, you would think. You can't say categorically, of course. Cross to continue, and as the ball is played into the covers there, fielding very much on the money again. McDonald-Gay just has a little word with Stonehouse, who's at that non-striker's end, and Cross is on the march once more. Ball is hit powerfully to Naomi Datani, who gets in behind it at mid-off. Another dot, 2 balls bowled, 2 dots, and Kate Cross has got a big smile on her face. She knows that her team are close. McDonald-Gay wants to try and show her prowess with the bat. She's done this so far. She's hit it high up into the air. It's a catching opportunity. They've not dropped much, and they've not dropped this one. Comfortably taken, and you can see just how much it means to this fielding side. A very, very good catch. Fee Morris might well have taken it out there in the deep. The only thing that matters is that it's another one biting the dust. Frustration etched across the face of Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. She's on her way back, and the Lancashire Thunder are very close now.
Well, probably felt like, given the situation, she had to. And it's a 4th wicket for Kate Cross. And you sense that the end is quite likely now on this particular contest.
I give Paige Schofield her due. She's going to come out to bat at 10. And I think this really shows how much it means. You see cricketers and you think to themselves, or you think to yourself, how much does it mean? Well, to Paige Schofield, being in pain like she's in, and she had to try and see if she could get going. She was out there trying to hold the bat and iced up like you wouldn't believe. Very, very good. She can afford to perhaps play a few shots. It'll be interesting to see if she can play the big shots, but she's out there.
I guess the only concern from my point of view is if she's batting in some discomfort. She may well have had painkilling injection of some kind, but
and they only last for so long.
Is you end up picking up a further injury that worsens what it already would have been, that say puts her in doubt for that Saturday game against Western Storm. Let's see. Cross on a 5 for her.
Yeah, indeed, Cross has picked up the 4, now looking for number 5, but you can see Schofield instantly looking good value as she works the ball out there to deep straight mid-wicket. 1 run added to the total brings Stonehouse back on. And with a set batter, which Schofield certainly is, 124 from 92, if she could farm the strike. It couldn't happen, could it? Cross. Charging in once more. Stonehouse. Working the ball out there to deep cover. They want to try and turn one into two, but it's not there. Lots of chat from the team in red. They're just saying 2 more wickets needed. Just Danny Gregory in the shed. 127 for 8 is the score. This time cross bowls a cutter. It's been hit high up into the air. And Datani is able to take the catch. And unfortunately, Paige Schofield's stay is a short one. She's just chipped to mid-off. And she's on her way back for 1.
Well, you could see that she was just a bit uncomfortable in the way that she plays the shot. 5 for Kate Cross, well deserved. She's shown her class that we all knew she already very much had. Naomi Datani, he's just not going to drop that. And Thunder are powering their way towards victory.
Well, she's quickly got the gloves off. Clearly in some discomfort. Schofield got off the mark off the first ball and looked very elegant, as she always does. But the pain was there to see. And as she moved the hand off the bat there, she got that elevation. And of course, with no real power, it gave Naomi Datani that opportunity to take the catch. She dropped one earlier on in the piece. Very comfortable this time around. And they've been good in the field. They've been good throughout, in fairness to this Thunder side. And the final pair are out there in the middle.
So, just 1 wicket left to take. Cross has a 5 for.
And the chance for Sophie Morris to continue here. Stonehouse facing up, 9 from 12 to the right-hander who just pops one up. But because there was very little bat involved, it just went to the wicket closest to the one that we're using. No fielder that close in on the leg side. Morris has been very impressive here, you have to say. Give her given name, Sophie Morris, because there are Morrises, Norrises and plenty of potential trickery in that Lancashire Thunder side. But Sophie Morris 1 for 20 into the 8th over. And this one just keeping low to Stonehouse. Stonehouse again turns down the single. It wasn't really there, in fairness. Last thing you want to do is end on a run out. Stonehouse facing up once more. This one outside off stump, works it to backward point. And again, no single. We're halfway through the over and these dots are joining up from Morris's perspective. Bowling very quickly, wicket to wicket. And here is the left arm spinner again. Just offering a little bit of flight and a bit of turn. Out to deep cover it goes, and this time there is a single. And it brings Gregory on to strike for the first time. Danny Gregory taking a guard from umpire Neil Bainton. 1 ball to face here of Morris's final ball of the 8th over. Here she is. Perfect in defence is Gregory. And that is the end of the 36th over. 129 for 9 is the score. It's all academic, but 122 further runs needed from 84 deliveries. Stonehouse, as you will see there on the batting card, 10 from 17. In terms of contributions, Chatley, the chief run scorer, 54 from 74, and she's just needed a partner or two. Smith made 12 at the top of the order. Hill, quite a slow going 18 from 49 in terms of those wickets. Cross has just been head and shoulders above, 5 for 39. 2 wickets for Fee Morris. And here is Cross charging in once more, wanting to try and finish it so that they can jump on the bus and make their way back to the north of England. 129 for 9 is the score here. A decent crowd in place today, probably around 150 or so, maybe a few more at times. About 150, Fred says. I would have thought that's a good conservative guess. People largely enjoying themselves. Best of the season so far here at Beckenham, which is good. You see so many more for the double headers. Of course you do when you play it somewhere like the Kia Oval.
I guess what you hope is plenty come back on Saturday as well for that Western Storm game.
Well, they're going to be needed. They really are, because that is a big game. It takes on a lot of magnitude. Michael will bring us up to date with what's happening elsewhere. Those two crucial games, certainly two of them, we need results to go the way of the Stars, and it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Maybe not in both of them, as this one runs past the outside edge of Gregory.
So Western Storm were set for defeat against the Central Sparks. They're 143 for 8 with 20 overs to go, chasing 298. Jordan Davies has 4 wickets. Karis Pavley has a couple. Half century for Sophia Smell.
Here is Cross, running in once more and finishing it as a contest. That is the end of the game. Gregory, well, the guard has been broken there. Cross ends with 6 for 40 from the 8.4 overs that she's bowled. Very, very impressive from Kate Cross. That's what you get from your England cricketers, just as the Stars are missing their very own in Sophia Dunkley. When Cross does get the opportunity to play, always likely to do well, and that one's just nipped back in. It's arrowed past the defence of Danny Gregory. We get the chance to see another look at it, and it's just almost too quick and almost too good for the final batter out there. From a Stars perspective, it's been comprehensive, it's been very impressive, and it is the team in red who are celebrating, Michael McCann.
Yep, and deservedly so. Lancashire Thunder have been much the better side today. For me, the player of the match, as much as Cross was excellent, is Fee Morris, without a doubt. Her quick fire 50 completely changed the momentum and the flow of the first innings of that contest, led that partnership of 95 with Seren Smell, picked up a couple of wickets with the ball and grabbed a catch as well. But overall, it's a great day for Thunder, who can still dream of a semi-final spot. 3 wins from 3 would give them every chance of sneaking into the top 4. As for the South East Stars, it's the kind of result that, rather than having them optimistically thinking of a top 2 and a home semi-final, has them nervously looking over their shoulders. Well-deserved applause for Kate Cross. 6 for 40.
List A best figures, yep.
List A best figures, there you go, showing all of her class. Class that, of course, she's shown so many times in an England shirt over the years. And the Stars have got to recoup and come back on Saturday. It's very rare to see the Stars lose by 120 runs at Beckenham. That really is the kind of thumping defeat that will take a few days to reset from. But remember, you can join us back here on Saturday for the game against Western Storm at Beckenham before Stars finish off with those 2 away games and hope that a semi-final will follow. But as for today, no doubt as to the deserved winners, I would say.
Fully agree with you. Thunder coming out on top by 120 runs. There is the match summary. Batting first, 250 for 8. And then the Stars dismissed in the 37th over for 130. Chatley looked good for her half century. Cross, though, with those list A best figures of 6 for 40, proving to be the difference. Fee Morris, 2 wickets for her with the ball after a half century, making 54. I can see why Michael has pointed out what a telling contribution that proved to be. There's a big game to come on Saturday. Western Storm the opponents, and we very much hope that you'll be able to join us for that one. But unfortunately, it's defeat here today. And from Michael McCann and myself, Jamie Reid, always a pleasure to be with you. And we'll see you very, very soon. Bye for now.